What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the liberal loudmouth, and I'm back again for some action. Sorry, I make myself laugh. What's up, y'all? Come on in. Let's do this damn thing. Let's do it. Yay. All right, I'm going to go in and share my own shit to my own shit. I'm going to turn that down. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Lib loudmouth. There we are. It's kind of cool I can go into my own live. Now let's share it to all the peoples. To the peoples. You get one. And you get one. All of you get one too. Well, what's up, y'all? Come on in, guys. We're just getting started, so give me a second. I'm getting all my shit, all my ducks in a row. If you want to start tapping, you can start tapping. I'm going to remove this person and add this person. How to get a Democrat to comply. All right, I'm sharing it out right now. There we go. Okay, shared. One time almost even. What's up, Jesse? I think I missed something. Sean is requesting to join as a guest. I don't know this Sean person. Let's see. Who are you? I haven't even done my opening salvo yet. Sean's already ready to go. What's up, man?
What's going on, man?
Not much. So do you know how to get a liberal to comply?
Yeah, just call them racist and say Trump's your daddy, and usually they start crashing out.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I voted for the man. I mean, I'm not like one of those crazy ones, though. I just go about my life. I mean, the guy's our president. Big whoop. Life moves on.
Gotcha. Well, the reason for the prompt is the that Feeding Our Future issue in Minnesota. They'd actually had questions around the fraud that was being done in Minnesota prior to even the pandemic, but when they were threatened with a lawsuit, claiming that they were racist, they kind of pushed it off to the side.
The whole thing with Minnesota, man, honestly, they need a new governor. And the reason I say this is because the governor they have now is a effing weirdo. I'm not going to curse. It's too early.
He's love Tim Walz.
No, dude, you got to hear me out. He's a weirdo. He did terrible in the election. I don't know why Minnesotans are like, yeah, that's our governor. Like, no, dude,
because he's awesome.
No, it's not nothing to be proud about, bro. But what I did hear about Tim Walz is that they're thinking about putting him up for 2028, which I hope they do. But yeah, I guess we'll see if that happens.
I like Tim Walz. I'm not sure what's weirder, somebody that thinks that they can grab women by the pussy, or Tim Walz.
Now, sir, you do know that was locker room talk, and he didn't know he was being recorded.
Well, he wasn't in a locker room. He was in an RV.
Yeah, but why was somebody secretly recording him?
I don't know. Why would he say it? You're more concerned about the person that records what's being said than what he actually said.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end of the day, females say the same stuff about us behind closed doors. I mean, they probably say worse stuff.
Well, I don't wonder about what females say about me behind closed doors. I'm sure it's not great.
And now, just because the name is Trump, everybody makes a huge deal about it. They're like, oh my God, Trump said this. And,
wait. Do you think that if Tim Walz had said that, do you think that the Democratic Party would be like, oh, it's totally fine?
No, they wouldn't be like, it's totally fine. But at the end of the day, dude, it goes to the point it was a setup. And that's my opinion on it. I believe it was a setup because, you're on a bus, whatever it was, Hollywood Access Hollywood. You're on a bus. You think you're safe. You're talking with your quote unquote boys. Somebody secretly recording you. Dude, if someone did that to you or to myself, we'd probably react the same way. Like, what the hell are you doing? Like, this is supposed to be a private conversation. But other than that, I mean, it really didn't affect his election in 2016. It was a nice try, though, but it really didn't change much.
May I interject?
So I'm looking this up. It was made by the production team for Access Hollywood. It literally it's a organization that records everything, paparazzi type shit.
Yeah.
And you're confused as to why they might have recorded what Donald Trump said?
So he just openly said that on camera, then that's what you're telling me.
No, the recording in 2005 was made by the production team for Access Hollywood. Like, you're going around the country, you're making these tours and these trips, and you're a celebrity.
Yeah.
And you've got paparazzi surrounding you, and you're going to get mad at the paparazzi for recording you? Really?
You're right. I mean, I get it.
I mean, you see how that's, I'm surrounded by paparazzi. How dare you record what I say? Seems a little weird.
May I say something about that real quick, Sean?
Gary, go ahead.
All right. So, Sean, it's not just the fact that he said it, because everyone says something problematic. That's true. But it's a pattern.
You said
it's a pattern for decades.
A pattern?
Yeah, a pattern of abuse of women.
Gotcha. So,
that's true.
Yeah. So we see all this come out, all of these horrendous, capitalized horrendous things about Trump. And, the U.S. just still votes for him. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, Sean. It does say something about people who vote for a guy that says you grab women by the P word, which he actually did do as it relates to E. Jean Carroll. So people voting for that, yeah, it's an indictment on this country for sure.
At the same time, though, host, let me ask you this question, sir. Did you guys really think it was a good idea to throw Kamala Harris up there? And please be truthful with me.
No.
Thank you for being truthful, because, a lot of Democrats will be like,
way too late. If she was supposed to run, she should have started from the beginning. Biden should have just stepped back. But that's all I have to say about that.
No. And that's what I never understood, because I kept hearing the argument that Joe Biden's a one-term president, but he went to the first debate. And that right there told me, like, okay, you're not a one-term president. You're trying to get back in. And honestly, if things would have went different, we probably wouldn't have Trump in office right now, if they would have done it correctly. And that's all I got to say about that.
Well, you can always depend on the Democrats to snatch defeat from the jaws of success.
That's absolutely true. Been watching it my whole life. It's crazy. It is wild to watch, but no, I don't know. The whole, grab women by the P word. I'm still blown away that you're like upset by somebody recording that rather than.
I'm not upset by it, host. What I'm upset about, it's like this happened in 2005. You just said like 5 minutes ago, so 2005. It comes out 10 years later in 2015. And you're telling me that's not like a setup to make him fail in the election? I mean, they've been trying since day one. Since he came down that golden escalator, they've tried everything on that man.
So it came out earlier, nobody cared.
Yeah, Access Hollywood sat on this for 11 years. They were like, at some point, Donald Trump's going to run for president. When he does, we got this tape ready. I mean, come on. It was probably like, B-roll shit. They just record everything and then use whatever is useful for whatever thing they were doing at the time. And they just happen to have that. And so the guy starts running for president and they're like, holy shit, remember that one time when this idiot said this? And it becomes relevant.
They probably don't even remember. They probably sat there and had to listen through the whole entire recording to find it, because that does happen for anyone who starts running for president.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, I got something.
Yeah, what's up?
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Doing fine. Welcome in, Johnny. Johnny, Utah.
Good. I just got a question for you guys, and this has been bothering me. Did you see that he wants to give up federal land and he wants to make it independent buyers? Now, who's going to buy it? You got money to buy it, host? I don't. I mean, it's another land grab trying to be by the rich people. You know what I'm saying? They're giving our land away again to rich people.
Now,
have you seen this in the news?
No, I'm not aware of what you're talking about, or I am, and it's
Trump would like to privatize the federal lands, all federal lands that are just like parks like Yosemite and stuff like that.
Yeah,
it's more for them.
You mean
less for
to
us.
Lease it out to corporations to like mine
Not
and
to
shit?
lease it. Not to lease it, to
That
buy
too.
it.
Yeah, I think we should sell the land, honestly, because the U.S. needs more revenue. So we should just sell off the national parks.
It just gives more power to the rich.
Okay, Trump plan to sell public lands, targets treasured places, protected wildlife. This is back in April. Nearly 500 separate areas deemed worthy of protection by the Bureau of Land Management or Congress, including dozens of national monuments, fisted plan. So, I mean, he's
Loudmouth, put on
intending
your
to.
glasses. I know you.
Well, my eyes are fucked up today, so forgive me, but
It's still a land grab.
designated to who? Like an open auction or something?
Well,
you know.
whoever can afford it. Can you afford it? I can't afford it.
Open
Can
to.
the
Of course
average
not.
person afford it?
It's to search for oil and gas and minerals. Also, yes,
Okay.
to sell to whoever can afford it.
Yeah, so the way I understood it is that he was going to open up all lands to either drilling or mining or whatever. I didn't, I've never heard that he was going to outright just sell federal lands to
selling
people. Are you sure it's not leasing
I don't think
the
so.
rights to the land to be mined?
He talked about it again a couple days ago. I just happened to catch it.
Hmm.
And, just like I said, a lot of these things are about money. Venezuela, take that for example. That's about oil. If you ain't figured that out now, you're not in the game. And a lot of people say, well, you can't refine that oil. But there's people that do it. We are one of the countries that can refine that oil.
Yeah, but why shouldn't we? Well, why shouldn't we have their oil? I mean, I think we deserve a piece of the pie too. So, what
Are you talking about Venezuelan
It's not
oil,
about
Sean?
drugs, bro.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not about
Venezuela.
drugs. It's about
Why
money.
would we could buy it?
I mean, we could just buy the country. I mean,
No, we wouldn't be able to
By
buy
what
the
country?
buy Venezuela, and then we could put Trump as president, get Maduro out, and then we're avoiding a war right there.
We're not avoiding anything. We would be in a war if we tried to get Maduro out.
I don't want to pay for a country.
Another land grab, another oil grab.
Yeah, I don't. Why are you okay with using American dollars to purchase a country that
And troops.
What do you mean troops, Kerry? Venezuela military has like 5 people in it. They're gonna go down in like a day.
Yeah, that's
Well,
what we
then
said
you should go
about
find
Iraq and Afghanistan.
No, Kerry.
Also Vietnam.
Kerry, that country's in poverty, dude. Half of those soldiers are like they haven't seen a meal in 3 weeks.
You mean like Vietnam?
Okay, so I'm looking it up.
I don't get it. Why do we keep thinking that I understand we are the preeminent military power on this planet. We could literally fight on both sides of the country, prevent people from invading, and still occupy several places. Will we win? No. We will occupy and loot. Is that what you're advocating for, Sean?
No, I'm honestly just advocating for Maduro to step down.
Why?
That's
Which is fine.
Why?
But
why?
That's none of our real
Why?
business, though.
Host, did you really? And I get
Why?
that, Kerry, but let me tell Host, did you really just say why, Host? If we think our inflation, and this
why?
isn't- yeah, I'll give you stats. This isn't trolling here. If you think our inflation is bad in the U.S., my coworker's cousin lives in Venezuela. If you go to Venezuela, it costs $10
And
for a single carton of eggs. They're dealing with over 400% inflation. And half of that country is in a food crisis right now.
And guess who's been fucking with them for the last several decades?
Yeah, that's true too.
The U.S. has been sanctioning them.
That's like
We
being
do
mad at
this
Cuba.
constantly. What are you
For
talking about? So we do something to them that harms them economically, and so you turn around and because they can't combat that, and because now the oil that they're trying to sell on the black market to other countries, bypassing our sanctions, is now getting taken by the Trump administration, literally stolen 1.1 million barrels of oil that was going to be sold to another country that would benefit their country. And then you want to turn around and say, oh, well, because you can't combat these things. And now we're literally bombing locations in Venezuela. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but motherfucker actually bombed a fucking dock. Let me pull this up for you so that I prove what I say. And then you want to sit up here and criticize the leader of a country who's dealing with the most powerful nation on earth, both financially and militarily, and you want to criticize him for not being able to combat that? What the fuck, bro?
So you're sympathizing for a dictator. Got it. I
No,
got it.
what I'm calling out is the United States engaging in this behavior for you to turn around and think that it's okay for us to do that. It's not okay for us to do that.
How would it benefit you, Sean?
Well, with Venezuela?
I mean, let me ask you a personal question, and you don't have to. We can give a round estimate. How much money do you make a year?
How much money do I make? Between 80 and 90,000.
Okay, you're not in the club, bro. These
Okay,
guys
that-
make millions.
I'm in the
Billions,
club.
guys.
What are you
Like 50
talking about?
Cent.
What club am
You
I
know what I'm
supposed to be
saying?
in?
50 Cent.
They take shit.
I mean, am
Rich
I
people
allowed?
never give anything to poor people. They just take and take. They don't spend any of their money. Go outside and look at your roads, Sean.
I mean, am I allowed to join the club at some point?
No,
Not
you
really.
don't make enough money,
Darn.
bro.
I'm
If
telling you,
you're
not
if
really.
you're willing to
man.
like, you know, commit fraud and take from people and have no heart, sure. They
And
might
Sean's
they
probably-
might
Sean,
take
are
you.
you actually a Trump supporter, or
I
are you
make
kind
about
of
that
like
too.
just a conservative?
No, I'm
But
a
you
Trump.
don't-
I'm a Trump supporter.
Oh, that's disappointing
Well,
because you
so I
sound
voted for him
intelligent.
too.
I
Well,
like to
I'm
think I'm
not.
for him
intelligent.
too, but we got the wool pulled over our eyes again. He's all about rich, bro. And they don't give nothing to anything. They don't give anything to poor people. They don't do anything for anybody.
Oh, and Biden wasn't about the rich. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Do what, Chris?
Biden wasn't about the rich.
Yeah,
Okay.
guys.
Biden was a
Oh, he's
fucking
very
idiot.
corporate.
Yeah, guys. Just don't mind Chris. That's my second cousin's sister's uncle. He's cool. He's cool.
Your second cousin's sister's uncle, you say?
Yeah, he's cool though. Chris is cool.
Go ahead, make your point, Chris.
Biden wasn't about the rich.
He wasn't.
He was about getting rich.
I don't know.
Right.
He didn't do a very good
Biden's-
job of it, if that was the
He
case.
Biden
did a
is
great
about
job.
10 million
He
in,
did
and
a
he's
great
been going
job.
on for
What
40
was
years.
his-
He's not
what-
looking to be super
What
rich.
was his net worth going in? What was his net worth coming out?
About 10 million, and it's
Exactly.
10 million now. It's around there.
Yeah, there you go.
It's always
there you
been
go.
10 million.
No, it was never 10 million.
He's,
Go
he's,
ahead.
he's been
You-
worth about 10 million for what, like 10, 15 years?
Okay,
Wait.
so you
He
think
was-
that he can
who's worth 10
relate
mil?
with you?
He
I'm
was
sorry,
one
say
of
one more
the
time, Chris. I couldn't hear you.
You think he can relate with you?
He would relate with me? Yeah, actually, I do think he could.
A multi-millionaire can relate with you.
Well, he wasn't
Chris,
born that way, so yes.
Chris, you
We're
do
also both
understand
Catholic.
that
Yeah, go
Well,
ahead.
I'm not
you
Catholic
do
anymore,
you do
but he's
understand that Joe Biden was literally one of the poorest politicians for basically the entirety of his political career. And in fact, I know somebody who comes on this panel who used to ride the fucking train because he rode the train into work every day,
Yep.
and they rode the train with Joe Biden. So
Come
if
on,
anybody
define
is
poor.
more relatable to
Yeah.
you
Define
between Donald
poor.
Trump and Joe
No, I don't
Biden,
agree with you.
Donald Trump is not relatable to you in any way, but Joe Biden is.
You
'Cause
wanna make
you
this
might
a
have actually
dog
run
fight?
across him
Hey, Chris.
on a train.
You
Going to
wanna
work.
make this a dog
Chris,
fight?
Chris,
Yeah.
it is, there is a scale going on here. So yes, Joe Biden is quote unquote the poorest, or was one of the poorest of politicians. That doesn't mean he
That's
was
because he
poor,
was the
because
stupidest.
you got Bernie, who I forgot how much he's worth now, but he
lot.
doesn't really make a whole lot of money, and
All
he's
right,
not
let's go
trying
back
to.
to
Chris,
Joe Biden's civil
Do me a
rights
favor.
votes.
Look up the history of Rex Tillerson, ExxonMobil, and Venezuela.
All right, let's go back and
You said Rex Tillerson, Joyce?
Do me
Yes.
a favor. Look up Joe Biden's civil rights votes.
Yeah.
Look up Rex Tillerson and ExxonMobil. It's
Chris, you're
Venezuela.
not
It's about
gonna
the
like that
oil.
either,
It
'cause
always
that's-
has been.
Most of his civil rights quotes that I don't know
Votes.
which side you're on, or I don't know if you're like left or like far right, but most of the
Believe
time
me, I'm
that
not a fan of Trump.
okay. So usually what happens is that people are misconstruing when he's oh man, I forgot who he's quoting, but that and the reason why he was against busing. And I'm not saying I like Joe Biden. I'm not. I wasn't really a fan. I kind of held my nose to vote for him, but I knew that was a better choice, and for the choices
better.
we had.
Yeah,
But
far
Rex
better choice.
Tillerson, I got to look that up. I'll be back.
Yeah, but yeah, to say that Joe Biden is some like wealthy, crazy person, whatever, after his stint as
is
vice
wealthy.
president, he is now.
He is wealthy.
He is now
wealthy.
Only in the
He
last
is
10 years.
wealthy.
Only in the
He
last
was
10 years.
wealthy all the
No,
time.
he
Yes.
has been wealthy for the
No.
past 20 years.
No, that is
He
not
didn't
true.
ride the train. He bought the fucking train.
When he left as vice president, he went to the speaking circuit, which they often do. He was paid large speaking fees to do so, and
What do you consider wealthy?
Holy fuck, are you going to let me talk? He wrote a couple of books that then sold, and he made money off of that, and that is where they derived their wealth up until that point, prior
What
to
do you
being
consider
vice president.
wealthy?
Holy fuck, bro! Prior to
All right,
becoming
sorry.
Prior to becoming vice president, he was literally one of the, if not the poorest fucking politicians in the U.S. government for his
That's because
entirety.
he's dumb.
What do you consider poor?
I
He
said
was
one
a
of the
horrible
poorest.
president and a liar.
What do you consider poor?
What do you mean? What do I consider poor? I said one of the poorest.
$250,000 a year free health
One of
care
the
for the
poorest.
rest of your life?
I didn't say he was poor. I said he was one of the
I
poorest.
should run for Senate. What the hell am I doing with my life?
wish I could be that poor.
One
We
of
all
the
do,
poorest.
Chris. We all
That
do.
is in relation
I got
to
you,
the
Chris.
other politicians in office. Do you not understand how that works? Language?
No, I get it. I get it.
I don't think you do.
He
I
was
had
the
to
No,
dumbest-
you're
explain
playing
it to you.
The dumbest
semantics.
president we've
No, I'm
ever
not
had.
playing semantics. I said
You
he's.
are.
No, you are. You're taking something literal that I didn't say.
Okay, so $250,000 a year free health care for the rest of your
When
life.
did he get
It's not
$250,000 a year?
Because he was a member of this. Oh my
Because he
God.
was a what? Say it. Go ahead.
He was a member of the Senate.
$250,000 a year.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. His base salary was their income throughout his entire political career.
Give me their income.
I mean, go look at the history of him.
Give me their income.
His income was his base salary for the entirety of his political career until he became vice
Give
president.
me their income.
I can't give you the exact number. I don't know what it is. They're worth
It's a
like
lot
10 to
more than
15
you
million
and I
now.
make.
They're worth 10 to 15. So what? They're
When you
Chris,
don't
are
have
you-
to pay
well,
for
of
health
course
I
they
don't
get
mean to-
paid more than you do.
I don't mean
There's a
to
clear
come at
reason
you,
why.
But are you drinking or is there something else going on?
No, day drinking.
You are day drinking.
Yeah.
God.
Oh, okay.
I mean, and are you poor?
No, I'm all right. I'm mid class. I
Okay.
got 2 weeks off.
Well, I can't argue with the day drinking then.
All right. I'm sorry.
Shit.
I
Here's
know
the
I
eggnog.
came into
Well,
I
day
came into this
drinking
unarmed.
midweek signifies other issues going on. Just saying.
No, sir. It's
I'm
between
on
Christmas and New Year's. It's
vacation.
completely fine for this time.
Save
I'm on
the hangovers.
vacation.
Save the hangovers for New Year's. Okay.
I'm on vacation.
Anyway, it's not a great look. Lebo, welcome in. How are you, man?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Haven't seen you in a minute.
Yeah, I've been watching you guys. You've been busy. You have full panels.
Come again?
I say I've been watching in the comments.
Oh, equal. You keep requesting and I keep accepting it, but then you just disappear. Earlier, you came on the panel and you were teacupping the whole time. I don't know what's going on.
All right, day drinker here again.
There we go. Equal.
All right.
There you go. You were here earlier. What's up?
Me?
Equal.
Yeah, I had a quick.
No.
So I wanted to refute. Somebody made mention. It was during the Venezuelan discussion. There was somebody talking about how we're the preeminent, dominant militaristic country
Yeah, that was
in the world. I'm going to refute it. All it takes is Russia to drop one pew pew on us. Like, then we're no longer the preeminent.
EMP? Is that what you mean?
What's that?
Like an EMP, where, the bomba, and then it's
Equally,
the EMP.
Yeah.
would
What I'm
take
saying is, it
4.
doesn't matter.
I think
the
it's
weapons
4.
The
It's either
weapons
4 or
that are-
5, but yes, you're not
Right.
wrong about that.
Right. The
They're
weapons
not
that
that
our
stupid.
countries are using, that by default takes us off that list, or not off the list, but like knocks us all down a peg.
Kind of takes us off the list of nations.
Right.
Because without
I
electricity,
I
we're not really
agree.
doing much. So
Like it's different. It was different in the World War One, World War Two, Vietnam, like those.
well, let me hit back just a little bit. Russia, China,
Hey guys.
and maybe I think one other country could do it if they could get, and they would need several to do it to us. I don't think that's going to stop our operations if we were going after one of those countries. And it also would be a bad idea either way.
No, I
Because
agree that it's a
we are
horrible.
more effective at doing so.
I agree that
agree.
it's
Since
a
we have to
horrible
dance
idea.
around the stupid words. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey,
I was saying, I agree. It's a
someone,
horrible. It's a
as
horrible
someone that
idea.
works in this field, I just want to add this. Everybody talks
Real
about
quick, what field is that?
in explosives.
Perfect. Go ahead.
There is no device. EMP is a byproduct of a device, but there is no device that actually is strictly that makes EMP. Just makes EMP. It's a byproduct of
Right.
a nuclear device. It's not. We don't have nobody knows if nobody knows how an EMP device will look like. Nobody
You
knows how to
cannot
make
send
it.
it in a direct direction.
But let the dailies finish, Chris.
So
Sorry.
and two, nobody knows how it would look like, and it's a byproduct. So it's a byproduct of a nuclear explosion, and you are not gonna get an EMP device over the U.S. Without other things happening over the U.S.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
Right. I think it would be
100.
kind of a
I
last
gotta,
resort
I gotta
attempt.
jump in and I gotta refute this. And I'm super sorry. I don't know what part of explosives you work in. So I have a degree in nuclear engineering. I work in CBRN with the Department of Defense. Without a doubt, what you just
where I worked at. I worked at Department of
okay. Do you have a degree in nuclear engineering?
No, but I work
I do. No. Hold on.
It doesn't
Let's be
matter.
very clear here.
He
It
knows
actually
what
really
he's talking about.
it really does matter when we're talking about things. So no, what you just said is categorically false.
Right.
Everything you just said was
So there's an
EMP device.
yes.
yes. There are
Yes.
many.
Yes.
How does it? I mean, again, as someone that worked on these, and my job
What
was
did you work on?
my job was dismantle these devices and
So you worked in
neutralize them.
EOD. You worked in
Yes.
EOD. You were explosive
Yes.
ordnance. So EOD. Okay, I made EOD IMS. So my team with Booz Allen, when I was there for 7 years, we
Okay.
made EOD IMS. So the system that you work on for explosive ordnance disposal is not, and you know this because you worked on it. If you're working in EOD, you don't work in CBRN. So if you found a radiological nuclear device, you would not be responsible for that.
Correct that. There are certain organizations in EOD that do work on CBRNE because that is part of their mission.
Yes, if you are in that specific directorate, but that's a CBRN mission. That's a different MOS. That's a different directorate.
And that's
And so
what
the thing
I'm
is, you're talking way out of
You guys
turn
go
here.
one at a time.
The only thing you need to understand for the people who are listening here is the person who just spoke, Daly, whatever his name is completely misinformed, and you should not be listening to people who have no background and expertise in this. I have a degree in nuclear engineering. I have worked in CBRN with the DoD and DHS and the FBI, for that matter.
Well, can you
So, yes.
enlighten me then? I'm asking you to enlighten me on what a EMP device looks like.
So to be very clear,
They can be very small, for the record.
So to be very clear, I can tell you about things that I've not read into, obviously. Does the DoD have the ability to deploy electromagnetic pulses? Yes. Do we have defenses for our infrastructure, our electrical infrastructure, our water infrastructure? Yes. So these are called Rad-Hard 2 devices. Primarily, we see these in spacecraft. So when we put satellites up in the air because they're exposed electromagnetically, if you've ever heard of something called the Carrington event, where these massive solar flares, that is effectively an EMP that happens in space. But because we don't have the magnetosphere protecting those items from EMPs, we have to use Rad-Hard 2 devices. Now, we also protect local infrastructure. This is predominantly in larger cities. Cities and small towns, your county level water, your county level electricity sometimes won't have Rad-Hard 2 EMP just because it's not cost effective. It's extremely expensive to basically lead line everything. But the DoD obviously is well aware that EMP systems are available from the Russian Federation, from the Chinese, etc. The big issue you run into is the transportation of these devices. They don't have to be in airburst. They can be localized. They can be small. In fact, they would be surgical in any event that they were put into an environment where they were meant to be deployed, i.e., next to a transformer facility, carrier facility. So we're well aware of this. This is something that DHS is really the
Let
purview
me
of DHS because it
interrupt
happens
you
inside the
for a
United States.
second.
Please don't, drunk guy. And so no, like that's just not how this works. And
Well, I
so
know
we have
what I'm talking about.
Oh, I can't wait to hear what Bourbon says. What does Bourbon tell you this morning, Chris?
They cannot be focused on one area. They cannot be directed on one area. They are mass expansive. So if you have military vehicles there, they are knocked out.
Good. All right. Well, thanks for offering that.
This is
Well, let me play a
as
video.
someone that works in the field that dismantles these stuff. I've never had anyone show me exactly what an EMP looks like, and my job is CBRNE in dismantling. So
Okay, so once again, I can't like I you can look me up. I use my real name. The reason that
They're
I can't
dirty
tell
and
all of you.
messy.
Okay, once again, the reason that I can't tell all of you is the same reason that I wouldn't want to give the Chinese and the Russians
no,
access.
I'm not asking you to tell me. I'm not asking, but this is like the first time I've heard anyone say that there is, and this is talking to people at Llano and Sandia and other places.
Me too. It's pretty cool.
I don't, if you work in the field, you know these terminologies. So talking to people at Llano and Sandia and other places, and even Kansas, they even confirmed, yeah, we don't have an EMP device that we can show you to dismantle because there is nothing. It's a byproduct. This is what I got told by some of the scientists there.
We definitely do.
Yeah. So there are companies that create these. You can buy EMP generators on Amazon. Of course, they're small, right? But yeah, no, it's an electrical
And
engineering problem.
untested.
Yeah. But well, no, they have tested it. Like the video that's playing, they showed a demonstration. Boeing created one in 2012, I know, that can target buildings.
Yeah,
Literally fly over and target buildings and shut the electricity down. They just showed it. The computer's shutting off.
So I just found one on eBay, right? An EMP generator. It's a 150 megahertz, 95 watt EMP generator. Like you can make EMPs for whatever reason. I don't know why these aren't regulated. But there's been 16,600 of them sold here on eBay.
Just because they're on eBay, but I mean, I could buy a time machine on eBay, realistically.
No,
Exactly.
so from an electromechanical engineering standpoint, I could
You
tell
could
you
build
how
your
to
own.
make one.
Yes,
You can make your own.
build your
I can
own.
make one. I could make one off of in theory, I could take the transformer that's inside of my audio receiver, like a standard Best Buy audio receiver. I can use that transformer, a copper coil,
Breaking Bad.
a fuse. Yeah,
Breaking Bad. Have you guys seen Breaking Bad?
Pretty much.
When
Yeah,
they put
pretty
it up,
much.
they put all the batteries in that van. It's the same concept. They built their own. It's possible. Yes, Shane is right.
a 95 watt EMP interrupt. I mean, you'd probably have a useful range of 4 feet, 5 feet. It's not big. Your radius for what you're actually going to impact is small. Would you fry some electronics in your house? Sure, yeah. But would you want? I don't know who's using these fucking things or why. My guess is they're kind of just little science experiments.
You're not talking about jammers, are you? Because those are different.
Nope.
In the
jammers
scheme of
and
war, does that matter?
Jammers and EMPs are vastly different. When you talk about EMP, you're
Exactly.
talking.
I mean this in the nicest way, Daily. I have a degree in nuclear engineering.
I'm not
doubting
you
that.
because I mean you. To be fair, and I mean this in the nicest way. You're a guy on TikTok, as I'm a guy on TikTok.
Okay, I use my real name. You can look me up. I've got 250,000 followers here. I use my real name on LinkedIn. You can see everywhere I've worked on LinkedIn. You can see my education, my background.
Brother,
I'm not hiding from you. You use a fake name, so no offense, EOD guy, but I use my professional credentials because I have them.
I don't use my real name because of the world we live in.
Okay, but guess what? If you want to be taken seriously, you kind of need to do that sometimes.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
I
I
want
mean,
to be taken seriously, I'll make a serious account.
Which actually begs the question, like for social media and TikTok and stuff, should we force people to use their real names?
No.
I would.
Because, I mean, we get a lot of bullshit from a lot of people on here, bullying and doing all kinds of weird, crazy things that they wouldn't do if their full names were there for everybody to see.
I use my full name.
Well, I think this has been my theory for a long time, and this goes back to when I worked at MySpace back in 05 and 06. I think that there should be like filters for what you have, because I think there should be a verified internet, right? If you want to go out and use your real name and have some validation and use your professional credentials and exist in a world where everybody's using their real names, one, I think that people are going to be less likely to say some crazy out-of-pocket nonsense because they don't want their professional credentials to be damaged, especially when we're talking about things that are vital to national security, i.e. CBRN threats, etc. And then if you want to go shitpost all over the place and run burners, I think that should be its own thing. And I think you should be able to log into TikTok or any other thing and say, which side of TikTok do you want to log into? Do you want to log into the side where people are using their names, or do you want to log into Crazy Town?
So do you want
let me
interesting
just
concept?
interject real quick. I just want to say something, Shane. I think I remember you from a few years ago, and I liked a lot of your takedowns, and you were also very problematic. But I enjoyed your content. So if you're the same guy who kind of looks like a white rapper from the South.
Yeah, I mean, I have a grill. Yeah.
Yeah, that's you.
You have a grill like you mean like gold teeth or something?
I have 20 slugs, white gold.
There ain't nothing wrong with that.
Is that what they're called? The little I don't
colloquially. I mean, they're called fronts or slugs. It kind of depends, where you're from. I'm from East Atlanta, where you call them slugs, but like down in like Miami and New Orleans,
so much
they usually
makes
call
more
them fronts.
sense.
Now, is it a veneer or is it an actual like replacement for a tooth?
It's a veneer. Yeah, so some people they're called perms. So if you get perms, what you'll do is you'll actually grind your teeth. You go to a dentist. You grind your teeth down and then you get them like attached with dental cement. I don't advise it. And the main reason is you still have the nerves underneath, and everybody I know who has perms, like if you're eating cold food, ice cream, ice, like gold is extremely conductive as a metal.
Yeah.
I'm told that it's very painful to eat cold food.
Yeah, I bet.
Doesn't matter, man. The drip is all that matters.
The drip is all
you have.
that matters.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Do you discredit a combat vet with 2 tours of duty that has spoken to people on the inside?
Oh no, I think when I die, I exit this mortal coil, my biggest regret is going to be not respecting the troops enough.
No, I never said that. I never accused you of that. I never. No. I would never say that.
I'm not sure what's going on here. Do they all know you, Shane? I guess.
No.
Shane,
no, I have no idea.
I'm not saying that you're wrong or anything. I'm just saying that I just never got that exposure when I was working on this stuff. So if I never got that exposure, I'm just speaking from my experience.
Sure. I think that most people, when they're working EOD, and I'm not sure what side of EOD you did, whether it was like, VIPSA missions or whatever it is, it kind of depends. I mean, I'm assuming, about 75% of you, were you Navy, I'm assuming?
Yeah, but I worked with the Army and everyone else.
Yeah.
So I worked with Blackjack and the other guys.
Gotcha.
Bragg.
Yeah. So for context, for the EOD world, like, and not in the Daily will understand this. In the EOD world's kind of divided, where the Navy is kind of considered like the blue chip EOD, and then you've probably got Army and Air Force, and then FBI, because they have their own EOD teams as well. Now they share a unified system across the Navy, Army, and Air Force. These are called JADC2 systems. And so the idea is that with EOD IMS, let's say the Navy does an EOD mission and they ingest it. They have these sheets. They're called run sheets. They fill them out and say, this is what we, this is what we did. This is what it looked like. Sometimes they'll take pictures of it. And then there's a database where they can go in and you can say, all right, this was a grenade from Vietnam. It's got 3 yellow stripes on it. It's probably Cambodian in origin, yada, yada, yada. So the idea is that if you, with this knowledge base we have with the EOD systems, you can go in and search it and say, I found a grenade with these stripes. And now in Afghanistan and Iraq, what they did was be able to kind of find commonalities and improvised explosive devices to say, oh, we think it was the same person making these. Therefore, if you diffused one like this, use these kind of instructions, and that way you can diffuse the other one because it's probably made by the same person. So EOD is very interconnected, extremely precise, and one of the most dangerous jobs, obviously, in the military. If you're putting on the big suit and everything, but a lot of it is obviously now done remotely with robots because
Drones
you don't
and
want to
yeah,
yeah you don't want to put
You
people in
are
harm's way.
the
educated.
little yeah.
Unless it comes to like certain things like CBRNE, which that does require still hands-on for some precise work. Because some of these there's explosives that will detonate if they come exposed to light or even sound or whatever. Like
Oh
there's
yeah,
different triggers to explosives. So if you don't know that and you put it in a machine, you need that finesse with the person and the hand and doing what they're doing.
Okay, so
yeah. I mean,
what started this whole thing? This was a claim. Somebody had made a claim about, the United States would be something unless somebody dropped an EMP on us. I wasn't sure exactly what they were referring to. Who made that claim and why?
it was this guy who just went on Tico
Delve?
something.
Oh, Equal. Okay.
No, I just
Equal,
came
yeah.
on
No,
to
no.
talk about EMP.
I think I might have misunderstood the acronym because I thought you were talking about mutually. The
Oh,
mutually.
NAD. Yeah.
So, but anyway, that's where I was trying to start the conversation because ultimately I don't think like it's very rich coming from the quote unquote no war president. Like it's basically like we're recycling the same thing we've been doing in my 56 years on this planet, which is like regime change, like leading a regime change
Uh-huh.
for so that we can get access to resources. It's absurd, and I'm tired of it. I'm honestly thinking about leaving the country because I can't stand this shit.
Yeah, I mean, and like for example, we hit targets on land in Venezuela, so it's not even like we're already attacking their country. So, but I didn't understand really the EMP comment. You said America is the preeminent something unless somebody drops an EMP on us. Was that
No, I didn't. No. I said, I mean, unless somebody drops one of those weapons on us, I was then I was like using the term of mutually assured destruction.
Oh, the nukes?
Oh, yeah.
You were talking about nukes. Somebody else said EMP there. Okay.
Yeah, like once a nation that has that weapon takes action, like all bets are off. It doesn't matter
Gotcha.
how much money we spend on military. Like I will forever preach is if our military spending is predominantly on supporting our troops, both that are both in service and those who have served, I'm all for it. Spend $1 trillion. I don't care. I'm just tired of like all this. And I'll understand that there's a significant amount of there's significant amount of people in this country that are employed by the defense industry. So you have to think about uh, the financial aspects of if we were to get out of the business of like making weapons, right? I'm just tired of weapons. Like I'm sure everybody is, but there's people on this
Yes.
panel that are in that industry, and I understand that they're employed as a result. A lot of people, probably millions of people around this country, employed as a result. I'm just tired of spending money so that we can go ahead and do regime change around the world. It's absurd.
No, I agree. I completely agree. Yeah, and I'd rather my money go to like feed people than to unalive people.
I voted for Trump, so I just want to chime in on this real quick.
Sure. Yeah, how
and
do
I'm
you
also,
feel about that? What he's doing right now?
You guys already know my background a little bit, and with that, I'll be honest. Over time, I've become extremely anti-war. I think war should be the last resort. But and I don't think we give diplomacy a chance in this world as much as we should. And I think majority of these problems that we have in the world can be solved through conversation rather than unaliving one another.
So, Daily, what
What's
are
up?
you thinking? What are you thinking about the boom boom on those
Well,
boats?
this is my opinion, and again, I don't have the intel or anything around me that I could say definitively what they are doing or not doing. This is just my opinion, and my opinion is I don't agree with it. Just because the reason I don't agree with it is because exactly what I stated earlier. I don't agree with war. I've seen enough lives
Good.
lost on both sides It doesn't matter. And this is my problem with Biden too, right? And I'm gonna be honest. And this is my and I'll say the fault on Trump, and I'll say the fault on Biden. Both sides. And I said exactly what I was saying earlier. I don't think we give diplomacy a chance. And I think not even engaging with the other side, no matter how evil they are, not even engaging in diplomacy with the other side is bad. And that's what he did when it came to the Ukrainian war with Russia. He shut them down completely. That was my issue.
Who shut him down?
Biden, he did not engage in diplomacy after the Geneva.
With Putin is who you're talking about, right?
Exactly, right.
Yeah. I mean, sure, there are some criticisms there. But you know what Donald Trump is also doing, though, is trying to get Ukraine, the victim of Russian aggression, to give up its land in exchange for peace.
So this is someone that has lost a lot of people in war. I lost 30 people in Afghanistan in a helicopter crash, and because of that, I spoke with a couple of the loved ones of the people that were lost. One of them was a good friend of mine, and I spoke with the mother of that person, and hearing the like what they're going through, and hearing all these other things, and coming from a world where I was basically like, okay, we war is good. This is why we're trying to justify war, right? And then hearing the other side on what the real cost of war really is, and trying to understand that really hit home with me. And I'm like, I cannot I can't support this. I can't. It's not just then I thought about it.
Do you still support Trump?
I don't support any war. Let me just say, I don't support.
Well, I think what the question is like, considering that Trump is leading us towards a couple of wars, do you support him currently?
I don't support any president leading us into war.
No,
so you no longer support Trump, or are you?
I don't support. I don't support the war. No.
How about Trump?
There's parts of it that he's doing fine with. I'm not saying that everything that he does.
Well, I think he's answered the question. He said he doesn't support war. He's been consistent.
That doesn't say
he's been consistent with that.
Trump somewhat, which is weird because he's also part of one of the wars that he's supporting. Trump is a war against the United States people. So I'm kind of,
that's fair.
Wondering how far has he gotten?
But you're talking real war, like with military. I'm talking about that. Okay, that's my background. That's my experience.
Well, he sent
military or
troops,
pseudo military into our cities. That's the same
I'm
thing
talking about.
Yeah, he sent troops into the cities.
Yeah,
into American cities.
People like ICE and stuff. To people that's getting picked up, that's war to them.
I'm talking about international conflicts.
But still, that's still war to the people that's getting picked up.
I get it. I get it. What you're saying.
Hear me out, please. To the people that's getting picked up by ISIS and stuff, it's war to them.
I get it, and and that's and I don't know what to say to that, but the thing is, if you think about international conflicts like Sudan, Yemen, I think those are real conflicts. Those are real wars that are going on right now. That's what I'm talking about. I don't agree with stuff like that. I don't agree with Ukraine. I don't agree with Sudan. If you're going to try to compare what's happening in the U.S. to Sudan, you got to get your brain checked.
Not quite. But what I am saying is this.
Because those people,
one moment.
Those people like Chicago.
One moment, Lebo.
Let me say this real fast. Chicago, when they got the black helicopter down, came the black helicopter, and those zip kids getting zip ties, 3 to 5 years old kids.
Like I said, that's
still war.
That's a shitty situation. But look up what's happening in Sudan.
Do you know
what's happening in Sudan?
Do you know why ICE is like so intense now?
I don't. I'm not. Again, I don't deal.
I was just answering. They're intense because of Democrats like previously hurting them, and previously blocking them from getting their job done. That's why. That's why.
Say it again. I missed that.
But as I was saying,
he said, you know why ICE is so intense? Because the Democrat.
I mean, when Obama was
those big bad Democrats,
that's what they're supposed to be.
with their
When
purple
Obama was
hair
deployed-
and their nose rings. They're so scary. Those Democrats.
But as I was
They
saying
were
before,
setting things on fire. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
hey,
they set things
hey,
on fire as soon
at
as I
least,
showed up and started
at
firing
least,
at them. Yeah.
Master, at least they didn't shit on the desk and wipe their shit on the walls of the
and this
Capitol,
is,
right?
and let's go back to the Ukraine thing where we were talking about, and before we pivoted off about the
Well,
Trump thing.
the only reason we pivoted because I was trying to figure out like where your stance actually
Your
was due to the
baseline.
fact that I don't have it. I don't like the idea of the United States running around bullying everybody. But currently, the guy you voted for is also including people specifically like me. I'm black in
I'm
this
black.
war that he has against certain cities and certain places. So
Well, again, we're pivoting,
it's
but
not as bad yet. But why are we just ignoring that until it gets to a situation?
again, I see it as the last president and this president have both continued on the same path when it comes to war. The only difference is, and this I'll give Trump, and you gotta give credit where credit is due on this part, right? Trump did take the step towards diplomacy with Russia.
He did.
He did.
Wait, no. He just capitulated. That's what he wanted to
Wait,
do.
wait,
he
Kari,
opened
can
the
I ask you?
Yeah.
Sorry,
So-
guys. Can I ask you a question, Kari? You said Trump's coming after you because you're black. Did you just say that?
Yes, I said that.
Are you? That's the most stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Because you
No,
don't
it's
know.
not.
Okay. Well,
Because you're
ignorance
black.
is
How is he
different
coming
than-
after you because you're black?
Aaron,
Me being stupid.
Aaron, you just showed up here, and Daly was trying to say something.
That's dumb.
And Daly,
Yeah,
okay,
because
well,
you don't know, Aaron. That's
okay.
fine.
Oh yeah, he's
Well,
coming for black people. How?
Aaron,
Where are
hold
you,
on,
Aaron?
buddy. Hold on, man.
This is
Carrie,
stupid, bro.
Where are you, Aaron?
Carrie, hold. Okay, I'm going to drop
Sorry,
Aaron.
go ahead.
Okay, just hold on, because Carrie and Delv were having a discussion here. I'd like to hear that out, and then I'll get to you, Aaron.
So the
Daly,
question.
go ahead and make your point that you were trying to make.
My point is, diplomacy is when you open talks. Talking is gonna. I think it's the only way to solve any problem in the world, right? If me and you are disagreeing with one another, we talk it out rather than fight it out, and that's always the better option. That's something we tell our kids. That's something that's true in real world as well. And so, coming from that perspective, if you completely shut down the opposition, completely, you don't even engage in conversation. That means
How you
that
gonna say diplomacy?
let me finish.
But
Before
but
you-
you,
no,
hold
let
on.
me let
But
me
you said
finish.
diplomacy.
Well, no,
you said
he
give
was
credit
he
where
was
credit's
still
due.
talking, Lebo. He was still making his point. Let him make his damn point.
So if you don't open up that conversation, now granted we could agree to disagree on what's taking place in that conversation, right? But I'd rather agree to disagree on that conversation than no conversation whatsoever. Because when you have no conversation, you're gonna get fire trying to put out fire. If you have a conversation, then you have a potential. And we saw this in Afghanistan. We saw this in other countries as well. Diplomacy always beat out the weaponry. We never have won a war since World War II with just straight firepower.
Well, that's true.
Okay.
But diplomacy depends on both parties.
And I don't think that was the goal for most of our wars
you want to
afterwards.
talk about diplomacy when he released 5,000 T-Band group and he didn't invite the Afghan government when he's talking about
That's totally
Putin,
inaccurate what you're saying.
when he
by
was
the
talking
way.
about that is accurate.
Bringing
When he
in
was
the
talking
timer.
about Putin,
It's not accurate.
when
what
he
you're
was
saying.
talking about Putin
Aaron
and
is one of those
and
other Trump
Ukraine
supporters.
and Ukraine did when he went to Alaska, the Zelensky was there. When Zelensky came to the White House, he kicked them out. There was no diplomacy there.
Bro, stop. Like, first off, you don't
So
even
there
know
was
this.
no
Bro,
diplomacy
stop.
there.
He has a
So-
timer. I'll come to you, Aaron,
So-
after he's done.
So there was no diplomacy. He reduced our troop in Afghanistan to 2,500 and released 5,000 T-Band group. So where was the diplomacy there?
Well, to their point, I think the diplomacy they're talking about is a willingness to speak to Putin, which Biden openly said he wouldn't Now, to be fair, I'm not sure that Putin would have ever been able to be diplomacied. Now, Aaron, welcome in, man. You jumped in a couple of conversations there. My apologies, but I'm going to give you your timer. Go ahead and make your statements. Go ahead.
Well, the problem is, I want to say that, like, a lot of people in America, like, especially this Lebo guy, they have this loose surface level understanding of geopolitical, like, events and how the government works. It's just pretending to be smart. It's just annoying. And then the other guy up here is just fear mongering, saying Trump's going to come after black people, which is stupid. It's just like, you people live in these, like, ridiculous fantasy worlds where you just don't understand reality, our logical reasoning, our critical thinking. And that's why you come on these panels, you just fearmonger, say a bunch of bullshit that you put, like, that you have conviction with. So now it's true, which is not. You can't back up anything you ever say. And that's why you vote for Democrats, because they can easily socially engineer and manipulate you because you're weak emotionally and mentally. So it's just really annoying to hear you talk and say that and spout your nonsense on these panels and just, like, just spew more propaganda and clickbait.
Nobody's keeping you here.
Hold on, Lebo.
Okay, well,
Aaron,
I just have one thing to say.
What you've just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Everybody's heard that a million times. And plus,
Aaron,
I'm totally correct.
Aaron, I have a question.
I'm totally correct with the lack of intellectual.
I'm just fucking with you, Aaron.
Aaron.
Any place that I can use that, I use it. So, who would like to go next?
Aaron, I would like, please.
Is that Carrie?
Aaron,
Okay, go ahead.
Can you give me a solid reason as to why you voted for Trump in general, if you voted for Trump at all?
Can you give me a solid reason why black
No.
people need
I
to
asked
vote
you
as
the
a
question. Don't
race
switch
for
it back.
the Democratic Party that hung you from
switch it
trees?
back. Yes, I could, but no. I asked you the question.
Yeah, that makes sense,
don't
right?
jump. No, don't run away. Answer the question.
Yeah, he voted for Trump because Trump.
Okay, hold on.
I voted for Trump because I'm not a brainwashed plantation
No. That's not an
walking
answer, sir. Why did
house
you vote for Trump?
Negro that literally supports people that oppress me.
No. Answer the question.
I answered the question, buddy.
No, you're not. You're being emotional.
No, I'm not being emotional.
Yes, you are.
I answer your stupid
Okay,
question.
let me.
Okay,
hold on, real quick. You guys are now talking over each other. I'm gonna mute both of you. What is the question, Carrie? Ask the question. Hold on, Aaron. Ask your question again, Carrie, and then I'm gonna give like 15 more seconds here so that he can answer. Go ahead, Carrie. I did mute you, so go ahead and unmute and ask your question again because I don't remember the question.
Gotcha. So Aaron, what specifically made you vote for Trump? And saying, because I'm not a brainwashed tap dancing, because you are. But
I'll answer your question. You can stop talking.
No. You asked me a question after
I'm answering
one.
your question, so you can stop talking now.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're crazy.
Well, go ahead, Aaron.
To answer your question, I voted for Trump because I cannot stand the manipulation, the race baiting, the just outright fuckery of the Democratic Party. It's disgusting.
So no policy.
I can name policies. I like First Step Prison Reform Bill. I like the Music Modernization Act. I like
to interrupt you. I do like the Music Modernization Act. That's the only thing that he ever did that would impact.
The First Step. That's not the only thing. The First Step Prison Reform Bill. When he
federal.
When he literally freed tons of black people out of jail for nonviolent criminal offenses, which I think was very good on him to do that. And then on top of it, like, I'm not even done yet, bro. You just want to see the problem that I have.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
What the problem I have is
like when you it's
yeah,
okay
everybody just talk.
He's got a timer. I gave Aaron a timer so he can flesh out his answer.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
you're all interrupting. Anyway, it's just like just because you're black doesn't mean you vote for somebody or for a political party, okay? That's the stupidest thing you could ever do. And that's what a lot of black people do. I'm going to vote for Democrats because they help the black people. You're stupid. You're actually a dumb person to ever think that.
You all done?
Can you play that again?
Because Democrats are evil as fuck, bro.
That's
Liberal,
hilarious.
can you play that again?
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having
And
listened to it. I
can
award you
I
no
say
points,
something?
and may God have mercy on your soul.
Yeah, name one thing that Democrats have actually done
I'm
for black
sorry, Aaron.
people.
I had to do it.
I can't. I'll wait.
Inflation
Hold on.
Reduction Act.
Okay,
I'll wait.
hold on, guys. Somebody else
Jobs
said they
Act.
wanted
Oh,
to
sorry,
jump
go
in.
ahead.
Inflation Reduction Act.
Who
They didn't do
else?
shit, bro.
Who else wanted to go? I heard somebody saying they wanted to say something.
I want to jump in real quick.
Delve. Okay, go ahead, man.
So Lebo talked about we were talking about diplomacy and all this other stuff, and you can't talk to Putin and whatnot. But if you don't talk, if there's two people fighting and they don't ever talk, how do you stop that fighting without talking? That's a question to Lebo.
Lebo.
You know, don't you get like Zoom TV, like Zoom? You can get them on cameras. They could be in one place. They get them together.
And do what? Talk?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Talking.
yeah, that's the same. But he doesn't do that.
Diplomacy. But you got to remember, when Biden came into office, his exact words were, "I will not." He wanted to overthrow Trump or Putin. Sorry, he wanted to overthrow Putin, and he wanted a regime change in Russia at that time. When he came on, he mentioned it even once. And you cannot talk to a guy that wants that in your country.
Biden can't talk anyway.
Well, what I'm saying is you can't talk with someone that's putting that forward in your country. Russia is a nuclear superpower.
Don't you love how the Democrats gaslit us for 4 years and told us that
Hold on. No, Russia is hold on, let me finish.
But Daily,
Go ahead.
okay. Liberal said about it's true. He didn't want to talk to Putin.
Right.
How about that? How about the Afghan when he released 5,000 T-Bang group?
Again, I'm talking about diplomacy in a war that could potentially lead to a third world war.
Yeah, he's veering off.
And you got to remember, and you're switching the topic, and I'm talking about Ukraine.
I'm not
and
switching
Russia.
the topic. You was talking about diplomacy.
I'm talking about diplomacy in Russia and Ukraine.
So diplomacy is when you get the Afghan wasn't with the T-Ban.
We're talking about Russia and Ukraine.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah. So here you go. Serious talk between.
Bro, you're like the most uneducated person up here.
So serious talk between Biden and Putin set stage for diplomacy, and even in the speech after the Geneva summit, he did intimate that he would sit down and talk with Putin. Putin didn't want to.
Why would Joe Biden can't even talk?
And so
it wasn't that Joe Biden couldn't talk.
He let it go.
Joe Biden was out to lunch the whole time.
Joe Biden threatened Putin.
But Daily, you brought up the T-Ban too. You talk about Afghan. You talk about the Afghan government. You did. You brought that up.
You got to give credit where credit is due.
But you brought that up. Yeah,
but you even know that the T-Ban was that's a CIA operation with Zbigniew Brzezinski.
Daily, you brought that up. I'm not even talking to you, Pooh, because you don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay, old man.
You're talking about
you really know what you're talking about.
Okay,
you're talking about the Taliban stuff, right?
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about.
The 5,000 T-Ban fighters that he released. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's inaccurate, by the way. That didn't happen like that.
You can't say that the word. That's kind of ridiculous.
But that didn't happen. It wasn't 5,000 people, so you're inaccurate.
It was 5,000.
I think you need to re-look at that information.
Aaron, why don't you do some research?
I did, and that's why I'm
no, you did.
And I'm going to tell you right now,
it's not 5,000 people.
Lebo, I'm going to answer your question. As someone that served in Afghanistan, that worked with some of these people, you understand that being, I guess, Taliban or whatever you guys want to say, is it's a form of government there. It's not an insurgency.
It's not a form of government now.
It's a form of government then.
Yeah, because Biden
left. It was
I'm Lebo. Everyone there, every little kid, woman, and child identifies themselves as T-Ban.
Yeah, they run the whole country because Biden left all the weapons there, left all that equipment there, and just pulled out.
Aaron, you should be quiet.
As someone that fought there, I'll tell you.
That's exactly what Biden did.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Taliban were not the enemy. It was Al Qaeda.
Yeah, but all of those are CIA operations.
But when you talk about Taliban
real quick.
releasing them, Taliban never did anything to the country.
Those
Here
are
you go.
CIA operations.
So here you go, Aaron. This is for you. The United States is committed to start immediately work with all relevant sides on a plan to expeditiously release combat and political prisoners as a confidence-building measure with the coordination and approval of all relevant sides. Up to 5,000 prisoners of the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, which is not recognized by the U.S. as a state and is known as Taliban, and up to 1,000 prisoners of the other side will be released by March 10th, 2020. This is literally the agreement that Donald Trump made,
what
bro.
I said, buddy. They weren't 5,000.
You said it didn't happen, and I just proved you wrong.
People weren't released.
You said it wrong. That's what
5,000 people weren't
literally
released.
said up to 5,000 people. So he was going
but
to
they
release
weren't released,
up
buddy.
to 5,000. In
5,000.
fact,
But if you research that, they weren't.
6,000 people, because it was 5,000 plus 1,000. So
But
when
they
you
weren't
said what
released,
you
buddy.
said, when you said what you said, it
doesn't
wasn't
matter
true.
what you pulled up because they weren't released.
The
Like,
fact
look at
that
the
he
effects
is
of what
willing
actually
to
happened.
release 5,000 Taliban fighters to
But they
give
didn't do
goodwill, bro,
It
he
didn't happen.
agreed that he would.
But it didn't happen.
It did happen.
Bro.
Oh,
No,
you
it
said
didn't.
something that wasn't true.
That never happened. There was an agreement
hold
and it
on,
never
hold on.
happened.
Hold on,
darn it.
hold on.
Gosh darn
There
it.
was an agreement that was made and it never was fulfilled.
You know what another agreement that
That's
was made that
fucking
was
funny.
fulfilled
That's
by
exactly
Biden?
what I said.
Trump
I mean,
pulling
this
out of
guy up here,
Afghanistan.
Hey,
you got
Aaron,
peanut gallery one up here, but like,
Aaron, really quick, what's your source for saying that we didn't have any fulfillment of any of those 5,000? What number do you think it was, and where would you find that
I got
information?
this as a report from the Afghan government in correlation with the United States government, because
Okay, so
what the Afghan government said is that the United States negotiated this deal with the Taliban without them involved.
No,
That's what they said.
I'm gonna actually explain something to you. This is actually really wonderful that I'm here, and you can actually look this up on sam.gov. So my company owns the contract with the State Department for State Department RPC. So the Refugee Processing Center directly interfaces with this agreement every single day, and the reason is that 5,000 person, right? So we have 5,000 insurgents, right, that were fighting against us, and each one of those people becomes a bargaining chip in effect. For people that we want to get back, or people that we want to. Hold on. I'm explaining it to you because you have no idea what you're talking
You don't have
about.
to explain it to me. I'm telling you,
Yeah, you
5,000
do.
people weren't released. They
So
weren't.
once again, it's not that once again,
seem
it's
to need
not
some
that
explaining.
so here, well, it's not that we're saying we're just going to
There
use
we
5,000
go.
people because then we lose all our leverage, right? So what you want to do is say up to 5,000 people may be released. Now, if I'm going to
They
release,
did. They were released. It wasn't
were
even
not
just
released.
5,000.
we haven't-
It was
we haven't
even
even-
more. It was
we
even
haven't hit our
more.
threshold yet. We haven't
That's
hit our
right.
threshold yet.
I'll get the
So the
source
way
right
this
now.
works
Hold on.
is so there's no source. Once again, the source is the State
Okay,
Department
I was
RPC.
wrong.
Yeah.
I
So the
was
way this
wrong.
works is, let's say we've got a
happened in 2020?
translator that worked with us in Afghanistan, right? And they were with us for say 3 years in Kandahar. Well, that translator, if they want to, if because they work for us, they're a target. And so what we need to do is get them to say Georgia, Florida, wherever it is where you can out process them. But we can't just bring them. We got to bring their kids, their wife, usually mothers, fathers. And the reason is that the Taliban will target them. And so in order to make sure that we out process them successfully, right, we got to trade. Right. And so these 5,000 Taliban warfighters, right, the insurgents, now we're talking to them and say, hey, look, we know that you know where these people are. They may be prisoners currently. And in order to get these 6 people, because this is the way the Taliban operates, what they will do is they will find members of your family and they will put them in prisons. They will, sometimes make sure they're not here on this mortal coil anymore. But what we have to do is use these people, these 5,000 people, as bargaining chips. So we use them as a tool to get the people out of Afghanistan who are helpful to us and members of their family. And the reason I know that and hear about it's because it's written in that fucking document. It's in the fucking document.
Hey, so may I talk for a second?
That's great.
I am Republican, and yes, they were released. 5,000 were released.
They were, and even more than that, actually, it ended up being 7,000 additional ones that they released on top of that.
And
Yeah, it was-
but here,
it was
can I say
21,
something real quick?
Yeah.
So it's not. So first of all, we keep talking about releasing 5,000 T-men, whatever. You have to look at. We never. We weren't. What the hell did the Taliban do to the U.S.? It was Al Qaeda. It was Al Qaeda.
You can justify
No, no.
all
Hold
you
on, hold on,
want.
hold on, hold on. A lot of
No,
them are
but
dirt
no,
farmers.
you want to try to justify it to a different name, dude.
No, no. It's
He
not
just
a.
the liberals just brought everything up.
It's a. That whole war was BS against
Yes,
Taliban.
it was BS, but he still brought up Taliban.
It doesn't matter. They weren't a
I
threat.
just
does
want I
matter.
just want to interject one last thing because I got to get a phone call soon. Is that the T-Ban were also CIA ops? So
That's
that
right.
entire idea of far right Islamist propagation was our fault. But I hope most of you, everybody but Aaron, have a good day. All right.
Yeah, take it easy. Yeah, they were splintered from the Mujahideen, which we created in the 1980s.
But what was the? And this is the same thing I would ask when you're talking about Afghanistan, right? Ask the same questions about Russia. What is the end state? What was the end state with Taliban? And ask the same thing. What is the end state with Putin? And the only difference in this, the big difference actually, is Russia is a nuclear power state. So if you end up with the same outcome as Afghanistan, that's not going to be pretty with a nuclear power state with instability in that country. So think about that.
Well,
I gave Russia Ukraine back basically as first to lead the world army because it was a phony nation for the sole purpose of quote unquote weakening Russia.
Yep, it was Zabibnu Brzezinski who trained Osama bin Laden from the Mujahideen, who created the Mujahideen. It's Zabibnu Brzezinski.
I mean,
Carter.
realistically, people are like for Ukraine against Russia, for Russia against Ukraine. I'm like, dude,
Ukraine's the most corrupt country in Europe.
It's not even about that. Look at the lives lost, and how do you minimize that?
You try to negotiate a peace deal with these people, but the thing is, like,
that's all I'm trying to say is like someone.
But the thing is with Afghanistan, like this whole 5,000 people release situation. So I'm looking it up. I was just looking into the information about that. So they were released, but with a lot of nuance. It was like, the phasing, like all, certain criminals were like considered this or that, but like, but the whole deal with with the Taliban in general, like he's right. There was no reason to go to war with Afghanistan at all.
We had no reason to detain these people.
There was no reason to go to war with Afghanistan.
There's no reason to go there.
There wasn't.
Because there's trillions in lithium in Afghanistan, and because they want to control the opium.
But let me make
back to Cascadians and legalize free needles. Right.
Let me make very clear the timeline here because I lived through all of that. Right. And I was opposed to the Iraq War. I was opposed to the Afghanistan War as a Democrat, and Republicans. You're anti-American. You're unpatriotic. You don't support the troops. The entire fucking time that I was opposed to the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Republicans are no longer the warmongers. Now they're ones pushing for war and, simping for all of the shit that Donald Trump is doing. So don't sit up here as a Republican if you're over the age of like 35
but what about
and act like you didn't. They're a fucking problem too, man. That's why I call out myself a fucking liberal. No, neoliberals are neoliberals. Fucking Ronald Reagan was the neoliberal. That dude was a neoliberal.
Are just as bad.
I would argue worse.
On top of it, let's talk about the wars.
We're not going to delve into a debate. We're not going to delve into a debate over semantics and labels.
Yeah, it's a paradigm. It's bullshit.
No. The United States ended 11 years ago.
My entire adult life, Republicans,
they have dinner together.
Republicans,
the more people
Republicans,
the
base.
The more desperate.
No, Democrats.
Listen,
that party is collapsing.
Okay, here. I'm. The more people talking over you, I'll mute you so that I don't have to talk over you. How about that? Look, my entire adult life, Republicans, the same people that turn around and turn MAGA. They were telling me that I was unpatriotic, I was un-American, I hated this country, that I should move out because I opposed this war, and all of a sudden, this same fucking party that spent my whole life criticizing me for opposing this is now all of a sudden opposing it
But
and acting as if we're pushing this shit. Get the fuck out of here with that.
bro, you're wrong
Yeah, no
because you're
shit.
talking about the
Get
Project
the
for a New
fuck
American
outta here with
Century.
that.
You're talking about the Project for a New American Century.
Play
New
that
American
again,
Century with Paul
liberal.
Wolfowitz, with Dick Cheney, with all the names you know from the Bush administration, which are all neoconservatives. It wasn't all Republicans that were supporting that. It's the neoconservative arm of the Republican Party that took it over. Because the Republican Party was not even like that before the neoconservatives took it over. Same thing with the neoliberals taking over the Democratic Party. Clinton and Obama started wars. Obama toppled the government
never
in
started
Libya.
war.
So
And
what
this
are
is-
you
and
talking
this-
about?
and this is
There is
what
no,
one thing
there
that
is no
gets
like
me.
left or right with that situation.
How
You
old
have-
are you?
I'm
How-
44, bro.
You're 44. Who did you vote for in 2000?
2000?
Mm-hmm.
I voted for the Democratic candidate.
You voted for who?
In 2000, that was actually I didn't vote in 2000.
Okay.
'Cause I was in the army and I didn't vote. Actually,
Did you
I was
vote for
already-
Obama?
Never.
You never. So who did you vote for?
I didn't vote in 2008, and then in 2012, I voted for third party.
And you didn't the whole time. You didn't support
Gary Johnson.
You
I
didn't
voted for Gary
support
Johnson.
the Iraq War at any point.
No, never.
Never. But you were a conservative.
I'm not a conservative. I'm a liberal.
You are liberal.
Yes.
I'm a conservative.
A
and I don't
liberal
support-
supporting Donald Trump currently?
Yes.
Wait, can I bring up a question?
Really?
Wait, I have
Just
a
for
real
anybody.
question. You're
I'm not,
a
like,
liberal
listen,
supporting
Bullshit.
Donald
Yeah,
Trump.
the Democratic Party is done for right now.
Well,
Like,
if you're going to
it's
piss on
been
my face,
totally
just tell me you're
co-opted by,
pissing on
like-
my face. Don't tell me it's right.
They've been
okay?
totally co-opted by leftism now for some
Not-
reason.
Okay.
It used to
Not
be
really.
neoliberal, but now it's like leftist versus
So Aaron,
the neoliberals.
let's look at recent
Yes,
outcomes.
no,
Right?
that's
Abigail
true.
Spanberger in Virginia. Abigail Spanberger in Virginia. She is a former CIA agent, very
Great.
moderate centrist. She won by 14 points in Virginia. At a governor's
CIA
race.
agent, great. What a
Great. I worked for
trustworthy
the
person
agency.
she is.
No, I worked for the agency too. I've also worked for the NSA. You'll find that
The
we are some of
CIA
the
is
most
a
competent.
rogue agency and it should be
No,
dismantled.
what do you make? Okay, where do you get this information that the CIA
The CIA is a
agency?
rogue agency, and it
According
has
to
been
who?
because they've been funding themselves with running
They can't fund
substances and pew-pews and weapons and all kinds of things that they engage in
What do
because
you think
the
the
U.S.
CIA
government
does?
I
won't
can't
fund them.
trust what you say
What
anymore.
do you think the CIA does, Aaron?
The CIA does black ops. They do regime change. They
You
do
know
all
research,
kinds of
bro.
Like
like
a-
snaky,
Yeah,
evil
the-
shit
So-
around the world.
Uh-huh.
So let's talk about the other things the CIA does, right? The CIA exists as an intelligence gathering arm, mostly. So probably 95% of the operations that we have, where the CIA interfaces the NSA and the DoD and the FBI, Homeland Security.
You
is
really
that the
believe
CIA
that, buddy?
Yes,
you
I
worked for
worked
them?
for the agency. Look me
Oh yeah,
up.
the agency's
Wait,
so
Aaron,
benevolent. Like, yeah, right,
Aaron.
bro. That's a bunch of
Yeah.
nonsense.
So
What about
no,
MK Ultra?
realistically,
What about Project Blueprint? What
What
about
about all the? Yeah,
what
once
about
again,
what
yeah,
about
once
the
again, you,
Fast
you,
and
what about
Furious?
Well, Aaron, Aaron,
let's do it the other way, Aaron. I
Aaron,
listened to you
Shane
rattle
isn't-
for 15 minutes. I
Shane
listened to you
isn't
rattle for 15
saying
minutes.
Shane's
Yeah,
out of
also,
his mind.
Let's be
Shane-
very clear, Aaron. Not only am I a better musician than you, and have I sold more albums, after I got out of music, I had another career. So I went 6 times
You're a
platinum by
better
the time I was
musician
20.
than me. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, even
What do you even
congratulations
play,
on
bro?
guitar, keyboard,
Guitar,
bass.
keyboard, like yeah, right, bro.
So I'm a multi-platinum producer. Yeah. So
For
what
who?
do you? Travis Scott, Panic the Disco, Carrie
Travis Scott's a
Underwood.
Satanist.
Travis Scott
What
is my
the fuck
former
does
client.
that have to do anything
Anyway,
He's a
with
total
so-
Satanist.
Bro,
Aaron.
why do you keep throwing out these weird fucking
Because
Satanists,
it's true.
CIA, Blue Beam, Project? Like, come on.
Yeah. So what I would
Wait,
what
can
I
I
suggest
say
you do
something real quick?
is that
You play
people
guitar.
like
you produce Travis
play
Scott.
guitar,
What
too. Yes,
I
track
did.
of Travis Scott have you produced?
I'll play guitar for
I
you.
produced all of Al Faro and half
I
of Rodeo.
pick and I grin.
So anyway, Aaron, I appreciate you asking. Thank you for recognizing the hard work I
He
also
is a
did with.
Satanist, though. By the way.
But I also worked with pop and country musicians as well. It wasn't just exclusive to working in rap music.
So I mean, are you trying to one up me because you think you're a better
yes.
producer than me?
So not only am I better at music, I'm better at life. It's
You're
kinda cool how
not
that works,
better
isn't
than
it?
me, buddy.
No,
You can
don't
tell
worry, I
yourself
am.
that. I mean, you work
No,
for
I
a
am.
captured
You think you're better
agency,
than
and you
anybody
think you're
'cause you're
smart.
better at
You
life.
think you're
Yeah,
smart
no.
because you like, for what reason? You think you're better? You think you're smarter?
So I'll give
Like,
you a
you
couple
don't even
reasons
know
here.
who I am, bro. You don't even know what I'm
I
capable
looked you
of.
up. I looked you up. Yep. Yeah, you're
You
kind of
didn't, you
you're
didn't look
middling at
anything
best.
up, bro.
You're
Okay.
unimpressive.
You looked me up in
So
5
you
seconds.
judge
Like,
people
come
on
on,
their
bro.
lifestyle. You
Okay.
judge
So
people on their
here's what
lifestyle.
we'll say.
I don't know who
Credential-wise, right?
Aaron is either.
When
It
I went to
doesn't
the
matter.
university,
Like he
okay,
has to make it personal because
it's
he
not
works for a
personal.
captured
You're
agency
because
that's
you're just
evil.
you're
Did
You work
you
for the
rattling
go
off
up there and made
CIA,
it
nonsense.
and then you work
personal?
for Travis
Did
Scott.
You're
you,
Like,
Aaron?
rattling
Did you
off
came
you
up there
might
and
be a
made it
nonsense.
Satanist
personal?
yourself.
Hold on,
Hey, Aaron.
everybody. Holy fucking shit. I'm muting.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting a mute. I can't fucking hear a goddamn word anybody's saying. Okay. Aaron and Shane, please one at a time, guys. Nobody else jump in. When they're done with this, then I'm going to get around the room. I just can't hear anybody. So
Yeah, sorry, man.
Shane, go ahead and make your contention. Aaron, respond to it. Let's do it, with a
Yep.
little decorum.
So the idea here behind the CIA is that they are an intelligence arm and they interface closely with our Five Eyes partners in Canada and England, Australia, New Zealand, right?
New World
And
Order.
what we okay okay, I'm going to explain something to you, Aaron. There's a little thing called self-control, right? And self-control
I don't
goes
need
like
you to
this.
explain. Just finish what you're
When
saying.
when I'm talking, you
I
listen.
don't need a speech from you. Just finish what you're saying.
No,
Okay,
I know you don't.
just finish your point, Shane. We
Yeah,
got it.
so
We got it.
the idea here is that there are people and there are organizations that you've probably never heard of and will never interact with. And because they are ideologically bent and broken in a way that is probably hard for you to understand, they want to hurt Americans. Now, I don't know why they want to hurt us. They would never make any rational sense to a real person. But every single day, people who go to work in Langley, what they do is, and also overseas when they're deployed, is they try and protect you from people who are highly irrational and would like to pose cybersecurity threats, would like to poison your water supply, would like to explode massive devices next to sporting events. And what they do is they gather intelligence to make sure bad people don't do things that hurt Americans. And that's the majority of the work being done by the CIA. And it has to happen all overseas, by the way. And then if you get something that's actionable with the CIA, because the CIA can't operate inside the United States, they pass it off to DHS. They have to, pass it off to the FBI, or sometimes even local law enforcement agencies, and they work in conjunction to make sure that bad things don't happen to bad people. Now, people
Yeah,
like
okay.
you are going to say that the CIA has all these black budgets and that they're operating secretly, and once again, they can only operate at the direction of members of Congress and the Senate. If they get a black budget, once again, that's a discretionary item. Congress has to authorize that budget. So if you don't like what the CIA is doing, remember, it's members of Congress that authorize those budgets behind closed doors in skips to say that yes, we want to do these things, and there's reasons we wouldn't want to disclose it to the public. But remember, those are people you're still electing. That's how those budgets exist. So if you have issues, remember, it's your voting. Remember, you're a quote unquote a liberal voting for Trump, which is kind of like saying I'm a rabbit voting for rattlesnakes. It doesn't exactly make sense, but more power to you.
Oh, you're so witty,
Shane,
buddy.
Shane, I want to
That's
correct
pretty
you
good,
on
though.
something real
Yeah,
quick.
yeah. I'm gonna
Well,
respond
hold
to
on.
this
I'm gonna
nonsense. Honestly,
since Shane got well over a minute, I'm gonna give you a minute and a half, Aaron, to make your response. Go ahead.
Can I just correct
okay.
him real
So
quick
first off,
before he starts?
the CIA is yeah, they are directed by Congress, but the problem is their funding doesn't actually come from Congress. They've been running black ops for funding for years. And that's been proven multiple times. And you're sitting here trying to pretend like the CIA is such a benevolent force, such an altruistic force, like helping Americans. That's bullshit. They run their own operations. They've been toppling governments for 30 years, and you're going to sit 40 years probably, and you're going to sit here and defend them? Like, that's insane, bro. The CIA the CIA needs to be dismantled, honestly, and gotten rid of. Just like the Federal Reserve, just like Five Eyes, all this crap, like all these like operations that benefit the global banking elite, like the Bilderberg, World Economic Forum, Club of Rome, Council of Foreign Relations, Trilateral Commission, and you are totally in support of all that stuff because you support a New World Order and you support what they're doing. And I can see that in your voice. I can hear it. You're talking about Travis Scott. Travis Scott literally had a festival that was literally emitting like low frequencies, like pulses that literally cause people to stampede and unalive each other. But and that band is a Satanist, obviously. And I just don't have any honestly, I think that you can explain what the CIA does in a certain way, but they're still evil and they're still conducting black ops. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, Aaron. Now, I don't know anything about the Travis Scott stuff. I'll look into that, but let me get around the room. Somebody else had tried to jump in there at some point. I don't know who that
Daily.
was.
I did.
Daily.
Well, I wanted
Was
to
it-
talk really quick about the secret societies that
Well, hold
Travis
on,
Scott and I
let-
developed
Well,
together.
okay,
Well,
we,
no, he
we
talked about the
can't
secret
really
societies.
get into that
Oh, my
because.
Well, no, we can. I will
No,
disclose it. I
Dang,
think
let
it's
Daily
no,
go.
fair
hold
to
on.
do the
Hold
secret
on.
society stuff.
TikTok does not like that. Like I was nervous him even just using their names.
I didn't even
TikTok
use
will.
secrets. I didn't even say any secret societies.
Yeah, but you were listing off the names of some of
Daily
those
left.
things.
Well, no, but
I go
I
next.
bought a
I go
modestly
next.
sized owl statue. It was about a 25-foot owl statue. We go to the middle
Hold
of
it,
the
hold
week,
it.
some
Oh.
chance.
Oh, really?
You know, like a lot of people,
a
they
Moloch
get,
statue, huh?
well, no, it's a modestly sized owl
It's
statue.
Moloch.
We have in the middle of the woods.
Just
We
tell
do
everybody what it is. It's
Moloch.
Moloch.
It's a statue of Moloch. Of course,
Yep,
now the thing is,
exactly.
just
I
because
knew
we
that's
do
what you
chants
type of person
and
you
wear
were. I could tell.
robes and say we're part of the Illuminati does not mean that listen. I don't like saying I'm the president of the Illuminati. It's a really complex process.
Bro, you bought a statue of Moloch.
What?
Wait.
Like,
Well,
what
no,
the
listen,
fuck,
I
bro?
didn't ask to become the president of the Illuminati. They named me. Okay. And so, listen, it's a tough title. I don't recommend it. But
Okay, I assume you're being sarcastic.
I hope
I
you're
think
being
I think you
sarcastic.
picked up on that. Yeah.
Because if you're buying a statue of Moloch, that's really fucked up, bro.
Hey, Aaron. I got a
Although
question for you.
I
You
will
came up here
say. Oh, go
and
ahead, Lebo.
You
Go ahead,
got
Lebo.
mad because Shane outdid you in music,
He didn't outdo me.
CSI, all this
It's not a
good stuff.
contest,
And
buddy. It's like
and
this is not a
but you said,
TikTok
oh, he's getting
contest.
personal. But when you first came up here, you got personal.
How?
How?
How did I get personal?
Wait, can I talk?
Because I said you're not that intelligent, which is true.
Yes, here in a second.
Shane is intelligent, but he
Well,
uses
hold
it
on.
in an evil
Hold
way.
on. This is Lebo's timer, Lebo, and then I'm going to go to whoever said, "Can I go?" after that.
So like you got personal. Talk about I'm not intelligent, all this, all that. You know, and then the guy that was next to me that left, you got personal with him. But
Yeah,
when
because he said
Shane
some dumb
put you
shit.
down, when Shane put you down, because he's
He didn't
better
put
than
me
you,
down.
smarter than you, you got into your Phil.
I'm not being put down,
Yeah, you got
son.
into your Phil. That's what you did.
Yeah, okay.
And
why don't you clear that mush out of your mouth?
Because you know, you was wrong about the 5,000. You had to look it up. You don't research. You know.
And
Boom.
for the record, this is the Creative Artists Agency building. I'm pretty sure that wasn't an accident, but just saying. Anyway, now who was it that said, "Can I go?"
Me.
Who's me?
Master.
Master.
Yeah, tell
okay.
us how the CIA is
Go
so
ahead,
great,
Master.
please.
Well, I just wanted to say, like, I do support Trump, but I do not support what Aaron says at all. He's just pulling shit from Fox News out of his ass. And then
Fox
Shane,
News? What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're saying. I mean, you're putting Aaron down for being somebody different, and you look like rip-off Post Malone on your TikTok profile, so I don't even want to hear it.
Now I got to look at his profile. I don't normally look at people's profiles, but now I have to.
Come on, man.
Post Malone. No, bro, this guy
see.
works for Travis Scott. Jesus, like that to me is really bad.
Well, bro,
Travis Scott is a
Aaron,
bad person.
Aaron, holy shit, man, Master, this is your time. Go ahead.
And then I also wanted to ask a little bit ago, why are we starting a war with Venezuela?
Yeesh.
Yeah, that's the $1 million question. Or million
Because,
barrel of
we've
oil
had
question.
problems with Venezuela for a long time now. Since
Yeah,
like
I don't know,
1999, I think. Before I was even born.
Wait, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 19, so.
19. Wow.
Venezuela.
I mean, look, nobody truly knows, but Donald Trump actually tried to use the CIA to overthrow the Venezuelan government in his first term, and it failed miserably. And so I don't know if this is like revenge or what, but somebody has echo. Let me see. Okay, Aaron, that is you. You've got echo. So I muted you. Just, either fix the echo or stay muted when you're not talking. So, but who the fuck knows? Could be oil, could be minerals, could be an issue, trying to take it over for Russia. Take your fucking pick,
I mean, I did research, and it seems like it's mostly oil, but like there's other things popping up like drug trafficking or mass migration. That sounds like
drugs.
something that Trump is
Neither
pulling
of
out of his
those are
ass
an
as
issue.
well.
I thought it
So
had to do more with the
Neither of
ethanol
those are an
thing,
issue in
like that
Venezuela.
coming in the country.
Holy cow, Aaron.
That's no. I mean, this guy just released a couple of the leaders of rug runners that ran that exact
I
thing
mean,
and
it
other
is a
things.
narco
So it's
state. I mean,
It
Venezuela
is
is a
not a
narco
narco
state.
state.
it's
That's
not.
It is not a
it
narco
is.
state.
No, no.
Show proof.
Maduro is totally
Show a
corrupt.
source. Let's see a source on this. Come on, show proof.
I mean, what's the name of the gang there?
Show
Trey.
proof.
What
Show
was it?
proof.
Show proof.
What's the name of
Show
that?
proof.
Show proof.
Show proof, dude. Come on.
I mean, what? Come
Show
on, guys. Like,
Well, okay, so your mom's a man, right?
I'm not responding to that, bro. I
No,
honestly rather
we're
talk to
not
Shane than
responding
you
to you.
guys.
Show proof.
You guys are like doop 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 doop.
Yeah,
You
show
know,
some proof.
proof of what?
Hey, I have a question for you.
That Venezuela is a narco state?
If they were substance, if they were into that, then why did the U.S. military pick up 2 survivors out of the water and let them fucking go home? Explain that.
Why are you defending a socialist
Why
country that
did they
oppresses the
fucking
shit out of their
Answer the
people?
go
question.
home?
It's a socialist country. You understand
They
that, right?
picked up
Why don't you answer the
2
question, Aaron?
You don't know
picked
what
up-
they're doing.
Answer the question,
It's a
Aaron.
socialist country. They're not very
This
transparent.
guy's not good for your panel. He's an idiot.
Yep.
Yeah.
Who
Okay.
said that? Who said
did.
that? Who's I?
Democracy.
Democracy.
No.
All right. Okay. See ya.
But yeah,
I dropped you. I dropped you. Don't come up here and tell me who is good and not good for my panel. I don't want to fucking hear that. Every fucking liberal comes up here, tries to tell me how to run this goddamn show, can go and fuck themselves twice with Rabbi Shmuley's fucking dildo.
Whoa.
Hey,
Okay?
but liberal, I got a question for you. When you was talking
Yeah,
about
but-
9/11,
What
inside
now?
job.
when you was talking about 9/11,
inside job.
Inside job.
okay, 9/11, when that happened, you know, that did get the whole U.S. together. You know, everybody
Kind
was-
of.
Yeah.
Not
Aaron,
really.
National security, Homeland Security.
I lived
Why you always
through
gotta
it.
butt in?
Well, I
Because
lived
you're saying dumb shit.
I lived through it. It united people who are more apt to
you
be
was-
warmongers.
Aaron, you was a little kid when that happened.
No, I wasn't. I was in the
Yeah,
army
you
when
was.
that happened.
So
You obviously can't do math.
you say you 44, right?
I was in the army when 9/11 happened.
Well, I know.
So why do you think
right.
Did you-
Like,
did-
stop
it-
assuming shit.
Did you get deployed over there? Like,
No, I got discharged before that happened. Thank God, because my unit actually went overseas. So I'm glad I didn't go.
yeah. So, well, when it okay. So, what was your thought process then? Whenever after we're gonna smoke them out of their caves. I still remember that dumbass.
Actually,
getting in
I was
front of
totally
everybody.
against it, like the whole thing. And then, like, I talked because I thought something was when it happened. I was like, that can't be real. Because it looked like, when you look on the TV, you're like, this looks fake almost. Like the way the planes hit the buildings and all, it just didn't look right. It looked like some kind of like fakeness to it. So I went to duty and I talked to the commander because the commander had some other things he wanted to talk to me about. But then he pulled me in the office because I think he he thought he can tell me this, I guess. And we got briefed that day. And by the general, we got briefed what was going on. They said that I could tell you, I guess I could tell you now. They said no, they recovered no plane parts in Pennsylvania. They recovered nothing. There was no plane. They didn't recover anything. And then they were under the impression that the
Trust me, bro.
You doing the QAnon shit?
You've never
trust me, bro.
But no, the thing is like, so
you doing QAnon.
I'm trying to tell you a story,
look.
bro. Like
No,
what
no,
my commander told me, he said that he believed that the U.S. government with Dick Cheney was involved.
Listen, I took you a little bit seriously until you said all that. I've got the secret story that they told me not to tell, but now since I'm on TikTok, I'm gonna let everybody know. Get out of here. Aaron, what the fuck,
Cheney,
bro.
it's true.
Come on.
Dick Cheney had us on stand down that day.
Now look, I have a lot of questions about that day, right?
Bruh.
I lived through
It's
it.
totally inside job.
But I mean, come on, Aaron.
They detonated those
Fuck it.
buildings. You could tell. It was a
Okay.
controlled
Wow.
demolition.
Yeah. Okay. Careful, because now you're gonna start to affect the live, because you can't say that shit on this fucking app.
You can't say that either.
You can't say that shit,
Now
man. You
you're
can't even.
QAnon
You
shit.
can't even talk about. You
Bro,
can't
you never
even.
read
You
QAnon,
can't
bro.
even
Shut
talk about erections on here. I mean, you can talk about erections,
You can't
but
talk about
not
that either?
erections with an L. Yeah, no. You start saying that shit, TikTok will tear your fucking shit down quick, fast, and in a hurry.
I love this person right here. I saw the planes. No one saw that.
He said there was no
There was
plane
multiple
parts.
videos showing the planes hitting the tower. So
But that-
so they staged multiple videos.
It was AI.
It was all staged.
They've had it. They've had it
Since when
the
do planes
20s.
like disappear and go out of the other side of the building? Like that was obviously
Come
CGI.
on now, no. Look,
Those planes weren't even real.
Look, I'm the first guy to put on a tinfoil hat and say, "Let's have a party." But come on,
Come on, 9/11 is the biggest psyop that's ever been done.
I mean,
that's the largest psyop ever done.
When
Just like the
I'm the
Gulf of
one
Tonkin,
saying,
right?
"Okay, we're going too far
Just
here,"
like the Reichstag fire, right?
Just like the Gulf of Tonkin, right? That was
Operation
a real event.
Northwoods.
Bro, do you understand how easy it is to psychologically manipulate people with television? It's called television. They use programs through a channel.
Holy cow,
like it's so
man.
easy to figure out.
I'm glad you voted for Trump.
Oh, I'm glad you can.
He's telling us he's a liberal.
And walk
Come
and
on.
read and breathe.
Hey, liberal, didn't
Shane.
Trump say smart people doesn't like him?
Well, that's why you don't like him.
Shane, I'd love to hear your take on what we just heard. What are your thoughts?
Oh, that's not even a believable story.
Oh, I bet coming from CIA guy, I bet that's not a believable
CIA
story.
guy.
You said you were in what, the army? Is that right? What branch are you in?
The Army.
He's like,
So
I'm in the Army now.
What was your MOS when you were in?
O2 Lima.
Okay, so you expect us to believe that a general?
Not a general. My commander
general.
for my unit.
You just said there was a general who
Well,
briefed you.
you obviously you don't
You
listen.
said a
I
general
said that
wanted
we
to
got
talk to you.
briefed by the shut up, bro. We got briefed
You
by
did.
we
You
got
said
briefed by
general
the
wanted to talk
general
to me.
first, and then I talked to the commander of my unit, and he said he believes that the U.S. government's involved.
Okay, so I think that's fucking crazy.
Oh, you think that's crazy? Why?
Just a variety of reasons.
Because with George Bush, you think that's crazy?
I think that
With
George Bush
Senior
was
as the first director of the CIA, you think that's crazy?
No, he wasn't the first director of the CIA. What?
George Bush Senior
Was definitely not the first director of the CIA.
Who was the first director of the CIA?
You got to research, Aaron.
It wasn't George Bush. Are you sure about that?
That would have. So the OSS ended in 1946, 47, or whatever it was. The progenitor of the CIA.
Who was the first standing director of the CIA?
First CIA. I'll just Google it, but it definitely wasn't Bush because it
It's
wouldn't make
George
sense.
Bush Senior, bro. You're just wrong.
Porter Goss. Technically, the first director was Rear Admiral Roscoe Hillenkotter.
Of the CIA when it was formed as the actual CIA.
Yeah. So this goes back to like post World War II. And then there's a book called The Man with No Face. It's actually a really good read on this. So basically, after the CIA is kind of a merger of a couple different intelligence organizations that happened after World War II. One was called the OSS. But what we did was kind of take our intelligence orgs, one from the Pacific Theater, one from the European Theater, and the European Theater was just hyper focused, obviously, on this kind of like post World War II, Soviet Union, Cold War kind of thing, and that was really our big focus. But yeah, like I don't know. He said George Bush Senior was the first director. So I'm looking at the date timelines here. So September 1947 was when the CIA was formally established. And so, like I said, and then post World War II environment, I think George Bush Senior. I don't know.
1976, actually, I was incorrect. So 1976 is what he
just
was.
30 years off, which is good. What could happen in 30 years, right? But Yeah, I think the big piece here is that you're talking about a conspiracy that required the thousands of people to not talk for years and years. Most of them are very low paid. I think that the reason this resounds with people is because they want to believe that the United States could have done something more. And I think the issue you run into, especially after working with the IC, is that even when you have everything go right, no one talks about it, right?
But
And you
but
could
but how do you explain things like, okay, how do you explain the hijacker situation, for instance? Like some of them were being trained in Florida, some of them
Sure.
like they were finding passports on the ground and ground zero, like a passport survives
Yeah,
a
yeah.
crash. Like, you know, there's the things
Yeah.
that don't make sense. Like why how does
Yeah,
a
so
building
things that don't make
wait,
sense. So
hold on, wait, let me
okay,
ask you a
you're asking
question.
a lot of
I'm
questions.
asking you a couple questions. Hold on. How does a building that's 110 stories fall at 9 to 10 seconds at
It
free
seems
fall
like you
speed?
have a lot of questions about, how buildings fall and
But
civil
how
engineering.
did that
And
happen without explosives?
so once again, I'm not qualified to answer those questions, but we had an entire commission that went over these things where you had
Which was
engineers.
faulty.
I mean, it's faulty for a lot of reasons, but the thing is, for people like you, you'll never receive a good answer. You're never going to receive a
No
satisfactory
one's
answer
ever
because that's
answered
just
any of these questions.
no. People have, but they just never answer them to a
Yeah, but the
satisfaction that you would
pancake theory
understand.
is bullshit. That's not how
Once
a
again,
building falls.
Don't forget there were three buildings fell
and
that
then
day.
One of them
and then
got hit by
building 7.
nothing.
Right.
Exactly. So building 7 burns is an unchecked fire for whatever it was, like
That's
half a day,
bullshit,
14 hours.
bro. It wouldn't
No, I
fall
mean,
that fast.
fires in buildings cause a lot
A
of
fire
structural damage.
cannot take a building down at free fall speed.
You'd be surprised.
No, be surprised. Name one instance that's ever happened
There've been several,
with
and once again,
reinforced steel
there
buildings.
have been people who've debunked
With
this more times. I get
titanium steel, buddy. Like, I don't believe
titanium.
that.
There's no such thing as titanium steel, by the way. They're completely different alloys. They're completely different
There's no
materials.
such thing
Titanium
as
steel.
titanium or what?
No, you said titanium steel. Titanium steel is not a thing.
It's a
either
titanium
or steel.
alloy that is reinforced with the
Steel
twin
and
towers.
titanium do not make alloys together.
Because the Japanese guy that designed those buildings designed them that way.
Okay,
And then
once again,
building 7
steel
was
and
hit by
titanium
nothing. So there's
cannot
no
become
explanation
alloys.
for building 7.
Once again, steel and titanium cannot be alloys of each other for a lot of different reasons. They're corrosive for the first thing. They would literally eat each other.
Wait, titanium and steel together?
But what about Wolverine?
Well, that's adamantium. You're wrong
So-
about that.
So
Is that
big picture here
adamantium? Isn't that an alloy
Black
of
Panther.
titano steel?
We need Black Panther.
Yeah. So the big question here is
Yeah, that's
why do you
about as
believe in so
accurate
many
as
conspiracy
believing
theories?
the 9/11 Commission. It's just like believing some like fantasy story. It's about
No,
the
the
same
9/11 Commission was a
equivalent.
lot of professionals and civil engineers and scientists and
Yeah,
intelligence
right.
professionals.
Like popular
It was.
science. Like, yeah, okay. You believe that
No,
crap? No,
I
no one of you
believe-
worked for the CIA.
No, I think that when you have a scientific mind and you require evidence and
Yeah,
proof
but you
and
can't
testing and
explain a
validation,
building falling at free fall speed at 9
You
to
know
10
what? I
seconds
tell
at
you what,
110
Aaron.
stories.
But you're
I would
over
take-
40.
I would
How did
take
that
Shane-
happen with
once
an
again,
impact
I'm
from
not
a
a civil
plane
engineer.
built of aluminum?
Oh, right. Once again, I'm not a civil engineer and I'm not an architect, but I do
And what
respect the
temperature does
opinions.
steel burn at? What temperature does that steel melt
Probably
at?
so. So I can explain metallurgy really fast if you want to do that. So metals, we're not measuring a melting point, right? So when we talk about the tensile strength of any metal, and I can say this from a nuclear engineering perspective with authority, the tensile strength of
Now
any
you're
metal.
a nuclear engineer.
Holy
I have
cow,
a degree.
Aaron, can you
I
let
have a
him
degree in
finish?
nuclear engineering. Aaron, I have a degree in nuclear engineering.
Oh, Master Debater. Hold on. This is weird. Master Debater's live content contains themes that some may find uncomfortable. I have to drop you. You weren't even talking, were you?
What? I didn't even say anything, dude.
What the fuck? Yeah, I've got to remove you. What the fuck, man? So you got a violation for flag for misinformation. What the fuck?
Yeah. What happened to Aaron?
I don't know what happened to Aaron, but why the fuck did Master Debater get flagged? He didn't say a goddamn word. Like I said, we can't even discuss shit like this. But in the Canada Live, you can go to a Canada Live and talk about any fucking thing. But you come to American Live, the land of the free and the home of the brave, you can't even fucking talk about this shit. What the fuck?
We have a lot of
Jesus
censorship
Christ.
in America.
That's fucking crazy.
You know, they did a study-
Aaron, it doesn't matter if people are reporting it or not. TikTok will do that automatically in the U.S. I've
Yeah.
watched
Did you
it.
know?
That's why I said we couldn't even talk about the secret society stuff. That's what I was talking about.
Did you know there was a study launched recently that shows that China has more freedom of speech than we do?
No, they
Yeah,
don't.
I don't know
Yeah, I
about
swear
that.
to God. I swear to God, we have more censored topics when it comes to like things we can't say. Like, there's obviously unprotected speech, like hate speech and like
Bullshit.
terroristic threats and things like that, right? But our list of like banned words, banned books,
Bullshit.
banned speech, all of that is actually longer than China's.
Bullshit.
We don't have a list. Where? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Did you see the legislation that Trump passed recently about it was certain words and phrases that are banned from being taught by teachers, like words like equity and inclusion, women's suffrage. Like literally, there's a whole
Oh,
list.
right. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
well.
So,
Real
the
quick,
Department
Master.
of Defense Education, so DoD. So that's the
Real quick.
those are schools on military bases.
Real quick, Master. I'm gonna accept you, but it may violate me again as soon as I bring you up. Just to let you know, I may have to drop you immediately. So I'm gonna try it. We'll see.
Yeah. There's
Is this
actually.
is this the
Yeah.
same master debater that advocates for Germany's right to return to the Fourth Reich or something like that?
Can
Is
I
this
make
the
a
same
statement?
I
guy?
don't know. We haven't talked about that. He just got dropped for misinformation, and the dude hadn't said a word for like fucking 30 minutes to an hour. But
Wow.
it was somebody
If it's
else
the
was
guy
talking
that I
about
know
9/11 stuff.
Can I make a statement?
If it's the guy that I'm thinking of, the same master debater, he advocates for a lot of like neo-Yahtzee stuff, but I don't know if it's the same guy.
I don't think so.
Let me make a statement. First of all, I think that first of all, our country as a whole, immigration is good because we're reducing our population, and that AI is going to inevitably take jobs. And if we have a less applicant pool by immigration, by kicking people out, then it will overall benefit Americans more.
I disagree with that notion, Cancel.
Yeah, what part of it?
The part that as we move towards automation, that if we were to block immigration, that it would somehow create opportunities for Americans.
It would.
That's not true. The immigrants aren't taking your jobs, automation is. So if the automation is replacing that labor force, they're also replacing the American labor force.
No. You're wrong there. Because
Oh,
if we
okay.
have
I'm wrong
less,
about that. Right.
look at the applicant pool. If it's less, right? If you don't have 300
Cool
people
for what field?
Guys, don't forget to support the show by tapping and gifting. I have a goal of 50 donuts. Please send some gifts and some support my way. Sorry, go ahead, guys. I'm ready for this conversation.
I'll tell you what
Party
field,
time.
right? Originally, right? It's farm work labor, right? But you go into second, third generation, it's jobs that we fucking actually work, right? You're going to IT, you're going
We
to
work
accounting,
field jobs.
You're
What do you
going
mean
to
jobs we actually work?
you're going to IT, you're going to banking, you're going to all these industries.
Okay, what do you mean we don't work field jobs?
Well, that's why we have immigrants in the first place, right?
Oh, you mean Americans don't work field jobs? White people.
Yeah. Well, no,
Okay,
not
okay.
white people.
I
Just
just wanted you to
Americans.
clarify your racism.
No, it's not racism. It's fucking Americans, dude.
No, your assumption that immigrants come here to do field work exclusively is racist.
It's not. It's
Wait.
fucking reality, dude.
Okay,
All right.
so
Yeah,
what's
you're
the
right. Every
contention
single-
here? Okay, so what do you believe is racist, Bilford?
So my contention with his argument is that he thinks automation is only going to protect American jobs and hurt immigrants coming here to work, which is horseshit. As automation replaces the labor force, it's going to replace the entire labor force.
That's true.
It's not like we only.
It's
not
not.
like we're
It's
only going to
not.
have white people in the work industry. We're only going to have white people in the factories. Get over yourself.
Well, that's where you're wrong, right?
Oh, okay.
Automation,
I'm wrong.
automation is going to
Factories
create.
are whites only. Whites and
Hey,
machines only.
Yeah.
Guys.
Wait, okay.
Doctor, could I say this?
Yeah, sure.
Because, Bilford, that's your name?
Yeah, you can just call me Bill if that's too hard. Okay, Bill. He's correct. Bilford is correct because I work in a mine, and one of my mine, all they got is automatic, like unmanned trucks, and it's not majority of immigrants that's working there. So it's going to take over everybody's job.
It will.
Yeah, that's what I was
So
saying.
do you see my full username? Can you see there's a hammer and sickle at the end of my username?
Socialism.
Nobody can see that shit, dude.
Communism.
So I'm a communist, right? So communism, by definition, as a governmental institution, in theory, it comes after capitalism. So I'm a futurist. All right. So what I do is I think of what's coming down the line with AI and automation. Okay. They are going to entirely replace the labor force over time. So our alternatives are to have a dystopia where everybody starves and suffers, or we transition to a communistic society where where equity is met regardless of
Bill,
contribution.
you're looking at.
Can you stop interrupting me, you absolute asshat?
You're looking
Shut the
at
fuck
end
up.
state
I'm
goals.
almost done. Golly, boy, I let you rant about bullshit. Let me rant about
I didn't
bullshit.
rant. You're ranting for fucking 30
All right,
minutes.
shut up
Go
for a
ahead.
second. Let me land my goddamn plane.
Land it.
As a futurist, I understand that communism is what comes after capitalism. And if we don't transition to a system that makes sure all equity is maintained, regardless of contribution in an automated workforce, then we're going to instead have a dystopia where everyone starves and dies because no one can afford to feed themselves because everyone's out of a job. So like the alternative to dystopia is communism. All right, so get over yourself, you fucking retard. I'm sorry.
Fucking wrong, dude. You're so fucking wrong because what you're talking about.
Yeah, look, you can't say that word, guys. Come on. Can't say that word.
Look, all I'm saying is that what he's talking about is 200 years in the future, right? We, as a country, we're 250 years old, right? So a lot can happen in 250 years.
It's not 200 years off. It's 50 to 75
you're
years off.
You're looking at end state capitalism. What I'm
Which
saying
we're
is
in
that
now.
there's a
We're
lot
in late
space.
stage and end stage
Shut
capitalism
the
now,
fuck up.
sir.
What I'm saying is that there's a lot of space between end state capitalism and what and where we're at
What's
now.
your source for that?
You don't have fucking source, bro. Why do you
Exactly,
ask me for
because it's a
source?
futurist concept.
Okay, so I'm confused about what the hell y'all are arguing about exactly. It sounds like you're in agreement with each other to some degree.
His contention was that automation was only going to help the American workforce by keeping immigration out. And I'm arguing with him that even if we kept immigration out, it would still hurt the American workforce unless we institute a socialist or communist policy like universal basic income.
But listen. What I'm saying is that we're going to have less jobs due to automation, due to AI, right? And
No shit.
what we need is less competition for those jobs.
We're
And
already
how we
losing
do
the
it.
AI race to China.
How we do it.
The problem, the only issue that I see with like immigration is suppression of wages, which does happen. You have an overabundance of labor, it's going to reduce wages, right? But you're talking about jobs in particular.
Yeah.
But I just don't see how those two things correlate
Because
with each
AI
other.
is going to reduce the total number of jobs, period.
For
right?
everybody, immigrants and Americans alike.
Whatever, for everybody.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Let's
And
take what you're saying as 100% fact, right? Let's say everybody's job is going to be reduced, right? The job pool is going to be smaller, right? Well, the applicants should be smaller too, right? If the applicant is smaller, you have a higher percent chance of getting the job.
Population globally goes up every year.
Okay, so
but what I'm saying is there's a difference between having immigration boost your population or having your population grow naturally, right?
I'm talking about
real quick, guys. Hold on, real quick. Blood Hydra, I have accepted your request like 3 or 4 times, and it just buffers. So just keep trying. I don't know what's going on. but it's not letting you up for some reason. Okay, go ahead.
I'm talking
Cancer.
about a
Let me
global
ask you this,
population,
Cancer.
not a national population.
Oh,
So
oh, oh.
globally, despite immigration, globally, there's going to be more people on this planet every single year.
Yeah,
So
sure.
how do you address their needs without implementing a system that covers those needs?
Well, I'll give you your fucking logic, and then I'll disagree with it. But your logic is universal income, right? That's how your solution.
Universal income, food is a
That's
human
your
right,
solution.
healthcare
I'm
is a
not
human
gonna
right,
agree with it.
education is a human right.
Here, hold
yeah.
on, you guys. Let me say this, Cancer. So, Cancer, do you want automated stuff? You want the AI?
Do I want it? No. Is it inevitable? Yes, it's inevitable. It's going to happen, period. Whether I want it or not. It's going to happen.
So do you want to be out of a job, or do you want to be able to maintain your lifestyle?
No, I want to have an economy that accounts for the fact that we're going to lose jobs. And
Well, if you
Donald
want
Trump
an
is doing that.
economy that is going to account for that, you're not going to have it under capitalism.
Yeah, you will. You will. You absolutely
You
will.
can't.
Capitalism requires a poverty
You know what they
class.
said about people who fucking raised horses when the Model T came out? They said the same shit.
I could give
They
a
said the
fuck
same
about that.
shit.
That's unrelated
They
to our
said the
argument.
same shit. They said
That's unrelated to our argument.
The cars
X and
are
Y
taking
don't
our
correlate,
jobs.
sir.
The cars,
X and
the
Y
Model
don't
T,
correlate, sir. If
It
you
does.
want an economic system that's going to cater to the needs of a proletariat that's been replaced by an AI and automated workforce, you need to have a communist or
it's the
socialist
same concept
economic
as the
system,
Model T.
because
It's the same concept.
capitalism requires a poverty class to be exploited. There are winners and losers under capitalism. Under communism, it's about equity, meaning your needs are met regardless of contribution. So how are you going to contribute when everything's automated?
Are you tired of hearing your own voice?
No, I never get tired of it.
Okay,
Yeah,
so okay, as far as like horse,
like being right.
horse industry jobs,
Yeah.
almost
Yeah,
100% of those jobs were lost
Yeah,
after the Model T. However, the thing that was lost didn't also then replace everything around it also. The AI and robotics industry isn't just going to stop with, a screenwriter or a copywriter or, a truck driver. It's going to replace all of it. Like, aside from like maybe a plumber or a
I'm giving the Model
carpenter.
T as a small example, right? As a small example, limited example, right? Where we still had jobs after it was implemented, right?
But it's not comparable.
No, it is. You can extrapolate the same example to modern AI development. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so it's comparable in the fact that something replaced something else, right? But it's not comparable because the thing that's replacing the something now is also replacing the thing that would be replacing the thing that's being replaced.
No. I think you're going a little bit too far, right? Look. As a country, we're 250 years old, right? 250 years. We lived with the Model T being implemented, with cars being implemented, with fucking horses not being the norm of travel anymore, right? So what you're stating is end state goal, right? You're stating, what happens at the end of it all, right? What I'm saying is,
do you mind if I ask how old you are?
There's a lot of space between that, and that space is reserved for things like developing AI.
Finally.
Cancel. Do you mind if I ask how old you are?
Sure.
How old?
In the 30s.
In your 30s. Okay. So I'm older than you. I just turned 40 like a month ago. Okay. So in my lifetime,
liberal.
In my lifetime, I have seen the invention of the internet. I have seen the development of AI and automation. And you and I both, you were born in 1995.
Liberal.
Okay. So in 1995, Windows 95 had just launched as the first consumer platform to access the internet. So you were born the year the internet became commercially available to everyone. Okay. I'm only 5 years older than you. All right.
Okay.
But
what's the point? What's your point?
In our lifetime, we've seen a lot of development. Okay, so when you want to talk about it's 75 to 100 to 200 years off, you're absolutely incorrect. If you look at the speed at which things have developed,
I'm not incorrect. I'm not incorrect.
To go to full automation.
You are incorrect.
If we were going to continue at the pace we've had since you and I were born, we'll be at full automation in less than 75 years. Okay, you're talking about 100 to 200 years. You're way off.
Well, if I could pop in for a moment.
Well, I heard somebody say my name several times. Who was that, and what do you need?
Stitch.
Somebody kept saying liberal.
Stitched.
What's that?
Sorry, I'm master on another account.
Okay. No, I mean, I figured. Was that you, Hydra? Was that you trying to get up? Did you then create another account, or was that somebody else?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what it was. It just kept buffering. Anyway, give me a second. I'll get back to you. And I don't even know why they banned you for misinformation. That doesn't make any sense to me.
I think you got the wrong person. I think they went to get Aaron.
Doesn't make any sense. But anyway, somebody was going to go just a second. Was that Corbin? Did you want to jump in? Yeah, go ahead, man. Good to see you.
Hello, all. Good to see you all. One of the things that Bilford, I think you keep saying that I wonder about is you keep saying that we're going to get to full automation. I guess even you guys, we're all sort of saying that. But one of the things that concerns me is that I don't even think that it's us that's getting to full automation. I think it's the Chinese that we've largely put our means of production in the hand of other nations, not even ourselves at all.
Which is why Trump's policy of not enacting regulation on AI is a good thing, because we can keep up with China.
Oh, God.
But you actually have to build the stuff, right? So when you talk about healthcare, you talk about factories, you talk about any of the things that we need, it can't just be zeros and ones. You actually have to have the capacity to do the physical work, too. You need to be able to build
It doesn't require that much physical labor. What I'm saying is that the overall GDP will be determined by AI. And not having regulation on it is a good thing, because we can now compete with all the other countries, with China.
The GDP
you know why that's not true, Cancel?
Yeah. When has not having regulation on something that's going to fundamentally change America's economy and infrastructure?
I'm not saying that we should not have any regulation. I think we should have it eventually, but we don't know the extent of how far it can go.
Cancel.
Do you understand how China operates?
Let me explain. The people that are in charge of all this stuff, these fucking tech bro billionaires that are pushing all this, let me play one of these guys, a video. They have this weird fucking mentality, and if you give them the keys to the kingdom, this is what they're going to do with it. Just fucking listen to what this guy says. They have a weird fucking view of life. This is Brian Johnson. He also made his fucking money with a pay app, kind of like, PayPal or whatever. Listen.
We are on the cusp of what is potentially the most exciting existence in the galaxy. I'm wanting to trade off what I think is primitive joy now of the debauchery of doing things versus what could be this existence. Like, for example, level 1 of ambition, start a company. Level 2, start a country. Level 3, start a religion. Level 4, don't die. Level 5, become God. No time in history has someone been able to express an aspiration to become God. You now can, and it's not crazy, right? So yeah, I'd rather go down that path than I would do the debauchery of some momentary pleasure and miss out on this amazing future.
These people are fucking weird. They want to have some fucking form of immortality. If you notice, they all look the same. They got that fucking plastic face. They go and do all these weird fucking things. He even got his son to do these plasma transfusions so that he would live longer.
That was the same guy.
Yes, these people are fucking weird. Look at him. He looks like Zuckerberg. Whatever they're doing, I guess they're afraid of dying, and they're wanting to, because you look at AI, it is not profitable. currently. Even Altman got up in front of investors and was like, well, right now and for the foreseeable future, we can't turn a profit off of it. But what we plan to do is wait until AI gets really good, and then we're going to ask AI how to turn a profit from it. And all the investors are like, but in the back of their minds, these people want to become gods. He wants to start a fucking country, start a goddamn religion, become a fucking god. Something is wrong with these people, and if you are pushing this propaganda shit that they're pushing onto everybody, you're giving them the keys to do exactly this, so that they themselves can live forever, if that's even possible, while they control everybody and everything. So we need regulation. These people are weird.
I'm not pushing that. What I'm saying is that
your assessment was
aspiration
wrong,
has
Hansel.
led to innovation.
I wanted to tell you why your assessment that you said earlier was wrong as far as deregulating AI in the United States. We are currently losing the AI race to China, as Mista said, or I think it was Mista or Corbin was mentioning how China, we've handed off our manufacturing and our automation and everything to other countries. We are currently losing the AI race to China. And partially why that is because they have laws against like the billionaire class in their country, and their means of production is they have a communist / capitalist, it's a hybrid system. So 60% of their means of production in China is owned by the proletariat, which is why they've been able to raise so many people out of poverty in that country. 40% goes to the national.
The real reason why China's
Why do you always interrupt me, dude? Why? Why do you always interrupt me?
You talk for fucking so long, dude.
And I'm sorry that you have a short attention span.
Well, go ahead and land your plane, Bilford. We do have other people here. Go ahead, land your plane.
I was working on it.
Yeah,
I was working on it.
Go ahead.
Okay, so when 40% of the means of production is owned by the government, 60% is owned by the proletariat, they're actually able to achieve what you're describing. But here in America, we have 0% of the means of production in the hands of the proletariat. So when 100% of these interests are controlled by the billionaires who want to become gods, or at the very least want to exploit labor, that's why it's going to fail with deregulated fucking labor practices in this country.
China got to where it's at because they exploited labor. Because they had a massive fucking population to work. That's what they did.
Host, may I respond to you, Council, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, because I think this conversation is really good, and I think Bilford is bringing up a lot of good points, and I understand, Cancel, why this seems like such a fun, big opportunity, right? But even taking it from the larger macro sense of what's going on, of like these people just being weird, egotistical maniacs, on the real local scale, we see what these AI centers are doing to communities, right? We see the damage they're doing. They're not bringing more jobs. They're poisoning the water supply. They are doing all sorts of a number to the local infrastructure. And that really plays into these companies' hands. Why do you think Trump decided to make sure that? Why do you think, wait, if I may, why do you think Trump decided to let them go so unregulated? A, he's getting money from these individuals, right? They make donations to his presidential library. He's been very clear that that's what he's looking for in order to have sway within his government.
Right?
And B, his family is also invested. His kids were watching him. What's the one weird kid that Trump barely talks about or knows?
Barron.
Mate, one of them.
The 8'6" kid who's like
no,
8 foot tall.
I think it's one of his daughters.
6'7".
Anyway,
motherfucker's huge.
He's literally partnering up with Saudi Arabia, right? The royal family.
Oh,
and
Kushner.
All sorts yeah, Kushner.
Yeah.
And they're doing
he's a son-in-law though. He married Tiffany. Wasn't it Tiffany? I don't remember. Either way, yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. But yeah, either way, we're watching them profit from Trump's decision making. They're partnering up with the Saudi royal family. What was because I'm big into video games, and they just spent how much money purchasing EA, like one of the biggest video game companies in the world, that's been making all these big investments into AI. So I don't really understand this weird idea that you have that somehow allowing companies to go deregulate it helps Americans. It never has within the history of this country.
What I'm saying is that AI is inevitable. We're going to lose jobs. We have to come to terms with that reality. Okay, let's start
So
there.
what does capitalism offer us under that situation?
Sorry, what?
What does capitalism offer us under that situation?
What does Trump offer us is by reducing the pool of applicants to apply for those jobs that are going to be less by immigration, right? So that's where I'm going with this.
So where's the long-term success of that plan?
Long-term success, you're going to have to talk about long-term success of AI and economies. That's we're
No. I mean,
fucking
where's
50
the
years off.
long-term success of the people of that country? America first, dude. Come on.
Well, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Look, we made it successful.
The answer is that capitalism exploits people. If you were under a communistic society and automated society, everyone's needs would be met regardless of contribution. So how do you address that under capitalism?
Because
when they
we
put profit over
succeeded for
people?
200 years under capitalism. We'll succeed for another 200 years.
No, we're in
Believe me.
late stage capitalism. You agree that late stage capitalism is a thing, right? Meaning that it has
I
an
know,
end
but
point.
but
we're already at that end point, sir.
Where we disagree is the time frame of which that will happen. I think you think it's going to happen pretty soon. I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. I think we have 100 years. We have a fucking many
What?
presidents to go through before that happens.
No. Yeah,
How do
100
we have
years
100
ago,
years?
100 years ago, you know what the big technological advancement was for
Yeah, it was a
society?
fucking steam engine or
It was
something.
electricity.
Yeah, I just had a question though, Bilford.
Electricity. And we've moved
Bilford, you
from
said that-
electricity all the way to now we can literally talk to this thing and it can tell us and solve these problems in a big fucking way in the last 10 or fucking 15 years.
Not really.
It is
But I
exponential.
wanted to-
It's exponential growth at this point. The
I wanted to ask a
advancements
question to Bilford. Bilford, where are you getting this information that China's beating the United States in the AI race? Like, what are some concrete examples of
Sure, the
how
fact
they've
that
developed
we've
their own IP?
outsourced our automation to them primarily, so they're the ones developing the technology.
Specifics.
The failure to implement the CHIPS Act under Joe Biden, which would have brought 25% of the microchip manufacturing here to America and created jobs.
We passed the CHIP Act.
Then why haven't we implemented it?
Oh, so good question. So one, China's not manufacturing most of the global semiconductors. That's still done by TSMC in Taiwan. Here in the United States, we have difficulty in building fabs. Fabs are very difficult because even one little speck of dust in a factory creates contamination. The factory in Arizona, really you lose institutional knowledge. So the reason that Taiwan is so good at it is they've spent the past 3 decades getting really, really good at institutionally manufacturing it. They've got the staff, the people, the engineers, the education pipeline, everything required. We lack a lot of the people. So we're probably not going to be a manufacturer. That's still probably going to happen primarily in Taiwan with NVIDIA. China still doesn't have those facilities, mind you. So the, whatever it is, 2-3 nanometer processes that are needed for the dies for the GPUs, China doesn't have those. The CHIPS Act did place a tariff. It was 100% tariff on Chinese manufacturing. Now, when it comes down to the individual models, the top performing Chinese models downloaded the highest performant ones are Quinn and DeepSeek. DeepSeek is a derivative of Llama 72B. It was trained using LoRa and QLoRa, so low-rank adaptation models to do fine-tuning and temperature tuning. They had some slightly improved processes with in-memory processing and collisionless hash tables. But to call them more performant from a benchmarking perspective doesn't really understand the literal tens of millions of dollars and thousands upon thousands of man hours that were put in across United States universities, German universities, British universities to make those models exist. China lacked the foundational capability to do it because they didn't have the academics to make it happen. And then when we talk about the other models, non-language models, so your Darcy's, your BERTs, your really anything outside that is used in weather modeling prediction, any kind of heat gradient prediction, metallurgical failure, those specific models are only happening in industry. A lot of them are happening in Germany and Italy, mind you, but China's still not dominating those. So when you make specific assertions and you say China is beating us in the AI race, what I would say is if you don't provide concrete examples, you sound like you don't know what you're talking about because people like me who work in it, we know that they're not. Anyway, thanks
Well,
for
I
talking.
appreciate that insight.
Damn. That's all I had to say.
Yeah, Cancel. I would still really
I
love
have
a.
no problem in admitting when someone has more information about a topic than me. I appreciate that information.
Yeah, I mean,
So Cancel. I would love an answer to my question. Like, why do you believe that this deregulation of AI is really going to benefit the average American in any way when we already see the net negatives it's causing?
No, you combine it with immigration, and then that's how you benefit Americans, right? Because let's say jobs are going to decrease, right? Like, look, if you work a manager job, you're going to get paid more than if you work, below that, right?
Wait, let's
And so-
really go down this rabbit hole. Let's really go down this rabbit
Yeah,
hole.
let's go.
I want to make sure I'm following the logic. So, let's say that your idea is true, right?
Okay.
We watch Trump do all this, what I find incredibly xenophobic, but whatever, right? We watch him kick out all these immigrants. Yeah. We allow these AI companies to continue to exploit our communities. So now what? How does more jobs come into really changing the?
No, what I said is there's going to be less jobs, but it's going to be higher paying jobs, right? Like I said, if you're a manager, you're making more money than if you're a base level employee. And we're going to get rid of the base level employees due to AI, and we're going to have more managerial level jobs open.
Right, but like, what material value is this adding to like society besides like increasing corporations' profits?
Bro? It's probably not adding much value, maybe a little bit, but it doesn't matter. You're getting paid. Who cares?
So like, why are we?
What do you mean? What do you mean it doesn't matter? It doesn't
matter, bro. It doesn't matter. Are you working for fucking to make the world better?
I just want to. If the cost of getting these AI companies to come to America is deregulation. Wait. If I just want to finish this thought.
Yeah,
shut up. If the cost of getting these AI companies to start putting their factories in all these American towns, right? I live in Maine. We just had to ban a bunch of AI standards because the people, we care about our water quality up here. Why is it that you think the cost of just these companies being able to make a bunch of money somehow outweighs the damage these companies are going to do to the communities that they're in?
I didn't say
thank you, Carrie.
I'm saying it's inevitable, bro. Like, you can do whatever you want.
Shout out to Carrie for the 16 donuts. Thank you, Carrie. Appreciate that. Thank you.
You can do whatever the fuck you want to do, but
like
it's gonna happen.
No one. At least me. I'm not speaking for everybody else. I'm not saying like AI inherently has like a negative value to the society. Don't provides value. I'm just saying, or at least me, I'm making the contention that when it is owned by the capitalist class, it inevitably creates more material harm than material value.
Well, a great example of that. A great example of this is like Korean internet. Their internet's faster, it's cheaper. The reason is that the government actually, built all the stuff and then leases it out to people. So everybody gets the access to the same shit, and then the companies provide service, right? Instead of like letting the corporations try to lock everything and gatekeep in order to keep the prices up, which is exactly what we're seeing here.
And so
I want to point something out. You brought Korean internet.
Pose a simple question to you. What is the point? Just give me. It's a quick question. What is the point of a society if not to improve upon itself? You don't have to answer.
Yeah. So I want to bring up the Korean internet thing. This is really cool. Here in the United States, the fastest internet, and this is actually the fastest internet in the entire Western Hemisphere, is in a city that you probably wouldn't expect, Chattanooga, Tennessee. Because Chattanooga, Tennessee's city council and their county and the local jurisdictions around there all voted, it was like 2015 or 2016, to start their own local internet municipality. And so Chattanooga built out the most massive fiber optic network. They've got free Wi-Fi through the entire city. And it's the lowest cost high-speed internet in the United States. It's also the highest in customer satisfaction. What they did is they just treated it like utility because the internet is a utility.
That's right.
Immediately after that happened, Lafayette, Louisiana, you can look it up. It's called LUS. LUS was like, man, look what Chattanooga did. We've got to do this too. This is sick. So they did it. They followed in their place. About 6 other cities followed. And then Comcast and Charter and Time Warner, they got lobbyists together and they said, yo, this has got to stop happening. So they lobbied the Tennessee state legislature. So Republicans in the Tennessee state legislature passed a law making it illegal for municipalities in the state of Tennessee to create their own public internet program. So when it's done, right, this is the thing I've always said. If the private industry can serve the need and they can do it at the lowest cost and they allow for the most innovation, more power to them. But if the private industry stands as an impediment, like they did in Chattanooga, and we can demonstrably say it's cheaper, faster, better, no downsides, and then they pass laws making it illegal to do it. Korea is a great example because I've got family in Seoul. Korea is a great example. You go to Korea, it's like going to the future. It's like living in fucking Star Trek. Right, everything's fast, everything's connected. You go to Chattanooga, Tennessee, it's the same way, except for, of course, everybody only has about 7 teeth.
We're not Korea, bro.
You can't. Right, but we're not Korea, but also we're not Chattanooga, right? I have more than 7 teeth, but they have fast internet, and that's the big point.
And
right?
it's cheap as fuck. It's cheap as fuck.
Yo, point well made.
Yeah, well, the reason why I also made this point because like I also wanted to point out like all the terrible things AI is being used for. Like it's being manufactured in weapons now that is being used. Like that's mostly like
it's
used in Western.
Yeah, bro, it's being used across all industries. I get that. I understand that. I understand that people are going to lose jobs. I get that.
I'm not saying like I'm not even just referencing the fact that people are going to lose jobs. Like this is literally going to destabilize like certain areas because
it's going to destabilize job markets. Sure, that's what you're saying.
Not just job markets, dude. Like this is literally going to cost people's lives. That's what I'm saying.
So okay, is cancel?
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up, Joe? And welcome
Hey,
in, man.
how's it
Good
going?
to see you, buddy.
Good to see you too. Merry Christmas. Hey, quick question. So
Bah
Korea
humbug,
is cheaper.
motherfucker.
It's cheaper.
No, I'm just Sorry, go
when
ahead.
you say cheaper, how much it is compared to ad dollar?
God, it's been a while since I looked at the numbers, but I mean, fucking fraction of what we pay.
Like what,
Yeah.
$50?
Yeah, I mean,
But
I'll
no,
look it up now.
So
It's been a
in
minute.
Seoul or South
Wait,
Korea.
wait.
I'll give
I'm
you the
not done
answer.
with my question. What is the income on Korea?
They're
Average
about the
income.
same. Their GDP is close to ours, and their income per capita is close to ours.
Okay, then it is cheaper.
Yeah. So in South Korea, when you look at the dollar comparison, and I haven't been to Seoul in probably 5 or 6 years, your cost for home internet is like $10 a month, give or take.
Right.
Damn.
Yeah, look at that. Why is South Korean internet 10 times faster than America's? Let's see. Average is South Korea average download speed 200 plus megabits per second, mobile 5G coverage. Over 98% of households have fiber optic penetration. Average monthly cost $20 to $30 for gigabit fiber.
Good lord.
You said wait. You say 200
So
million?
fast.
And no data caps. No data caps.
Do you
Can't
say 200
stress that enough.
gigabytes or whatever? What you say was the speed?
The average download speed is 200 Mbps, but once again, that's an average download speed.
That's for 5G though. That's not the fiber optic that they're talking about. When it goes to your house, this is gigabit internet. I have gigabit internet and it's symmetrical, so my upload and download is the same. I can download over a gig a minute on or whatever the fuck.
So am I.
Like so,
Yeah.
And
but how much do you pay a month for that? Because I've got pretty similar to that. I pay about $75 a month.
This area is crazy because when I went from Oklahoma, in Mississippi now, you'd think Mississippi is impoverished. The internet here is way faster because there's more competition in this area than there is in Oklahoma. Oklahoma's dominated by Cox Communication. So really, you only have like 2 options there, Cox and AT&T. Here you've got like 4 or 5 deals. Here I pay, I think it's $99 a month or whatever, $100 effectively a month, and it's no data cap either. And in Oklahoma, there was a fucking data cap that I hit every fucking month, so I had to end up paying almost $200 a month just for internet, high speed and unlimited. Fucking nuts. And they're paying in Korea $20 to $30 for gigabit internet, which means if it's fiber optic, it's going as fast as mine is going. Crazy. With no data caps.
I got you.
Fucking
I
nuts.
got 5 gigabyte, but it doesn't.
Yeah, and a lot of this stuff isn't even available. Like over there, Cox, the fastest you could get over there was like, 500 megabits or something per second. I think maybe they had gotten it up to 750. Of course, that's what they advertise as the speed. But in reality, it's fucking half that, And your upload speeds.
10%.
Yeah, your upload
So
speeds are
I do have a
trash
question
anyway.
for Shane. I do have a question for Shane. Why
Go
most
ahead and ask
devices?
it, man. Yeah.
Yeah, why most devices don't get to the 5 GB like I have? They only get to 1 gigabyte.
So what's
If
the
they offer
limitation on
5 GB.
5G services, like wireless 5G services?
Hardware.
Or
Yeah.
even hardware.
Hardware.
Hardwire. Okay, so when you say things are hard,
No,
so
I'm
I'll give
saying
you an
hardware is the bottleneck in most cases.
Yeah. So 5G is an extremely high frequency, right? So when you think about, like the spectrum that it's on, 5G is going to get stopped by a lot of things, walls, water pools, whatever it is. And so in order to really saturate an area in 5G, you have to have these little antennas, and they don't really look like antennas. They're about, 6 to 8 inches tall. They're directional. And so when you go to places like South Korea, they put them inside the malls. They're inside elevators. They're inside schools. 5G is kind of everywhere. It's ever present, and you create these mesh networks. Here in the United States, because one, we have like these kind of competitive interests. Yeah. So the reason we don't have it is because we don't pay a lot for national infrastructure. The second piece is, and this is why South Korea is a little different, is that obviously South Korea as a country is about the size of Texas, give or take, right? I mean, it's not as big as we are. So we have some huge rural areas in the United States, which, by the way, would be very well served by wireless internet. But we have huge open expanses across the Great Plains. Whereas if you go to Seoul right now, their public transportation, it blows ours away. Their wireless internet, their wired internet, just their connectivity in general, the tech platforms they have. Americans just don't have, and this is the old Jewish proverb too: a worm and horseradish, the world's horseradish. We don't understand how bad we have it because we really only experience American infrastructure, especially tech infrastructure. But as soon as you leave our country and just go to, say, Germany, you're like, whoa, wait, this is great. Why? We don't do better because we don't know any better. And it's not because we're a capitalist society, like capitalism versus communism, right? South Korea arguably outperforms China in connectivity, right? It's one of the most connected places on earth. But Germany does pretty well too. So, it's just that we have so many competing capitalist interests here that are trying to, once again, create the maximum profit. I pay $145 a month, all in, including fees and everything, flat rate, for 1 gig fiber to my home, right? When in Korea, for an equivalent services, I'd be paying $20. And you can't tell me you can't tell me it's because the tech is just crazy and then it just costs. No, it doesn't. It's literally just running cables underground. If you can dig a trench and run a cable, you can make fiber happen in people's houses.
Yep.
So you don't think America having a CEO to salaried employee gap of like 300 and 400 times is affecting our ability to create this infrastructure?
No, because I think when you look at global industries, right, that the CEO to worker gap doesn't just exist in the United States. That's a worldwide issue, right? We have to have more CEOs because we have more businesses based here. But really, it's a regulatory issue. Like we saw in Tennessee, and this is the perfect isolation of it. Tennessee showed with Chattanooga, it's totally plausible. You can do it. You can fund it with bonds. You can say, we'll pay these things off. By the way, Tennessee paid for all their infrastructure in 4 years in bonds, right? They started in 2016. It was paid off in 2020. Everything they needed to do in their entire city was paid for in municipal bonds. So it's not even a huge cost overhead. It is simply that we have interests that are private. And the big reason is when we talk about expanding, say, rural internet, it is not profitable for a Comcast or a Charter to run fiber optic line 20 miles out to somebody's house and only have 6 or 7 subscribers out there, right? They don't want to serve rural areas, and so they try and isolate it. That's it. They just don't want to do it because it's not profitable for them.
Yeah, and we could fix that by subsidizing, which Biden tried to do, although the implementation of that didn't necessarily go as it should have been. But that's what happens when you rely on the private industry to do something that the government wants them to do, especially when you got a bunch of fucking greedy fraudsters wanting to steal what they can out of it. But yeah, I mean, Shane's exactly right. Like it's expensive to service those areas. And their return on that doesn't, and that's the only thing that matters to them. So, who is Darth Vader on this panel right now? Who is that?
That was cancel.
That's Joe. Joe's breathing
that
pretty
Joe?
heavy right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
Joe, you sound like Darth Vader's cousin. Anyway, So, Cancel, you can come back actually because he was the one I think everybody. No, it's you. You got some background noise. It sounds like Darth Vader. Not anymore. It's gone now. Oh, you muted. That's why.
I'm your father.
Oh, God help us. What is going on right now, Joe?
Oh shit.
So I think Cancel's argument that regulating AI would hurt competition. Oh, here he is. Okay. Because I actually was going to go back to that because I think we kind of lost track of what it was we were arguing. Cancel, was that your point? Was that if we regulate AI, it's going to cause the United States to lose its competitive edge? Is that what you were getting at?
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, you got it right. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that's what we were still arguing. I don't know. I would argue that pretty much every industry is regulated. Our defense industry, one of the most powerful and productive industries in the world, is heavily regulated.
There's a bigger picture to what you're saying, but to keep it from spiraling out of control, I would go with what you're saying, right? Like, AI is going to reduce jobs. How do we account for it? I'm keeping it at a basic level because you can go very far with it, and I'm not going to do that just for the sake of argument.
Okay? I have one response. I've coined this term. I haven't heard anybody else use it. A labor tariff. So if a company replaces somebody with AI or a robot, they have to pay a labor tariff.
Yeah, but
and that tax, it's essentially a tax to make it so it costs the same even when you replace it. So either it disincentivizes replacing a person with this industry, or you can take that tax money if they choose to do that. Well, hold on, let me finish. And then you can take that. Yeah, then you can take that money, that tax money, and put it into a pot that will then be used for a universal basic income or of some kind, in order to fund people who have been displaced by these, by this rules.
What you're essentially advocating there is universal income, which I haven't done my research. I don't know the benefits or if it's good, but like that's what you're advocating at the end of the day, right?
100%. Yes, absolutely. Because
what is the new company?
Because think about it this way, guys. Like, if through no fault of your own, your company replaces you with a robot or AI, whatever. Insert whatever other thing here, right? It's not an immigrant. It's a fucking AI or it's a robot. What do you do? What do you do? And then when you turn around, all of a sudden, the trucking industry is gone, right? Because trucks will eventually be replaced by self-driving trucks. It'll happen. It's happening. You got writers that are already losing their job. Artists, marketing professionals are losing their jobs because they don't need a lot of those things. Even the accounting field is starting to see job losses. So what do you do in this case? Well, you can send them back to a school, right, to get a trade, but eventually it's going to reach those too, right? Not everybody can be an HVAC professional. And if everybody becomes HVAC professionals, those professionals are going to get paid trash because there's going to be too many of them. So you have to be proactive here and say, we've got to start setting this up for the eventuality of everybody's job essentially being replaced.
It's crazy.
I agree with you on that point there, where jobs are going to be lost. I agree with you. I think we have a disagreement on how to solve it. Okay.
Well, what is your, what are your thoughts aside from, just the universal basic income?
Yeah, banning immigrants isn't going to solve that.
Well, that's where I disagree.
That
That's
doesn't
where
even
I
do
think
it.
that,
That doesn't
I think
even
that's
do it.
one solution. One solution to the problem is the immigrant problem, right? I think that maybe it's not.
Cancel. Do you know that there was like robotic and AI jobs beforehand, like in manufacturing wise, and there's actually people that there's jobs to work on these robots and program them.
There were people to program them, right? Which is, I'm not disagreeing with, which is a higher paying job, which is what all I'm saying is that.
Thank you, Lonnie.
There's going to be job losses, right? And let's
find there's going to be job gaining out of it, though.
What jobs will you gain from AI? Whoa, hold on. What jobs will you gain from AI?
Well, people have to
Managerial
manage
job.
AI and robots.
Robots will maintain robots.
No, that's
No,
not
they
how
won't.
it
No, they
is.
won't.
Robots
Actually,
eventually will. Yes, they will
Because they
maintain
can't
themselves.
they can't right
That's
for
what they
right now
said.
they
They
can't self heal themselves and their
yeah, they
errors.
can't.
They
Because there's a
won't need
lot of
to.
errors.
They won't
Dave,
need
let me
to.
say something real
Eventually.
quick.
Now that is 20 to 50 years away, right?
Yeah,
Getting to that point.
Let
But
me
it's
give
coming.
you a quick sample, real
When
quick.
we talk about the next eight
Wait.
to 10 years, let's not go down 50 years path.
Why?
It gets.
Why would we not talk about what's going to happen in 50 years? Why would we not do that? That's stupid.
Because we don't know what's going to happen, and then by you alluding to certain things, it gets a little bit crazy. Okay.
No,
So
Why is that? That's the exact same. Wait, I want to. Wait,
We
that,
know
yeah,
that's going to
the
happen.
exact
You would have
No,
flying cars.
we don't know.
so-
We can surmise that it might happen, but we don't know that it's going to happen. Okay, so that's why I'm saying let's not go
Cancel.
down
You
50 years.
cancel.
But that's exactly the point.
Cancel.
Go ahead.
Can I say
Wait,
something real quick?
Cancel.
Yeah.
Why do you listen to respond? Because you don't let nobody finish.
So let me say something real quick. I have a client that canceled me because he want to go with an AI big corporation, and I say go ahead. A month later, they call me back, and I say so because I had to go and get another client. Your rate is gonna be double because I had to hire somebody else because that corporation couldn't provide my services, and I'm on marketing and all kinds of stuff. So AI can suck my dick.
Well, eventually, whenever they get humanoid robots, AI will be able to suck your dick.
Well, hold on. I'll say this too.
We do have humanoid robots.
Yeah, I was
There
gonna say
is.
on that subject, there's like obviously video generated content, and I like watching. I don't know if you guys like watching movies of people like falling in love and making love, but I watch these videos on the internet sometimes, and so I think
We're
one of the
talking
big
about
problems they're
porn.
going to face. What do you call it?
We're talking about porn.
People
Okay.
falling in love? You think they're not actually
You
falling
said,
in love?
Oh, they're doing it now.
basically-
They're doing
So
it
you
now.
like Hallmark movies?
I thought they
You said-
really
you
liked
said
each other.
seeing them make love. That's porn. Okay, go ahead.
Really?
Sorry.
So you like Hallmark movies in a way? Okay.
No, I
see.
mean,
Okay, what the fuck are we talking about now?
I was just talking about how
Hallmark
AI
movies.
generated
Like
content
Hallmark
was
Channel
gonna
movies.
change that. I don't know. Now I don't even know what to think because for a long time I thought these people were falling in love.
Wait, who was falling in love with who? What? Now what?
I was watching these movies in incognito windows. They're love stories, or it'll be like
Oh,
a guy
God.
delivering a
Porn.
pizza.
Talking about porn. Bro.
Hold on, guys. I
what?
can't fucking hear what he's saying. I
Yeah.
asked.
So there'll be like a guy delivering a pizza, and then or like a guy at a UPS who's like, "Hey, I'm looking for a package," and then she says, "Oh wow, I want to inspect your package." Yeah, these are good love stories, and I just really thought that was good. And AI is going to take that away from us. They're going to.
Bro, you know what? Here's the thing.
They
AI
make content like that too.
Hey! It may be better content. It might be better content.
We're
Wait,
not. Let's
cancel.
not get
Okay,
down
wait,
the
back to the- back
because
to the
these are
point, cancel,
serious.
that-
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also
like
AI
back to the point.
chat.
Wait, if I may, real quick, like back to the point. This is exactly what the regulation is for, right? You're saying why are we talking about the long-term effects about it, or why are we speculating on it?
Yeah.
It's because it's not just happening now, right? We have to think about the consequences of this in the future, right? This is going to be affecting our children and grandkids. Like
China.
you won't meet like that. There's there. Why would we vote for? Why would American citizens support AI centers coming in and messing up their communities for a short-term gain that they're not even going to see the benefits of?
America is huge. You can create
Well,
data
here's
centers
the-
in the middle of a desert, okay, where nobody's harmed. Okay, so that's
not
a
true.
that's a moot
how
point.
that's not how
It's a moot
rivers
point.
and estuaries and bodies of water work.
Okay,
That's a moot point, bro.
They need water access. AI centers need water access.
Sorry.
No, you don't.
Yeah, they do.
They do.
Okay, you can create a self-sustaining water system. Look,
what?
Look, I get the point that you're making that is harmful to communities. Okay, I get that. I get what you're seeing there. Okay, I'm not disagreeing with it because I don't know much about it. But what I'm saying is that you can create those data centers away from towns and villages.
Do you think we just make
all
water?
right, guys,
Do you
you're
think we
doing
make
all
water?
the talking. Let somebody else talk for a minute.
Go ahead, Dewey.
All right. So there's a couple of things about AI. One, it's really tough on the current infrastructure because the equipment is old and can't handle that amount of traffic.
That's what's said about Bitcoin.
Hey, let me finish.
Sorry.
The other thing about AI is that if it takes over too many jobs, nobody can afford to buy any products.
Well, that's where universal income comes into, right?
Well, here's the deal.
Universal income.
What it becomes then, it's not a profit generator, but just the opposite. So somewhere down the line, there's going to have to be a trade-off and a balance.
Yeah, but Dewey, all I'm saying is, and I'm sorry for cutting you off, but all I'm saying is that all I'm saying is that it's inevitable that that's going to happen. Okay, let's take the conversation from there because that's going to happen unless
No, it's not. No,
it's
that's
going
the
to.
problem.
Yeah, it
Cancel.
is.
Is that,
It
no,
is. Right?
I want to. Let's be really clear on this. This
It's
is
happening
not.
in
This is.
Massachusetts.
It doesn't have to be inevitable in the way that it's happening now, right? We could start putting in the stopgaps to make sure that these companies aren't allowed to
No, but you
continue
can't do
to
that because
fuck over these communities.
lose.
Yes, we can.
Cancel
I lose
culture.
competitive
Can you let
edge.
somebody finish, please?
We can do that. Cancel. Like I don't there's not been any examples in our current American history where
Competitive edge.
deregulating countries
but there is.
has been to the benefit of a majority of the country.
But there
Competitive
is.
edge. You're going to lose it if you do that.
Okay, when the internet first became very popular, okay, it was regulated. In other words, they didn't pay any taxes. They didn't pay anything to use the internet. That was for the internet to become what it is today. But that was done through regulation, not by corporations. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, so AI is not going to be any different. So you might as well put the regulations on it now and get it regulated so we don't go through the same crap we're going through right now with social media.
Look. There's a stark difference between what you're saying, right? Like when we went from horses to Model T, right? There was some regulation to keep some of those jobs, which no longer exists anymore, by the way. Let's make that clear. And so what I'm saying is that, yeah, there are going to be job losses for sure. All I'm saying is like, how do we account for that? What can we do to still create a job market in spite of these job losses that are going to come? And what you're seeing is regulation. What I'm saying is that regulation is going to stifle our progress as a country, right?
So what's so important that our country is competing with Japan or China for AI? What is AI supposed to do for us besides all the negative things?
Well, we don't know. That's why there's a moratorium on regulation, because we need to find out how far it can go. Well,
we know how far it can go.
Yeah.
No, we don't. We have we have inklings of an idea.
And what the competition between the U.S. and China, what it boils down to, is defense.
I don't know why there's confusion about what can happen here. Robots and AI can replace most jobs. Like even surgeons aren't even going to be out of. You may have somebody like watching a robot do it, but they've already successfully used robots to do surgery, like serious surgery.
The example of robots in your situation, which I've actually listened to.
Cancer.
So
I don't. Who was that?
I know what you're talking about. All they do is provide suggestions to the surgeon, right? Surgeon has to make the end.
No, they don't.
No. What the fuck, bro? No, they are literally doing it. In nursing, diagnostics, your triage, A fucking robot could do that.
Yes, but it needs to be signed off by a doctor before it can be implemented.
Yes, but look how many fewer jobs that makes.
Exactly.
Dude, you got background.
I agree on that perspective. That it's
That's-
going to lead to a reduction in jobs. I'm
Yes.
not in disagreement with you there.
And good paying jobs at that. Right.
Dewey Duck. You got
All I'm saying
background.
is, how do we account for it? And that's where that's where I'd like this discussion to go.
Dewey, hold on. Dewey, can you please, I don't know, put that phone somewhere where you're not scraping it against your face or doing whatever you're.
I'm very
Holy
sorry.
shit. Or mute up when you're not talking. I'll just go ahead and mute you. I'm sorry.
I want to respond to.
Like,
I'm walking with you on this point.
Cancel.
Right?
Let somebody else talk.
Well, I was talking to Cancel. Me and him were talking. So, and now I don't even remember what was said because I had.
No. I'm walking with you on this path where we both agree that AI is going to take jobs. I'm walking with you here.
Yes.
Now, the part I think that where we divulge is what do we do about that? How do we keep Americans employed, right? And I personally think immigration is one part of the solution, and I think you disagree. I think you think there's another way, right?
Wait, immigration is a way to keep jobs?
It's one part of the solution. It's one part. I'm not saying that it will solve everything.
Okay, elaborate on that because I'm not sure I understand. To keep jobs, you bring in more people, or you say immigrants can't come in?
No. Well, because we both what we first spoke about is that there's going to be a reduction in jobs, right? So if we lower the job pool, then Americans will have a better chance of getting those jobs, right? And that's where I'm going with immigration. If we implement hard immigration laws, there's going to be less of a pool
to push people out who are currently working to open up those jobs. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you're framing it a little bit negatively, but I guess essentially, I think theoretically, you might be right. Yeah.
Okay, so like immigrants that are here doing a job, you say, okay, we're going to free up those jobs for Americans displaced by AI. Is that kind of what you're getting at?
Well, the wages will be increased as well, right? Because there's, less applicants, less people working, higher wages. That we saw that in 2008.
No, because if you take a bunch of people who just got displaced from a job and you shift them into this other thing, that doesn't necessarily mean that the wages are going to go up or down. It could stay the same.
And they ain't going to do the work.
Right. That's well. Are you going to just real quick? Are you going to go out and pick strawberries and oranges and stuff instead of doing whatever? Like, is that what you're going to do?
No, we can maybe increase the number of visa workers to do farm work. We can do that.
Well, how about you? Why don't you do it?
Because I'm way too smart for that shit, dude.
Okay, then.
Okay.
Farm work is there's already robots for farm work.
That's true, and I'll say when they figure out a way to get rid of the people that are picking the fruits or whatever it is they do, whenever they get rid of them, they'll use a robot to get rid of them. They will if they could replace them.
Hold on, Cancel. Hold on, please.
Okay.
Because you saying, get away with the immigrant, let the immigrants go back where they got to go, and these robots and AI is going to take over these jobs, and those people that lose those jobs is going to go pick some strawberry, but you ain't going to do it because that robot's going to take your job too.
No, what I said is that first of all, yes, they're going to.
What's your profession?
But
what you do for a living?
Huh?
What you do for a living? You're so smart.
Can I respond, please?
accounting.
I asked like 3 times, and
You're an
everybody
accountant.
jumped in front of me.
Yes, well, the first couple of times I was talking whenever you asked to jump in. Yes, and
I just wanted.
but no,
Lonnie wanted to say something for a long time. Please let her just say her point. I'll listen to you, Joe. As
who is that? Cancel?
No, Lonnie wanted to say something.
No. I'm saying who just said that? Who just said that Lonnie wants to jump in there?
Me.
Okay. Is that cancel?
Yeah.
Whenever I'm like, who said that? And they're like, me. I'm like, who the fuck is me?
Lonnie.
Yes, go ahead,
Say what
Lonnie.
you want to say. Sorry, I know you wanted to talk for a while.
Yes, because you keep bringing up the fact that if we
Can you
get
speak
rid
up?
of, you keep saying for a while, this is like the third time that I heard you mention getting rid of immigrant workers, right? And in 1942 to 1946, as World War II agreement to fill wartime agriculture labor shortages is the reason why we started letting immigrants come in and work the fields and the railroads and the labor jobs. So the fact that just recently Ron DeSantis in Florida, he got rid of people that are working without work visas, and all those people left Florida. Florida's agriculture, that for Florida's agriculture, the people that picked the agriculture down there, produce and all of that, there was nobody to do that.
That's not true.
People, Americans, hold on, please. Americans went to do the job, got like, oh no, this is too much, it's too hot, it's too labor intensive, it's too everything, and they stopped. So the price of produce jumped in Florida. Same with the construction market. The people that did the construction down there, the hot, hard labor jobs, Americans didn't want to do it. So now the labor market, I mean, the construction market and the housing market is through the roof down there. And he already showed us how letting non-US citizens not do the work that American citizens, we are too comfortable to go back and do the work. So if AI is replacing jobs, which it hasn't done fully yet, we still don't see people flocking to Florida to pick up the industries in Florida that the immigrant worker was doing down there, just like Lib said, strawberries, peaches, all the stuff and things. Okay. So your argument falls flat.
Hold up, Lonnie. Let me address your point, right? First of all, what you're saying, and I'm not saying I disagree, right? But you're essentially coming from exploitation of labor market is what you're doing, right? You're advocating for that. You're saying the exploitation of illegal immigrants is a good thing, right? That's what you're saying, right?
You pivoted, man. You pivoted.
No, nobody wants to say this out loud.
You pivoted.
It's the truth.
I
It's
did
the
not
truth.
say that, because what I said is that when Ron DeSantis put in that law, all those people left Florida and nobody ran down there to do that same exact job for that same exact price in that same exact
I can answer to
condition.
that. Can I answer to
That's
that?
what I said.
Yes.
Okay.
Can I
Please
answer
do
to
not
that?
put words in my mouth. I didn't say anything about the wages that they were getting paid. I said the job. Okay. Nobody wanted to do the job because you said that if AI pushes doctors and people in the auto industry out of their job because AI came in to do it, they could go over to the other jobs, which would be the labor intensive jobs, which would be the farming and the construction jobs, which people are not doing now in Florida.
Not true.
Lenny, I'm not advocating for.
So I believe Joe is from Florida. So yes, go
absolutely.
ahead.
The main reason the prices on the real estate, at least, I'm not talking about the produce or the stuff, went up was one, because we didn't have the stuff to build after C19, and two, because everybody from New York, California, and all these places flew to Florida, and they were paying cash for houses. Like literally, they sold their houses and they were paying cash. So it was too many people buying houses and not enough houses on the market.
What
are they gonna do? Pick and fill?
Let me finish.
I just got one question. There was no construction that had halted in Florida after Ron DeSantis put out that law.
Construction here every day. I live in a brand new community.
But it's stopped, right?
Man, listen to me. The house market in Florida right now is stuck. Nobody's buying because it's way too high because what happened with C19. That was the main reason that the market went up.
Joe, do you know the law? Do you know the law that Ron DeSantis put in?
Yeah, no, I know that law. But
And
it has
it's the
nothing
law
to
way he
do.
pay. It started July when he said any immigrants get caught, undocumented immigrants get caught, they's gonna do some prison time.
It's
And then,
hyperbole, bro. It's
and hold on,
hyperbole.
culture, cancel, and
Well, I
the
mean, to be fair,
employers would
you
get a
interrupted. You
$12,000
interrupted
fine.
Joe.
Yeah,
They
but
get a
it has nothing
$12,000
to do.
fine.
But it
It's
has nothing to do
hyperbole,
with the real
dude.
estate market going up. Too many people flew to this state after C-19, and that's why the houses went up. If you look right
That
now
was
on,
after C-19.
let me finish. Let me finish. If you look
I'm gonna
right now
look
on
right now.
Zillow, it's over 200,000 houses for sale on Florida, and it's not selling. They've been stuck on the market for over 600 days, 1,000 days. They're not selling, and people doesn't want
Lonnie,
to lower
is
the
he?
price because they're losing too much money because the interest
Mm.
rate that went up and the prices that were way too high. Because I paid $600,000 for my house and I sell it for $1.2 million, and it's not worth it that. But I sold it because it wasn't worth it.
But
Okay,
Lonnie, I
so
mean, not Lonnie.
I'm
But
okay.
Joe,
So Lonnie, what was the law? You said that Ron DeSantis passed a law that
He
said
said
what
that
now?
all undocumented laborers will be arrested if they're found not to have the proper paperwork to work in the state of Florida, and
Sounds like
must
hyperbole.
And that led to, in your
stop.
opinion, that led
Oh,
to
sorry.
what?
they left,
hmm
right? And so because they left, there wasn't a whole lot of people to do the jobs, the high labor jobs like agriculture, like farming, and to do the construction work. So therefore, the housing demand, like the housing productivity, came to a slowdown to where there was more of a demand for housing and less of there was a more demand for housing and less people constructing houses because the building of housing had come to a slowdown, same as the people who picked the produce. That industry slowed down. Well, so the demand was high but the supply was low, so the prices went up. And my whole point was to say is that I didn't see a whole lot of people packing up their families when that happened that were US citizens running to Florida to fill those positions. While things are starting to level out now, I do agree, but it was the same thing when he first enacted that law.
Yep.
That was my point.
Yep.
That's not true. Not true.
That
I
is
looked it
true.
up. Yes, it is
It's
true,
not
Joe. I
true.
did what you said. Look it up. And right here it says Florida housing prices surge due to massive pandemic driven migration, remote workers, retirees, low interest rates fueling demand, limited housing supply, and investors buying properties, exorbited by rising construction costs and regulation.
I want to piggyback off that because
What is the
soon as
house?
that
But
happened,
that didn't have anything
Joe,
to do with
hold on, Joe.
Ron's law.
Oh,
No, it
yeah.
didn't have
They
nothing to
left,
do.
is
It's
what I'm
what
saying. They left because of his law, which
So
left
she
those
is
markets with less people to
so
work them.
she actually is correct. So like I
Yep.
was living in Georgia at the time. So when he passed, it was SB 1718. That was the law that basically targeted all immigrants. It was like the pre-racial profiling of what they did at the federal level. They did it at Ron DeSantis's level. They lost $11 billion in revenue because the immigrants left. They flew to Georgia, they flew to Vermont, and there was another state that they fled to because of the anti-immigration law that was passed. So she's 100% correct. Now, that did lead to more houses on the market that oversupplied because people weren't renting anymore. Blackstone and other companies like that came in and bought up all of these homes and increased the price of what their value was, right? At the same time, Florida has a housing insurance crisis to
Yep.
where I think they have one company that's insuring homes. So a lot of people are also leaving the state because they can't get insurance on their homes. And because of global warming, all the hurricanes and stuff that are happening, every other year you're having to rebuild entirely. So Ronnie was correct in what she was saying, but there was more caveats to that.
I want to piggyback off that because right after that law took effect and they all started leaving, the Florida Republican people was begging them to come back.
Who was that?
The Republican House of Florida.
Yes, because even the sheriffs came out and said that they weren't enforcing that law.
By the way,
They
I've
was
been fact
begging
checking
them
all
for
this
them to
behind the
stay,
scenes, and it's been right. So
May I?
Somebody
and they and hold on, and then you think these people was going to stay when he made that law? Because every undocumented was going to catch a felony. That's what it was. They was going to catch a felony, and the employers had to pay a $12,000 fine for every undocumented worker.
Also, if you were caught with driving with the undocumented illegal person in your car, you will go to jail for human trafficking.
Yep.
Okay, sure, but I mean, buildings are still being built.
Yep.
Food is still being picked.
Yep. If you go to Silo right now, it's houses in the market for over 500 days, and
I mean,
they're not
it's
gonna sell.
like
Because
so.
But
Like
Liv,
I'm
not
not.
at the rate, not at the rate that it was.
In
like
West
farmers.
Virginia, there's
Well,
houses on the market for fucking 20,000.
They,
Sure.
yeah, that's not Florida.
You
Well,
are correct, Lib, that there are still crops being picked and houses being built, but not at the rate that it was. There is actually a crisis of even hospitality workers in Florida and in all three of those sectors because of this bill.
A direct result, like for a fact.
Direct result, 100,000,000% fact.
There's probably no housing issues in Miami or whatever, right? In the actual cities people want to live in, right? You probably don't face the same issues, right?
May I?
May you what?
May I interject?
Well, sure. What's up?
I live in Florida now. I've lived in Florida since 1989. And what the young lady was saying is absolutely correct. Last year, we had 3 pretty substantial hurricanes hit the west coast of Florida. And the construction has pretty much come to a screeching halt for several reasons. First of all, people cannot find contractors to rebuild their damaged homes. 2 is insurance companies have rezoned flood zones. So now that a house 10 years ago was not considered to be in a flood zone, magically has appeared to be in a flood zone now. And those hurricanes displayed just how fast the insurance companies will run from a mortgage contract and not redo a contract for insurance. And it has almost doubled in cost. Down as far as Naples, Florida, all the way up to, you remember a town called Mexico Beach, Florida, that got hit several years back? It was wiped out. All those homes are still damaged. There's still debris on the sidewalks and the streets, and we're ready to go into another hurricane season. People are leaving Florida. And then let's add to the fact that Governor DeSantis and Mr. Trump decided to raise the issues of tariffs with Canada, so Canadians and other people from other parts of the United States are not visiting or using their tourist dollars. Restaurants are basically vacant. Transportation down here has gone crazy. People are messing with the documentation issues. And if you look Hispanic, you don't even have to be Hispanic. If you have dark hair and a beard or a mustache, ICE will pick you up anywhere in the state at any time for no damn reason and put you through a hell of a
That's
life.
an exaggeration, bro. You're exaggerating.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Look at YouTube.
Bro,
You can
I
see
have
full
beard.
of stuff that's
I'm
happening down in
Spanish,
West
and
Palm
I
Beach,
never even got
down
approached
in
by
You live in Florida,
Miami.
Cancer?
All there people. You remember the university, Florida State University, where the contractor called ICE on some like 400 of his own contractors and had them all picked up at Florida State University about 2 months back. Look it up. They're picking them up all over the damn place.
So I think they renamed that town to America Beach. I think Trump did an executive order. Just kidding.
I get you, Liam.
I was hoping somebody would get it. Also, though, I'm looking at the population, and it shows that while not a huge increase, that Florida is gaining still. Like 2023 here's 22.6, 2024 is 23.0, 2025 is 23.3. So I don't know, if there's like a huge exodus, what have you, but there's a lot of factors going on in Florida that I think contribute
not so much
to
the
bad,
people,
for
not so
Florida.
much the people live. It's the insurance companies leaving.
Well, he was just talking about an exodus of people.
Yeah, in 23 there was a mass exodus of people. That the Florida Policy Institute, NPR. I mean, there's so many reputable sources of when that exodus happened in 2023, right? 2024, businesses were reporting how bad that blow actually hit their businesses. And then 2025, you still can see while there is still business going on, it's a slowdown. It's not as not the trajectory it was before the SB in 2023 was signed. It's still growing, but not at the same rate because a lot of the workers have left. Even Disney had issues with finding staff. A lot of part of what I do is actually the high end travel. Even there were limited hours. Things were cut. Things that the echelon of clients that I work with, they couldn't understand why they couldn't do what they normally could do because of the hole that was created by this.
Yeah, so this here says about 67,000 people left Miami-Dade County, but they did go live in another place in Florida. So I don't know, if that's like just a local issue. I'm not sure. There's
an NPR article a year later. Florida businesses say that the state's immigration law dealt a huge blow, and it talks about the exodus, and that's dated April 26, 2024.
No, I mean, I believe that. I believe that the immigration policy is going to cause problems in the industry. But again, we were talking, and I don't know where Cancel went, but we were talking about his solution to the AI, disposing of workers, because you're going to lose your job through AI. The answer to that in his mind was to get rid of immigration, basically, to shift the work. And I'm like, well, look, are you going to go and fucking do it? Like, I don't know anybody that's clamoring to go into the fucking hot sun in Florida and pick fucking oranges and shit. I mean, that seems ridiculous to me. And also, like, even across the world, guys, like, young people will travel the globe on these visa programs. They'll go and live in these areas and generally do farm labor so that they can live and spend their time and, their youth running around the world. And I don't see anything wrong with that necessarily. It's not exploitative. And if that's kind of the way you push it out to people, are some going to be exploited? I guess so. But also you can, live on the cheap, just doing labor and hopping around the world doing whatever. It's pretty standard affair in my opinion. But
well, that my point was to agree with you, Libs. Like, it's not exploitative, I mean, it can be on certain aspects because they did bring them in for cheap labor because that's what these corporations do. Thus is why we have the undocumented or the work visas. They exploited those to bring these people over here for cheaper labor so that they would have to pay us, the American citizens, what we deserve. And to Cancel's point, if people, and your point, if people are pushed out of well-paying jobs, that doesn't automatically mean they're going to go to do farm work. That doesn't automatically mean they're going to be able to do construction work. And that my whole point was to say that all those people left Florida, but all these Americans did not go down there and start doing those jobs that were left vacant. That was my whole point. And I see that he was being, just dismissive and not listening to understand. He was listening to rebuttal. And yes,
What I said
AI
earlier.
is going to be a problem because universal payment, it sounds good, right, when you say it like that. But when we get into the meat and potatoes behind what this administration is going to do with that and how they're going to use that, it's not a good idea because, in my strong opinion, it's going to be like North Korea, where you're put into a status and that status is what you get paid. So, whatever they feel you're worth is what you're going to get as universal, payment, universal money, right? But also, AI is going to be implemented for healthcare. And I believe that is what's happening with the subsidies that we're having now, the problems, because I believe that this administration wants to push more of an AI healthcare versus in doctor patient face to face healthcare so that these people can make money off of it instead of the insurance companies. But I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole.
Too, when it was cancel culture, when I was asking him, well, all these AI is going to take this job, and these robots is going to take the job, like doctors, um, mechanics, all this stuff. Is he going to do it? And he's going to say he said he was too smart to do it. How do you think other people is going to feel? I'm too smart, and I know one thing. I'm too old to go pick some apples and stuff. And he's thinking, what? This young people's going to go do it? He's
Well,
mm-mm.
DeSantis filed, or I don't know if he passed it. I think they actually passed it, a law that says uh, people under the age of 18, maybe high school students or whatever,
Oh,
have
that didn't pass.
permission to go to work on these fields at night.
That didn't pass.
It didn't pass, right? But he
No.
did put it up for passing, didn't he?
Yep. He put it up
Okay.
for.
So, when you dispatch almost a third of the U.S. population of migrant workers, construction workers, road workers, and the list goes on, you are getting rid of a workforce that is vital to the U.S. economy and our food sources and all these other things. And here's these governmental agencies giving ICE amazing bonuses to go chase some guy through a field and deport him. And who the hell wants to go ahead and replace somebody that's been deported
Yeah.
at,
Well,
at a
and there
low wage job?
there's also a record number of people not showing up to their immigration court hearings now because of what
Right.
they're doing. Like, well, we want legal migration. That they claim that, and then they go to court to the courts where they're literally going to their court hearings legally, doing it the right way, and they're still getting fucking deported. It's crazy.
And
But
it's like not. Well,
I live in a
one thing,
mobile home community.
there's 80 people in the room. Let's go ahead and tap that screen, please. Let's get those likes up. Let's get them to 75,000 likes, please. And the saying, and it always baffles me. The people that say they're here, they're draining the system. You're raiding job sites. You're raiding where they are working and adding to the economy, right? And then you say, oh, well, then there's plenty of jobs out there, but yeah, you're not getting your ass out there in the fields. You're not doing it, but you want to create a problem, but not solve it and let someone else fix it. But the people who are a vital part of this, our economy, who are, quote, fixing it, you want out, but they're not the reason why your life is hard. It's
yeah,
crazy to me.
I live in a
well,
mobile home community in Florida, and there are a lot of Canadians that are in my community. There's like 1,000 mobile homes in this little community. And I kid you not, since 2024 and Donald Trump talking about his tariffs and how he's going to deal with the immigration situation and talking garbage about Canadians, the population of Canadians in my community alone, which is in Clearwater, Florida, about 25% have put their homes on the market and have been on the market for the last 8-9 months, and nobody's coming down to live in them. They don't want any part of America anymore. So now you take 25% of tourism and their dollars and friends, our neighbors, Canadians that are not coming down here. They're selling their properties. They don't want to be part of this country anymore as long as Donald Trump's anywhere near that White House.
Yeah. Now, Dan, I want to thank you for coming up, man. I appreciate it. Will you go ahead and ask the question that you had asked in the chat, which prompted me to send you an invite?
Sure, not a problem. My question is, why do the Democrats think that it's okay for a criminal, which is an illegal alien who's come here illegally, to continue to work without any kind of consequences just because they're good workers or they're good people? I understand they're good people, but they need to pay the price. They don't jump in line of people who came here legally.
Oh, you cut off there.
And free college and free healthcare.
Best area. I'm not in the best area of town or best area of cellular coverage.
Okay.
So to repeat what I said,
So you don't. I mean,
can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you. Well, let him clarify
I just got
because
one question. I need to understand what he means by illegal and illegal. That's what I want clarification on. What is illegal entry and what is illegal entry into the United States?
Absolutely. First of all, if you come across the state or come across the border and do not go through a port of entry, for one, or two, you overstay your visa, you are an illegal.
That's
so like Elon Musk and Melania?
Melania came here. Wait a minute. Melania went back and did it properly.
No, you spoke. You wait.
Go ahead.
Both Elon.
Elania.
And Melania. Both Elon Musk and Melania both overstayed their visa or came over under false pretenses. They were here illegally, used their money and access to power to get a new visa to make them, quote, legal.
And
okay, go ahead.
That is documented. That is documented.
Hey,
There's
Dan,
no argument there. Number
Dan,
two, Number two,
Dan.
in order to claim asylum, you have to cross illegally. It's literally in the law. You have to have 10 toes on U.S. soil to claim asylum. And then the other caveat is you have 366 days before you start your process, and the process can take years.
And
so
you don't
are
have to
up
go.
here yelling and hollering, but you don't even know how immigration works in this country.
And you don't have to go through a port of entry. You do not
First
have
of
to
all,
go.
my wife.
Well, hold on, Dan. I want you to hear me. You do not have to go through a port. You do not have to go to a port of entry to get in. There's people come by planes, people come by boat. If I got my feet on U.S. soil, I could jump that fence, jump that wall, and claim asylum.
Yes.
So, but the point is,
real quick, I want to elaborate on what he said, because if you get
so he's one person, and now we got four people offering a statement before we let him respond.
Yes, if you get picked up by a U.S. vessel, if you are found in U.S. waters, you can then claim asylum that way too. You do not have to physically step foot on U.S. soil, just on U.S. property that is considered U.S. soil as well. That's all I wanted to say, but go ahead.
May I speak?
Dan, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So first of all, my wife came here from England. It cost us $27,000, and it took her 8 years to get her citizenship. Now, yes, you come here, you jump the border, you do whatever you got to, and you're on asylum, but day 366, you are an illegal. End of discussion. You stay past your visa, work visa, school visa, whatever it is, day one, you are a criminal. And that's what I'm talking about. The ones that are here, they came.
Let him finish.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah, let him finish.
So they come here illegally. The ones that have been here, and they've been here 20 years, and their green cards expired, they didn't go back and get it redone. Those that are working, those are the ones I'm talking about. You don't go, oh, well, they've been here, they've raised a family, they've been here 20 years illegally, they're giving to the community. I'm sorry. It doesn't take care of the fact they came here illegally or overstayed their green card, period. That crime has to be paid for. Ship them back and come back legally.
You just
That's my point.
described Elon. You just described Elon Musk and Melania Trump. Melania Trump did not become a citizen until like 10 years ago. She overstayed her visa and was here illegally, right? And it's
Correct.
funny, and,
Correct.
it, and
She's here
it's
legally
so funny
now.
to me that you care about illegality. And this illegality of crossing without papers is the equivalent of a parking ticket or firing fireworks in a county that does not allow them. It is a civil fine. And you are up here, and did you vote for Donald Trump? Because if you
I had
did,
to. I'm not gonna. I had to.
if
Absolutely. I'm
you
not gonna.
did, you are the biggest hypocrite because you voted for a 34 count felon, someone who literally his
Not
entire
a felon.
career has defrauded people. And you voted for him, and you want to get up here on your sandbox, your soapbox of legality.
I'm going to tell you right now, I am not going to vote for somebody. I was Democrat back in the day. I am
don't
not going to vote
care.
for
I
somebody who
don't
puts
care. Stay
Answer the
on
criminals.
the
question.
points.
Answer the
Don't
question.
care.
Because
Stay
the
on my
Democratic
points.
Party changed so much
I'm
throughout
not a
the years.
Democrat, so I don't care what you say about being a Democrat. Answer my points.
You're either one or the last. And yes, I backed him. And if somebody comes here illegally,
But
give them a chance to correct it. Absolutely. But we're not going to give them 20 years to correct it. And
Donald
yes,
Trump
they
is
need to
not.
pay. If somebody's going to pay to come here legally, then here illegally, you need to pay major fines and you need to pay what it costs to come here. It is
They
not
are
a privilege
doing
to
Well,
come.
that.
It's not a
well,
right to come to this
Dan,
country.
let me ask you this.
Okay.
Let me ask you this: the people that hire them, what do we put them in jail?
Oh, absolutely. They should be. I agree. Yes, or they should shut their business down. If you hire illegals, because I'll be honest with you, I hire quite a few people on their green cards for my companies. You hire illegally, you should be immediately have your business shut down, and you should be thrown in jail for doing that. Absolutely,
So Donald
I got a
Trump.
Do you
100%.
do you
So
feel
Donald
like
Trump.
do you feel like that's something that Donald Trump needs to do more so than what he's doing now? Because I mean, really, he is going after people who are here legally.
He needs to
Individuals
he
who
needs to
cross the
trump down
U.S.
on
border
both of
without
them.
authorization from immigration officials are entering the country in violation of U.S. immigration law, making their entry illegal.
So how
Yeah.
do you feel
Illegal.
about the 14th Amendment, Dan, where Donald Trump is stating that he would like to have the 14th Amendment repealed and start deporting citizens documented, have been sworn in as U.S. citizens because of birthright citizenship. Donald Trump wants to go ahead and start picking up people from anywhere in the United States, boxing them up and shipping them back just because they don't agree with his policies. How do you feel about that, Don? Because they could come for your wife, you know that, right? And your kids.
First of all, I can't say that I agree with everything that Trump does. So I don't agree with that. No. But I do think that at some point, once we get rid of all the illegals, we do need birthright. I think is bullshit. To be honest with you, if you look at
So
other countries,
where did your family originate from, Don or Dan?
where did my family originate from?
Sure.
Scotland.
Okay, so if Donald Trump sent ICE to your front door because you disagree, and they've got you on audio tape right here on TikTok saying you don't agree with everything Donald Trump is doing, that's warranted for them to go ahead and pick you up, your wife, your kids, your neighbors, and send them anywhere in the United States or United Kingdom or anywhere else that's not U.S. soil, because that's what the
ICE.
14th Amendment is all about.
You
It says
no,
right
that's
here,
first
ICE
of all,
might.
Can
that's
I say
go ahead.
something? I want to
Sure.
say this to Dan because Dan, he said something
Sure.
that was very understandable, right? You said, me and my wife paid X amount of dollars and took her 8 years, correct? Cool. I
That is
respect
correct.
that, right? So, somebody else in your similar situation is paying X amount of dollars and is currently within their 8-year window, got a letter in the mail stating that on such and such day at such and such time they were supposed to report to such and such courthouse. So they go. They walk in the
Right.
door of the courthouse. They're standing there. They're waiting to see the judge. hoping that this is the moment where they say your wife is finally a citizen. And as soon as they get in there, ICE comes up and says, "Excuse me, are you Mrs. Dan?" And she looks and says, "Yes, I am." They said, "Okay, you're coming with us. You're illegal. Let's go." And they snatch her from you. That's what's happening. That's the part that you're missing. There are people paying to be here. There are people following the law of the letter of the law to every I, comma, whatever. And the moment they get into a courthouse to go see the judge to be deemed citizens, they're getting snatched before they see the judge. That is the issue that is happening. These people are doing things the right way. Heck, there was even an app that was put out for people that weren't U.S. citizens to start to become U.S. citizens from their own country. And Donald Trump deactivated the app so that these people did not know when their court date was. So then they could go find them at their address that they put in the app so that they can seek citizenship and round them up and tell them, "Oh, you missed your court date, so we're going to go ahead and pick you up and take you out of here." This is the issue. This is the part that you forgot. People are doing it the same way you did it with your wife, Dan, and they're getting round up and shipped out. So
But they did it
your
out of the
outrage
country
is on
and
false
legally.
information.
May I speak?
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, I get what you're saying. Are some people going to fall through the cracks and get caught on the net? I get that, yes. Do I agree with everything Trump does? No. But when it comes down to Trump or Kamala Harris, what choice did I have? Because there are three things that are most important to me in this country. My Second Amendment, the border, and the economy. My money. Those are the three things that come foremost. I got no other choice but to vote for a Republican. Am I a mega person? No. Am I a Republican? Absolutely.
So your Second
And I
Amendment,
get sick and
right?
tired of wait a minute. And I get sick and tired. You hear what the Republicans say they're going to do, whether you like it or not. They say what they're going to do. The Democrats, all you don't hear how they're going to fix things. You hear how they're going to give shit away to criminals, and you hear how they hate Trump. You don't hear how they want to fix things.
May I
That's the
respond?
problem I have with Democrats. They
Well,
don't
that's not.
suck.
That's
What
not
did
true.
Trump say he's going to fix?
So number one, you need to stop watching propaganda because I can tell you got it from TV because you don't look at the numbers. If you look at the number, hold on, excuse me. As someone who works in finance, and it's my job to know what the economy is doing, so I can be the bomb. It's my job to do what I do. You're lying. Number one, Donald Trump is the only modern day president that actually took away access to pew-pews and your accessories that's been in the bump stocks. The Supreme Court had to overturn his rule that banned bump stocks as a violation of the Second Amendment. Democrats have not done that. Number one. If you need to look at what Pam Bondi was doing before she became, excuse you, I'm speaking. You need to look at what Pam Bondi was doing before she became AG. An authoritarian government, which Donald Trump is trying to turn us into, does not allow for you to own your precious pew-pews. So you need to see what he is doing and stop reading fucking propaganda. Number two, the economy. The economy is in the toilet. Consumer confidence is down. The dollar is at a 60-year low. Unemployment is up. Inflation is going up. PPI is up. If you look at, and I can put up the picture if you want me to show you, if you look at the inflation numbers that Donald Trump just released, he did not release any of the numbers except for one thing, which was gasoline, because everything is more expensive. You aren't looking at the numbers. You're watching TV and listening to propaganda. The border. Donald Trump is not reporting the numbers at the border. He's not. He is reporting encounters nationwide. If you look at what Joe Biden reported, it was Southwest border encounters and nationwide encounters. That's why y'all lost your shit, because every time there was an encounter, it was fucking reported. He's got y'all dumbasses thinking that the border is closed.
First of all, wait a minute. What happens January 1st with the 2A? We finally got rid of the $200 tax stamps for our suppressors and our SBRs, thank God. For number one. Number two, you got all the Democrats that want to ban the ARs.
The 2A, because all these kids got PPUs.
Hold on, Lebo. Hold on. He was talking, and I put a timer up here.
Thank
Dan,
you.
this
I
is your
appreciate
timer.
Thank you, host. Thank you. So the point behind it is nobody's perfect, but when it starts to come down to the economy, first of all, my businesses that I have are doing so much better this year. It's going to take a couple of years to correct what Biden screwed up and the things that he did. Is the economy perfect? Absolutely not. Will it ever be? No. It is getting better. I can tell you right now, I have made more money in the past 12 months than I made with Biden any time of the year. The amount of money that my businesses are turning now, it's incredible.
Because you raise your prices.
Is it perfect? No.
Hold
Are
on.
prices down?
Hold
Wait a
on. I
minute.
want to go
Hold on.
next, Aaron.
Wait
Aaron,
a
I want to go
minute.
next.
Prices are down. Our fuel is way down. Our eggs are down. Our grocery bill, for the most part, is down. Our electric bills are down here. So, is it across the country? Not necessarily. Where I live, they are way down. Our fuel has dropped dramatically.
Why?
So, yes, the economy is slowly turning
Hold
around.
on, Aaron, because I
Thank
want to
you.
go next.
Okay,
I wanna
Lebo, go
next
ahead.
Because
Can I go after Lebo?
Yes, Stitch. Go ahead, Lebo.
Okay. Because you keep on talking about your PPU. I don't care about your PPU. I own PPUs. If I had to give up my PPU to save a little kid's life, that's what I would do. And I don't care.
You're missing the point there, though. You are missing the point on that.
No, stop. I will give up my PPU.
Because you're not giving your kid up.
I'm not.
Dan, hold on. This is his timer. I'm going to add a time back. Go ahead, Lebo.
And, you made more money in this first year with Trump than you did 4 years with Biden. That's a bunch of crap. That's a bunch of crap. He didn't do nothing for the lower class, middle class family right now. He ain't doing nothing for the lower class, middle class family. So the stuff that you talking is yin yang. The only thing that's going down is maybe gas because we have winter blend. You didn't think about that. Prices of meat is gone because we're getting our meat from Brazil. Our cattle ranchers are not even selling their beef. Electric, look at people in Mississippi and them. They got to pay extra $100 because of he did away with that program. So don't talk about electricity.
Okay. Stitch, I think you wanted to go. Thank you, Lebo. Go ahead, Stitch.
All right, so I just wanted to talk about this whole gun ban thing that we're sort of passing around now. Pew pew thing, my bad. Sorry, guys. So first off, we did ban I don't know if I can say the word, the use of certain pills and the D word. Substances. We banned that, but they're still kicking around on dark markets and stuff. So you're saying if we ban all these guns, are they just going to all disappear from everybody's house, or are they going to still be kicking around like how substances are today? That's what I just want to know.
Sorry, I was responding to a text. What did you? What was the question?
I said substances. When we ban substances, they're still kicking around today. So you're saying if we ban pew-pews, are they gonna just all magically disappear, or are they gonna stay around like these substances?
No,
well, nobody. You can't ban. You can't ban pew-pews. There's a that's a totally outside of the. That's holy fucking shit.
I just wanted to elaborate because I think I understood what he was saying. What he's
Hold
trying
on,
to
he's the host though. He's the host.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I've whatever. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to clarify that I think what he's saying is things got pushed out of the regular market, made it to the black market. And if we push pew-pews out of the regular market, will they go to the black market as well? I think that's what he was trying to ask. My bad. I'm sorry, Liv.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, we're not really talking about that, so I don't know why we're pivoting over to that.
I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah.
No one like it's a pivot from the conversation.
Right.
It's
like
a pivot
completely...
from actual actions that are happening by this administration that Dan said was his golden rules. He's broken all three of them. And then he's up here lying about the actual state of the economy and prices, right? Like, for instance, I'm in Tennessee. November 2024, I live alone. November 2024, my light bill was $76. November 2025, my light bill was $455 as a single person. That is an increase of 498%. You want to talk about gas prices? What policy did Donald Trump pass to bring gas prices down? And this is to Dan only. Dan, what policy brought gas prices down? Or do you not know why gas is cheap right now?
No, there's several reasons, and it's not just one thing. It's been a combination of several things. Do you want to explain to me? A question is then, why are my gas prices lower? Why? And I don't mean just now. I'm talking about since March, not during the winter. Number one. Number two, my electric bills are way down.
What state are you in?
I'm in Atlanta.
You're in Georgia, okay? Keep going.
Yes. Yes.
Because I
So
know
everything
Georgia
on our
Power
house has
right
gone
now,
down.
And the reason why I know that you're lying, because I used to live in Dunwoody, right? I just moved to Tennessee. The reason why I know that you're lying is because the public service commissioner seats in Hall County just flipped from Republican to Democrat. Why? Because the Republican that was in office was selling out the people and making profits, allowing Georgia Power to charge whatever the hell they wanted to. That's why if you can get Walton EMC, that is a better electric company in the state of Georgia. Oil prices, energy prices are up in Georgia. So nice try with your lies. Number
So,
two,
Well,
the
first of all,
It hasn't been
why
above
gas is
$4.
lower. The reason why gas
The
has been
host is
going
speaking. The
down
host
this
is
year.
speaking. The host is
well,
speaking.
no, I was just going to point out the gas price. He said the gas prices was down, but I've seen lower than this. 268. I don't know what your normal is, but that's not that low.
That's not that bad.
We're at 221. We're at 221 right now, and diesel's at 260 a gallon. I just filled up at 221 yesterday.
Are you using any discount or any wholesale club?
Average gas prices are updated daily.
Mm-hmm.
These are daily gas prices. This is AAA.
But even with
and you
gas,
have to remember.
But even with
you have to
gas
remember
prices
gas in
down,
Georgia.
Do you know why gas is cheaper right now?
There's a number of different reasons. Just
What
like,
are
do you know
they?
why our eggs are down?
What
Why
are
are eggs
they?
down?
What are they?
They are different policies that he has going on.
No, they're
Period.
wrong.
Can I tell you each and every one of them? No.
Let me
and I'm
explain.
looking.
Okay, since you clearly don't know, let me explain this to you. Then I'll go on mute. The reason why gas is cheaper right now is because OPEC is flooding the market with oil. Donald Trump is such a bad business person that the oil that we produce here, he has promised to 99% to other countries. We are beholden to the market. With OPEC openly flooding the market, increasing supply of oil, it's going to draw down prices, which is literally unaliving our oil industry. You need to see what the oil industry here in America is going through with these cheap prices, with what his friends in OPEC are doing to our markets. Watch next year all the layouts that's going to happen, the refineries that are going to close because of this shit. You don't think past your nose and ask the reason why these things are happening. Donald Trump has not done anything. Oil production in the U.S. is down this year because of OPEC. But you don't look into anything. You just repeat what you see on TV.
Yeah, right here, June 2025, they increased it. You know, they do this a lot, actually. And usually, if a Republican is in office, they will increase production to reduce gas prices. And then when the Democrat gets in office, they reduce it because the Democrats don't want to suck their ass anymore and try to move us over to renewable energy. And it's, why are we like okay with being beholden to global fucking spot price for oil instead of transitioning into an economy that doesn't rely on oil prices that are essentially, you know, set by another country? That's a dictatorship.
I think the biggest part of that is the renewable energy just don't work with our demands that we have now, such as electric vehicles. They work, yeah, but they don't work for a lot of people. I would think electric would be cool. I could never do an electric vehicle. No way. Not with what I have to do with my personal life and business.
What kind of
I've
work
got
do
to
you do?
have gas and diesel.
What kind of work do you do?
Right now, I own I own a pressure washing company. I own a consulting business. I have a number of rental homes and rental properties that I have. We also have a aviation business that makes custom harnesses, wiring harnesses. We've also got a jewelry company that we own. So we're all over the place. But the biggest thing is, go ahead.
So how did Donald Trump make you more money on that?
Our sales have gone through the roof in the past 12 months. The people who are going out and buying homes, yes, the home sales are down, but the people who are doing home renovations and home cleanings and stuff has gone dramatically up over the past 12 months compared to what it was the past 3.5 years.
Even with the tariffs,
before that,
even with the home improvement tariffs on wood, lumber from Canada.
Yep.
Because that's where we get most of our lumber from is Canada. The tariffs that he put on, and people was doing a lot of home improvement.
They are, because they can't afford to buy a house, so they're going to improve the one that they're in now. Has it hurt them? Yeah. But for my business, incredible. Is it back to where it should be before Biden? Not yet, but it will be.
Here's the thing.
But that's the biggest thing.
This is the thing about that talking point.
Yep.
The economy was strong under Biden. The cost of living sucked ass. Because the economy, we were hitting highs, and inflation was down by 3% when he got out of office. The economy, unemployment was down. Pay was actually increasing, but due to inflation, but due to greed and greedflation, you didn't see your money going as far as it did because of the colluding of the rental market. You saw rental properties and homes being outpriced by you. That was something that I will give Democrats their flower, a little bit of their flowers. They did try to combat that, and it was squashed by Republicans. So again, if you look into the numbers, what you're saying does not make sense. Sale prices are down. Car prices are down. Yes, people are spending more, but they're getting less because the dollar is weak.
I'm just telling you personally how my checkbook has worked. Since under Trump originally, and then under Biden, and back under Trump now. It's always been better under a Republican.
Under Biden than Trump. You were selling more homes were being sold under Biden's last year than Trump's first year. So the fact that we can actually look at the numbers, especially in Georgia, and you can sit here and you can lie as if this is not a tangible fact we can check, and say that you were doing better under this year than you were last year, you're just a sycophant for Trump because the numbers don't support that.
Trump left off the gas.
The bottom line of it is, it's the same way with my rental homes that I had. Rent went through the roof. Did I follow it? Absolutely. With supply and demand. Absolutely. Did prices of new houses go in stupid high? They did. They shouldn't be that high. And people now, you're going to start seeing having issues because they overpaid for the house and they can't afford to pay for it now. Watch what happens in the next 12 to 18 months.
Can we let Jesse talk? Because he's been up here and we only have 10 minutes left, so.
I bet you.
All right, well, I will bug out. I will come back later. I've got to actually run to the post office, but I appreciate you guys listening in.
Well, thanks for coming up, Dan. I appreciate it. Jesse?
What's up, guys? Well, I actually came up to address Dan, so I guess he's leaving. Go ahead. I came up because all right, well, the original conversation of why I came up was about immigration, and you had said that the 14th Amendment was bullshit, and I wanted to ask you why.
Okay, you broke up that one thing. Say one more. Ask me that question one more time. I'm sorry.
You had said the statement that the 14th Amendment was bullshit, and I want to ask you why.
Did he say that the 14th Amendment was bullshit?
Yeah, he did. That's specifically why I requested it.
No problem. If you come over here illegally and you have a child and that child is born on this property or on the United States land, but you're here illegally, that child should not become a citizen automatically of the United States. They come over here with legal parents and you get born here, yeah, you automatically become a citizen. But if you're here under illegal presence with your parents, you should not. Just like most other countries, you shouldn't be. I agree that they should not be allowed to become citizens here if their parents came here illegally. If their parents are legal, then absolutely.
So do you want to completely revoke the 14th Amendment? Is that what you want?
No, I want it changed. Not necessarily revoked completely, but it needs to be changed.
So you agree, though, that
because I think we need to
you agree that it currently means that if you're born here, you're a citizen, right?
Yes, but it should be under certain circumstances. If your parents come here illegally and they're pregnant and she drops you on this American soil, but they're here illegally, you should not be allowed to be an American. You should be allowed to apply for American citizenship, but you should not be automatically made an American just because you were born here.
Did your wife have
wait. But my question, hold on. My question to you was: you acknowledge that currently, the way that there's echo. I don't know. I'm going to mute you. You acknowledge that currently, the way that it's written means that if you're born on U.S. soil, that you're a citizen. You acknowledge this, that it's currently written that way. Yes.
That is correct.
Okay. So you're
I disagree with
you're
that,
saying
though.
that you want a constitutional amendment to change that.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to
Because
make
we
sure
have to
we're on
start
the same
putting
page.
Americans first.
Okay.
Yes, we have to start putting Americans first, foremost, period. And people need to understand it is a privilege to come to this country. It is not a right.
So when did your wife become a citizen? What year?
What year? What? I've been a citizen here.
Your wife.
She came over in 20. Let me think here. She came over in 2015. We got married in 2016, and she got her citizenship about a year and a half ago. So that would put her like in 23.
And did you have any
End of
children?
23.
You got
Did
any
you have
kids?
any children
No.
while she wasn't a citizen?
I was going to ask.
No.
You don't got no kids?
No kids at all. No. Never wanted them. So no kids.
So, with your experience, let's say you did want to have a kid. Let's say you did have a kid. And let's say we changed it, right? Because she's not a citizen. According to Donald Trump's executive order, he wants to where both parents have to be a U.S. citizen for that child to be a citizen. Let's say you and your wife did have a kid within those 8 years. You don't think your kid should be a U.S. citizen because your wife wasn't a U.S. citizen?
First of all, wait a minute. There's two things there.
No,
First of all, I'm an American citizen. Hang on a second. If the father or the mother is an American citizen and the opposite, the husband or wife come over and they have a kid, the kid should be able to get American citizenship because one parent was an American citizen.
You didn't listen to what I asked you.
Hang on a second.
Wait, don't change what I
did.
asked you to fit what you want to say. That's not what I asked you. According to Donald Trump's executive order on birthright citizenship, both parents have to be a U.S. citizen for that child to be a citizen. So within that 8 years of your wife trying to be a U.S. citizen, if y'all had a oopsie, here's a baby, you don't think that your child, because she's not a U.S. citizen, you don't think that your child should be a U.S. citizen?
Wait a minute. Let me rephrase what I just said, and let me finish before you interrupt. First of all, I said if one of the parents is an American citizen, not the couple, but one of the people in the marriage is Americans, or in the relationship is an American. Yes, I think they should have American citizenship.
That
if
is
the
not
mother
what I
here
asked
is,
you.
I'm,
And that's
can
not
I
what
get
the
to it?
executive order says.
Can I finish? Can I
No, because
finish?
you're changing.
I
You're changing the facts.
I
His
disagree
executive order
with.
says both parents have to be a U.S. citizen, not one.
I just told
two.
you. I just told you I disagree with that.
When your wife was waiting to become a U.S. citizen, she was an immigrant. She's not a citizen.
He's offering his
Can I
opinion
finish?
about what he wants.
But that
My point is, do I agree?
My question. I don't care what he wants.
First of all,
I asked him a very
specific
question.
Okay, what was
If
the
you
question?
shut up, I'll tell you.
Well, hold on. What was the question?
My question was Donald Trump's executive order says that both parents have to be a citizen for that child to be a citizen. I said in his situation with his wife in process to be a U.S. citizen for 8 years, if they were to have a baby, does he believe that his child should not be a United States citizen?
And I answered, I said, I disagree with them having to both be American citizens. I said at least one should be. That's what I said. I said I disagree with them both having to be an American citizen. The other thing is, if two parents come over here and they're both on green cards and they're here legally, but they're not citizens,
As long as they fit
yes,
their
give the kid American citizenship if his parents are here legally, even if they're not citizens. But if they're here illegally, they should not have birthright. That's my whole point. Do I disagree they should both be Americans? No, the parents shouldn't both have to be Americans, but they should both have to be either an American or be here legally, not just come over here and squat and have a kid and go, well, he's going to be an American even though I'm here illegally.
So we
That's
should
what I'm
just
trying to
screw
say.
Supreme Court precedent, because you know this has already been decided, right? You know,
I
Wong v.
understand that.
United States. This question was already answered and settled by the court.
He already acknowledged
understand
that as it is right now written, that you do have citizenship. He already said that he acknowledges that.
Thank you. Yes.
Can I
As
say
written.
something?
Yes, Lonnie, please
And
go
there
ahead.
are many things.
Hold on 1 second, please. So here's my issue, right? You come up here and you say that people that are U.S. citizens should have more privilege than the people who apply to be citizens in this country, as if they are taking something away from you, because you sat up here and said you have two businesses. You have a power washing business and you have a consulting business, right? And so I guess my question is that what have you lost since he's been rounding
Here's my.
up all these undocumented people and shipping them to places they don't belong? What have you gained personally?
I get what you're saying. First of all, if we do that, it's going to keep these other businesses that are hiring illegals from hiring them. If we follow through the law, we also put the punishment on to the companies who hire them. Number two, yes, an American citizen outranks any other person coming from any other country, legal or illegal, when you're in this country. Just like when you're in any other country, Germany, Russia, England, wherever, their citizens are more important and outrank any other person in the world when you're in their country. Yes, sir, I am.
Dan, I didn't say nobody else.
Okay, wait. Now, how is it affected me personally?
Yes.
It is not personally affected me. But because it doesn't personally affect me necessarily, doesn't mean they shouldn't pay for their crimes. Whether it's running a stop sign or whatever, like you're saying, spitting on the sidewalk, coming here legally. It doesn't matter.
34-time felon should not be sitting in the White House right now. Because if it was Kamala Harris,
wait a minute.
Because
a felon can be a president. Go read.
Hold on. You voted for a felon who was convicted in a court of law
real quick.
34 times.
Real quick, Dan, you have serious echo. I'm pretty sure it's you. Like, I can hear everything I'm saying, and when Lonnie was speaking, I could hear everything she was saying again.
Is this better?
Oh God, yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, thank fuck.
My point
Okay,
is this.
Lonnie, please go ahead.
My point is this, right? You got up here and said anybody breaking the law, they need to pay the crime. They do the crime, they need to do the time. And I agree with you on that statement. That's why I am so heavily invested in this 34-time felon getting put in prison.
Okay, let me stop you there. Hang on.
Law. 1 second, please.
Go ahead.
He broke the law. He was found guilty. And if you dare sit up here and try to tell me that Biden's DOJ went after him illegally, then you need to explain how illegally his DOJ went after James Comey and now starting with Powell, because that's exactly what he's done to those three people. They followed the law. They found the man guilty and he needs to serve his time. But you help put that man in office while you sit up here and scream
I can tell
about,
you. Hang on, I'll tell you.
Criminality needs to be justified. Miss me with the BS, Dan. You're
no. First of all, is he guilty of that or not? That's your own personal opinion. I'm not stating it. I'm not going there. They found him guilty. They charged him. They took him to court. They did the whole thing, and they said no jail time. That's what they did. That's what the Democratic judge did, and all the rest of them did. So that's fine. But you have to remember, we can put somebody who's actually in prison in the White House if we wanted to. You have to remember, we're going by what is actually in the Constitution.
Real quick, Dan, I don't work for the judicial system, so it's not my opinion. It's facts that I read out of the court case. So rephrase that the next time. It's not my opinion. It's facts. Thank you.
But Dan, too, before you get, hold on, Dan.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said if they run a stop sign, they broke the law. If they did something, they broke the law. Trump broke the law,
and he went to court.
But it's okay because you simple for Trump. He's okay for him to break law, but nobody else can break the law.
I never said anything with him being okay to break the law. My point is he went to court. They found him guilty. They gave him what they wanted for a punishment. End of story. It's done and over
Why
with.
did you vote him in office if he was found guilty, if he broke the law, Dan?
Because it's a totally different law. It wasn't like he was freaking going after little girls or any of this other stuff. Number one.
But he was.
Wait, hang on a minute. You asked
He
me a question.
was though. Have you not been reading the
Okay,
Bible?
well, hold on. Okay, so you think that because it wasn't like a bad law?
That's not what I said. No. My
Okay,
point
then-
is,
just a ticket.
Go ahead.
Point is the same thing when it came down to Clinton getting a blowjob in the greenhouse in the White House. Why weren't Democrats all up in arms about that? The point
Because
was
she was a
what they
grown
do in their-
woman, she was
wait a minute,
consenting.
what they do in their personal life, I really don't give a flying
She
rat's
was
ass.
really?
But it wasn't.
I want somebody who can actually run the country like a freaking business like it is.
Okay, but
That's
here's the
reason why I
thing,
voted
though.
him.
The law that he broke wasn't just him doing stuff in his personal life. He falsified business records, right?
Right.
Yes.
To defraud the
And so,
public.
Also,
right, to
the
defraud.
issue-
And also, I'll say that you came up here and said that if you break the law, like you come across
Correct.
illegally, you're a criminal and you have to be
Correct.
dealt with. And that was, I think, to Lonnie's point, you made that distinction, but not with Trump.
Well,
Why?
First of all, he went to court. And I'm not going to get into whether I agree with the charges or not. That's not what I'm going to get into. But he went to court. The judge gave him set down what he wanted him to do to pay for it, which happened to be no jail time, and they gave him a conviction. Okay, so they gave him the conviction.
Wrong.
But my point, but when it all comes down,
Again,
if I had
wrong.
another person to vote for other than Trump that was a Republican that actually put Americans first, unlike
Trump's
the Democrats,
not putting Americans first.
Yeah,
finish my statement, please?
Yes, finish.
Point blank. I had no other choice. You're going to vote for him or you're going to vote for Harris. I am not going to vote for somebody who has no experience, that all she can do is freaking giggle, and she doesn't care about Americans.
Experience. She worked at every level of the government.
Yeah. No,
As an investor,
and
she had a plan that will put more money in your pockets in the rental and home buying and renovation field.
I want to point out, like, I didn't even like Kamala, but to say that she wasn't, like, she didn't have the requirements necessary to be president, or wasn't, whatever it was you said, that's ridiculous. Of course she was more than capable of doing it. She was the fucking vice president, for crying out loud.
Didn't do shit. But she didn't do shit during her vice presidency.
Doesn't matter.
Absolutely, she did. What do you mean? Hold on, I'm sorry. Hold on.
It doesn't matter.
Listen. So hold on. First off, she absolutely did. Like, if you look at her actual track record, like just pure numbers, she broke more ties in Congress, and she traveled. She traveled to multiple South American countries, pushing foreign policy. So, like, to say that she did absolutely nothing is factually incorrect. That's your opinion that you think she didn't, but the truth is she actually did a lot of stuff during her vice presidency.
Sorry, Jesse.
Yeah,
my question is, Dan, out of all the vice presidents, including Joe Biden, what did they do? All the men vice presidents.
If you went back, a lot of them didn't do shit, and I would never have wanted them as a president. I didn't even want Bush as president.
Who are you comparing her being a vice president and doing nothing to? Because it sounds like, from what Jesse said and from what I know, she did more than any other vice president before her. So your statement is just out of malice. You just don't like her.
No,
it's fine you don't like her, that's fine, but can we stick with the facts? And the facts of the matter is that you're up here ussy popping and backpedaling, trying to justify the fact that you made a statement that anybody that broke the law as much as running a stop sign should have to do the time. A stop sign violation is a ticket. That's number one.
So you pay it.
Immigration policy, if you violate that, that is also a ticket.
Do you realize?
Do you not understand that?
Do you understand?
No, stop.
You stay here illegally, then you need to pay.
Both of them are tickets. They're appearance tickets to the desk of the judge. And that is the part that you're missing. That is what Aaron has been trying to tell you this whole time. If you are here violating your visa, it is an equivalent of running a stop sign and getting a ticket. But you were so up here talking about get rid of them, kick them out. But the reality is that the Constitution laid it out for you, and all the laws that surround it laid it out for you what it is, and you didn't even know that you have to step foot on the US soil to claim asylum, which then starts the process of you trying to become a citizen. And just like Obama did, when these people did not meet what the standard was, he deported them. Okay, so you're up here with this false claim that you have an issue with the problems of undocumented people, which, if we're going to do words, undocumented means without documentation. So therefore, the people who are here without documentation, you, me, Lib, Aaron, we don't know where those people are. So the people that are getting rounded up, like I said, are the very people who applied for citizenship in one way form, went to court, got paperwork stating they could have jobs, got a job, and got rounded up, either going to court to get the paperwork to say they could have a job, or at their job paying taxes and adding a net positive to our economy. But you want to get rid of that. So then when your taxes skyrocket, you'll be crying about that. But I end my case right there.
Paying taxes and paying your fair share of taxes as an illegal does not excuse you. That's like saying you
Thank
broke
you,
into
Aaron.
my house and I'm going to excuse you because you're mowing the yard and painting the house. No, it doesn't. I don't care how much you're paying in taxes and how well you're working. It doesn't excuse you from breaking the law of being here illegally, even if it's technically the same as walking or jaywalking. First of all, you have to remember, we need to be much harsher on illegals than we do American citizens, because it is a privilege, not a right.
I don't know,
No,
Dan,
you need to
because
be
it
more.
was
You need to
mostly
be harder
American.
on the corporations that hire
I just
them.
want to ask
Okay.
Liv to look up the law and put it on the screen. What is the punishment for overstaying your visa? Is it like as simple as a ticket, or is it automatic?
You're asked to show up to court.
Yeah.
But they can deport you. They can deport you.
Yes,
Yep.
exactly.
Yeah, they can
But
deport
That
you.
part I
Dan,
understand, but he's screaming
let
something
me say this
totally
real
different,
fast.
because first off, like I said, to be undocumented means there's no documentation of you. The people that are working have work visas, which means they're documented.
Right.
And those are the
Mhm.
people that are getting rounded up. So we know they're here as the United States because
Correct.
they're paying taxes and they know where they work. That's why they're going to those places. They know when their
Okay.
court date is. That's why they're going to the courthouse and picking them up. If we didn't know they were here, then yeah, go ahead, round them up. If you found somebody that wasn't documented that we didn't know about, that slipped through the cracks, sure, go get them, send them back, let them start all over. But that's not what he's doing. And Dan, you know that's not what he's doing.
So what I'm curious though, why do you think we should go lenient on illegals just because that they pay taxes and they've been here 15 years and they work a job and they got a family? To me,
Because
Not
that
American
doesn't
illegal.
make any
people,
difference.
Like
let
you
me
answered
answer
your
that.
own question.
No.
Let me answer that.
Go ahead.
I answer that, Dan, because more American people do more crimes than undocumented people do. Look at all this. Look at. Hold on, Dan. Look at all this mass pew-pewing, and you don't see undocumented going to schools doing mass pew-pewing to school. You don't see immigrants going to churches, blowing up church, booming churches.
That's
you don't
not the
see
point.
undocumented people
That is the
doing
point,
all
Dan.
that stuff.
No. That just because of an American does something wrong or bad doesn't make the illegal a good person.
That's the
Or
part
let me
you
ask
keep
you this, so Dan.
missing, Dan.
So my point
You
is a
keep
totally
saying
separate situation.
illegal. You keep
Right.
saying illegal, and
Yes.
they're not illegal. That's the part that's tripping you up, because the court knows that they're here. So they're not here illegally. The court knows where they are because they have jobs and they're paying taxes.
But
So
they're
that
still
deems them
illegals.
legal.
Okay,
No,
so
that's legal to work here.
correct.
Not if they've overworked
So let me
their
ask you a
visa.
question, Dan. Let's bring it back to your personal life.
Go
Has
ahead.
your wife ever gotten a speeding ticket?
Absolutely.
So you think that because in Donald Trump's new denaturalization process, look it up, you believe that she is a criminal and she should have her citizenship revoked and be deported? You believe it?
Two things. One is I never said
Answer the question. I don't want a soliloquy. I want a yes or no answer.
It's not a yes or no, because I already told you I
It is
disagree
a
with
yes or
everything.
no answer, because he says he is going through all new citizens who have been naturalized, and if they have any criminal record, including clerical errors, parking tickets, he is suggesting that they are denaturalized. So
I
I
just told
asked
you,
you,
yes, that's what
stop,
Trump said. You asked what
stop
I
it,
thought.
stop. I asked you a very simple question. I don't want you to justify it. It's a yes or no question. Do you believe that your wife, who is a new citizen, who is a criminal in the eyes of his denaturalization policy, should be deported and her citizenship revoked, yes or no?
Trump says yes.
I'm asking you.
I say no, but she was also.
You personally say no.
I'll play your game.
But you support a man who says yes and wants to put your wife's citizenship on the line because of a traffic ticket. You say, well, you know what? Trump says yes, and that's what I'm voting for. I'm putting my caboose onto him.
So I have to do that, or I got to go with Kamala's, who I disagree with 100% in everything that she did.
Okay, so question. So
those
you
are my
disagree?
options.
You disagree that people should be able to own homes?
I think
you
they should be able to own
disagree that we
homes.
should be going after corporate greed, which has made prices out of control, and to bring it back down to regular numbers? You
Yes.
disagree that we should stop subsidizing corporations and billionaires by giving them huge tax cuts, and we have to pick up the bill? You disagree with that?
Yes, I disagree with a lot of it. Let me explain one.
So you like supplementing billionaires?
Okay,
income.
we're gonna let him respond or talk.
Thank you. So here's my thing. First of all, I think because I'm in the highest tax bracket you can pay, I'm getting fucked. I think we should have an even tax. It should be the same percentage across the board, whether you make 10,000 or 10 million. I don't care.
No.
Wait a minute, hang on. You asked my question. I'm responding. Number two, when it comes down to somebody being here, if you're here legally, we go lighter on you. If you're here illegally, no, we let the dogs out on you. When it comes back to the other thing about if you break the law, if you're here, that's what I feel. But when it comes down to voting for Trump or Harris, I have no other choice but one of the two. There was no other Republican for me to vote for, and I sure wasn't going to vote for somebody who I don't agree with any of her agenda or any of her politics, and especially when I didn't agree with her vice president choice.
Well, did you vote for Donald Trump in the primary?
Yes.
So you had another choice and you chose Donald Trump.
But there wasn't a good choice.
Exactly.
Yeah, but there wasn't a good choice there.
For Trump.
Yeah, but you just said that you had no other choice, and you did have another choice, and you chose Trump. So don't use that as an argument.
But I also had to make sure whoever was going to be in the Republican seat was going to be able to whip ass on the Democrats.
No.
So he just hates. So basically, what he just said, he hates Democrats. He wants to keep all of his money. Period. Fuck elderly. Fuck children. Fuck the poor. As long as his wife can stay legal, as long as he can shit on people that actually help his industries, he's okay with absolutely doing all this shit. Because he admitted earlier that shit's bad, but he's looking forward and it's going to get good. He's not understanding that the reason why his shit was doing, he did better under Biden, even during with the inflation, with the Ponderosa and the fallout from that. He did better under Biden, but he's not giving any credence to Biden. He's only giving to Trump, and Trump has screwed everybody. Even
I did worse under Trump.
You think you have money? Shut up.
Can we let
You
Beth
think
talk?
you have money?
Okay.
The clients who I represent and I work for every single day, they would wipe your ass with what you think is your net worth. Billions of dollars. I'm talking about beyond the 1%. The 0.3% are my clients. And you think your little pennies is something. And guess what? You know the majority of them voted for Kamala, because they understood that she was better for business in the long term. Even if their taxes went up, that in the long term, they were going to make more money because the middle class was going to have more money to spend, because the middle class is what keeps this economy going.
You're right. Middle class is what keeps the economy going.
Hey, Dan,
but the middle class got hurt by the Democrats. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Can we look? Beth's been up here for a long time.
Go ahead.
Hi, Dan. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. I'm sitting here in the parking lot getting ready to walk into the post office, but go ahead. I'm having more entertainment now.
So, my first question is, what are the three responsibilities of the vice president under the law?
They are to carry out whatever the law or whatever the agenda of the presidency needs to done. They're there to assist the president.
No, there are 3 constitutional responsibilities of a vice president.
I'll be
Number
honest.
one,
I'd have to go back and look it all up. To be honest, I don't know off the top of my head.
I'm going to help you because I know. Former legislative liaison for the executive and legislative branch here. Number one, to assume the roles and responsibilities of the president should they be incapacitated or no longer be.
Correct.
Number 2, to break any Senate tie. Okay. Number 3, to certify the election results. Those are the 3 constitutional roles and responsibilities of any vice president.
Correct.
So great. So for you to come on here and start espousing, and I will tell you, I noticed very quickly that you really like to speak over women. So we're going to just get that out of the way because we're not going to do that with me. But number 2, well, or laugh. Sometimes you laugh, sometimes you speak over women. But here's the other thing. When Walmart gets subsidies from the government, whether it be tax increment financing, whether it be any type of tax incentive to build somewhere, right? They get free money, correct, Dan?
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, so their employees are some of the highest populations of people who receive benefits from the government, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so why are we not taxing Walmart for the benefits that their employees are receiving instead of Walmart receiving all these tax benefits in addition to not paying livable wages to their employees to where they require for you and me to help supplement their income so that they can actually have a decent life. I'm not talking a quality life. I'm talking basic, decent necessities.
Yeah, let me ask you a question about that. Why
doesn't the government tax corporations for government assistance that their employees received? Answer that question for me.
Absolutely. Who do you think is going to pay those taxes?
Can you answer the question, please? Thank you.
I'm going to tell you right now, because it's going to turn around and backfire, because those taxes all corporate taxes are all paid by the consumer. It's not paid by the corporation. Do they physically write a check? Yeah, but they turn around and it goes into the cost of goods and services. Period. Same way I do my businesses.
You've not answered my question.
I just did. Should they be taxed on it? Yes, tax them on it. But my point behind it is, who do you think is going to pay those taxes? It's not like they just pull it out of their pocket and it goes away. It comes down to the consumer pays it. So it increases prices of goods and services.
Okay, so if you want to dance around the question, everyone can see that.
I just told you, yes.
No, you haven't answered the question. But anyway, the third thing that I want to bring up is, in a natural disaster or any type of situation where supply and demand is, let's say demand is really, really high, and you've got price gouging laws, right? And so companies can't gouge consumers when something is in need. And so there's rules. So let me ask you, how do you feel about Trump price gouging the Secret Service for hotel rooms?
First of all, do you have proof of that? Number two, in a capitalist society, people who are gouging, whether it's gas stations or Home Depot or whoever it is, in the long run is going to hurt them. They don't need the laws to control that, because in the long run, people are going to go, no, we're not going to go. They just screwed themselves. We're not going back to that person again.
You're a merry-go-rounder. You just mentioned the law. They are breaking the law if they price gouge. The President of the United States has he has to follow the emoluments clause. He is not following the emoluments clause. So he is actually violating the law. Now, finally, my final question, and then I'm done with you today, is where in the Constitution does it say that we have to go harder on immigrants?
I never said the Constitution said that. But we need to make sure.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to clarify. You said we need to go harder on immigrants because they're not American citizens. My question again is, where in the Constitution does it state that we have to go harder on immigrants because they're not American citizens. In fact, may I remind you that the Constitution, good and bad, applies equally under the law to any person in this country. So if you obey
the people
law,
of the country,
to any person on U.S. soil, the Constitution applies to them. I don't care if they're an alien from Mars. The Constitution applies to aliens from Mars. Doesn't matter who you are.
You can think that if you want to think that's okay. You can think that.
It's not a think, it's a no.
No, it doesn't say anything about Mars.
It says any person on this planet, in this country, those laws constitutionally, good and bad, if you break the law, the Constitution applies to you. If you follow the law, the Constitution applies to you. There are no differences between the people, whether they're from here, there, or anywhere. If you're a person on American soil, the Constitution applies to you equally under the law.
But that's not my point. I didn't say about the Constitution. I flat just said my personal opinion is we need to go much harder on them. Just like if a kid breaks into my house.
I don't care about your personal opinion.
Yes, it does. You just asked it.
I don't give a shit about your personal opinion, sir. I said, where in the Constitution does it state?
Okay, Karen.
Oh, now you're going to go to name calling?
No, I just figured your name was Karen. I'm sorry.
You need to do a better job of insulting me, because let me tell you, in the business I'm in, I get better insults from 12-year-olds. So
it's okay. It's okay.
Beth, hold on for a minute. Where do you see Karen at?
She's just whining like a Karen.
No, Dan.
What's
Dan,
that?
Where do you see the name? Where do you see the name Karen?
I don't see the name Karen anywhere. I'm going by the way she's presenting herself.
Then why do you have to disrespect her like that? Knowing
that was not a disrespect.
Yes, you did.
Yes, it was.
Dan, yes,
if it was disrespectful, I am sorry she took it that way. I was calling it like it saw it.
Okay. All right, Dan, do you think that it says in the Constitution that people should be treated worse if they're not citizens?
I didn't know. I just said I didn't say that. I
just
never said
to clarify, do you think that it says that? No. Okay.
No, I never said
that. And so what you stated was personal opinion.
Correct.
Okay. Just wanted to make that clear.
Just like my
it was obvious
opinion,
to me that was your opinion, and I disagree with that opinion, but it was obvious to me that was opinion.
Just like that's the one reason I disagree with the Democrats so much, is they are so light on criminals, period. Whether it's American, illegals, whatever. They're too light on criminals.
Okay.
What's that?
We're light on criminals.
Let me move around the panel here. I'm going to go top left, and I'm going to give everybody a time because a lot of people haven't said much. Lebo, go ahead.
Yeah, Dan, I didn't like the way you was calling her Karen because you was getting dog walked. You say you made more money on Joe Biden. All your talking point was me.
No, I made more money under Trump.
All your talking point was me. It didn't make no bit of sense because all you see is Trump this, Trump that. Aaron told you about your wife. If she you could get deported just as fast as any other undocumented people. So, and when you disrespect Beth like that, I lost all respect for you.
All right, thank you, Lebo. Nadine, welcome in. Good to see you. Go ahead.
How are you?
Doing fine.
I came in while Dan was ranting there, and I think that people really struggle with our Constitution because they think that we have two separate sets of laws, one for citizens and one for non-citizens. But you can't operate a nation that way, and you can't operate a legal system that way. So if you are from Germany and you come to the United States on vacation and you get in trouble with the law, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights applies to you, same as it applies to me who was born here and is a citizen, because our legal system is based on the Constitution and the protections that people have. And if Dan doesn't like Democrats because we're weak on criminals, we're not weak on criminals, Dan. What we are is we protect people's rights. whether they are in fact guilty or not guilty of a crime. You still have rights. Illegal, undocumented people still have rights under our system of law, and that is simply factual.
Thank you, Nadine. Appreciate that. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah. So it comes down to, I understand what you're saying about the Constitution, but we have to remember when it comes down to it, we need to change some of the laws to be able to crack down harder on a lot of things, obviously, but definitely when it comes down to the illegals. That's what the whole thing started with, this whole original conversation to begin with an hour ago.
But why?
Why? Because you have to understand that American citizens, people of this country, come first above and beyond anybody else in the entire world when you're in this country, just like any other country, just like in your home, your family, your kids, your husband, your wife, they come before anybody else outside that door, no matter what. Period. No matter what. And that's the problem, is we have to make sure they understand this is a privilege to come to this country. It is not a right by any stretch of the imagination. So they have to remember that. That's my point behind it, is we have got to crack down. Like, we got to crack down on a lot of other things too in this country against American citizens that screw up and break the law. I agree. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dan. MBW, welcome in. Go ahead.
Hi. So my question is for Dan. I mean, did you take history throughout your educational career at all?
Absolutely.
Because this country was founded by immigrants. This country was created on an experiment that we are a melting pot. And I don't know whether you realize how much the immigrants are a net positive on our economy. And yes,
I think immigration's great, but not illegals.
But you want to be harder on them. Harder how? And if you want to say that we as Democrats are light on criminals, you're the party that elected a 34-count felon. You're the party that has a president that just is bypassing every checks and balances that we have and thinks that he can do whatever. No, my turn. That he can do whatever the hell he wants, and our Congress has been so feckless to let him do it. As Nadine said, we're not light on crime. We're not light on criminals. We're just protecting everybody's rights. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Aaron, go ahead.
I mean, his hypocrisy is it's insane, right?
I thought it was my turn.
Because
Who's my turn? Who is that?
Challenge?
No, top row, and then it goes down, and then it goes back.
You're going in a okay.
Yeah, and then it does like that.
Save the best for last. Okay.
Go ahead, Aaron.
It's just it doesn't add up. He says he cares about people breaking the law, then he votes for a felon. He cares about the law, but he wouldn't vote for a prosecutor or actually look at her policies to see if he agreed or disagreed with it, right? He watches TV to get his talking points because he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know numbers. He doesn't know policy. He doesn't know facts. He knows propaganda, and that is crazy to me. I just don't understand it. The fact of the matter is, he is literally spouting white supremacist talking points against the browning of America. He's not going after the corporations that are hiring these quote illegals, which are just undocumented people because they're humans. He's not going after who's creating the problem and benefiting from it. Excuse you, it is my turn to speak. He is coming after the people who are doing the work. And then when there's no one to do the work, what's going to happen then? He's not thinking forward, and he's outright lying, especially being in Georgia, when you know the Ponderosa increased housing prices, and now house prices are cooling and dropping in Georgia. It's insane. It just does not make any sense fiscally.
Okay. Johnny, go ahead. Welcome in.
Hey, liberal.
What's up, man?
Well, I've been listening for like 3 hours, and my interest wasn't piqued or sparked until I think it was Beth. Maybe it was you, MBW. I'm not sure. I think it was Beth, though, that was talking about the Constitution and, extending constitutional rights to anybody that happens to land on our soil. And I just, I had a genuine question for her. That's fine. She's gone. What if, 20 brigades of the Chinese military shows up on our shore, or North Koreans or Russians or Israelis. I mean, is this like? So I guess just to fill up my last 20 seconds. I mean, obviously everybody's operating from either a place of safety, advantage, or revenge, as far as I can tell. Because I've been trying to understand how the left and the right can so vehemently stick to their talking points, knowing that a lot of it doesn't make actual sense. So where's the line drawn? I mean, if a billion people come here tomorrow, are we just supposed to extend rights to everybody? I mean, that to me seems very, very asinine.
Wait, okay, so are you asking if, because everybody that's on U.S. soil has constitutional rights, you're saying that if like an invading army is here, whether they have constitutional rights? Is that your...
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they wouldn't be under the subject, they wouldn't be subject to the jurisdiction of the U.S., laws, and there would be an invading force, and there is in the Constitution, a way to combat that.
And there's still military code that you still have to operate under while defending the nation.
Right. So
that would be an act of war.
It's different.
That would be an act of war.
But they still have human rights, even
absolutely. And if they were to invade, and there were battles to be fought on this land, on this soil, and they were captured, as then they would be afforded rights as the Geneva Conventions demands, and we are signatories of that, so we would have to follow the law. I mean, we are a nation of laws. It's not this is not difficult stuff, Johnny.
Johnny, does that answer your question?
Well, I guess
why
I'll
the
just say
line?
this, like, okay, so Challenger can get there to his point. Okay, so one of our main grievances against King George was, housing and quartering the enemy, or not the enemy. Well, they ended up becoming our enemy, but the king's soldiers. So let's just say, for instance, 1 billion people show up tomorrow. They say they're non-combatant, they love America, they love freedom, but we need a place to sleep and we need your food. Okay, this is the point. Like, how do we tell the difference between combatants, non-combatants? Because last time I checked, a lot of countries around the world, probably mostly thanks to Israel, literally hate us and want to see us fall. How are we supposed to sift through all that? Do we bankrupt our economy, hiring 1 million more judges to expedite these processes? I mean, at what point do we care more about the people that are here, I don't care what color you are, versus the GDP and, this virtue signaling? But yeah, anyways, go ahead, Jones.
Well, I think that's like a separate issue. That's a lot of things to unpack. So let's get to challenge first, and then we can go back and address some of that. Challenge.
We call that hogwash here.
Yeah, challenge. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to go back to United States revenue, taxes, and money talk. 3 points for the panel. How many actually think the rich don't pay their fair share? Number 2, did you know that 5%, the top 5% of income earners pay 25% of the revenue of the United States? The top 10% pay 50%, half of the revenue of the United States, and the top 20% pay 72% of the revenue. That means 80% of the country pay 28% of the revenue of the United States. And third, and this is for the last 30 years. In those same 30 years, Democrats tell you that vote for me and I'll make the rich pay their fair share. Yet I've yet seen one take action on that, although that's their main platform. So we vote for them, yet they never do anything about the rich paying their fair share.
Oh my God.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's a separate point than what we were talking about. But again, if their fair share, taxes harm people making $60,000 a lot more than they do somebody making $1 billion. Right. You could take half of the income of somebody who's making $1 million a year, and they'd be okay. You take half of the income of somebody who's making 60,000, they're fucked. So it's all about proportionality here. You're
Tim,
talking about Go ahead, Nadine.
I was talking to a friend of mine who's running for county commissioner, and he was trying to make people understand like the difference between a millionaire and a billionaire. If Elon Musk spent $1 million a day, think about that, $1 million a day, and he didn't earn any more money. He just was running through what he's got. He would run out of money in 671 years. That's $1 million a day for 671 years. That is an obscenity. We need to cap income or something. There is no, Elon Musk could solve homelessness, world hunger, and educational crises around the globe and still be a billionaire. And we can't force him to do it. But he comes to our country because he is also an immigrant and destroys the middle class because he doesn't pay his employees enough money. There are people who work at Amazon who are on food stamps. So that means that the US government is subsidizing Jeff Bezos, who is a billionaire.
Nadine, I got a question for you.
Yes.
Chandler just said about taxing the billionaires, but don't they got to go through Congress?
It does. It's up to Congress to establish the taxes, and the Democrats. Let's be honest. Most of the Democrats.
What I was going to say is because I think he's thinking the president is going to make that claim. Was president?
I'm not thinking that. I'm just telling you who the presidential platforms for the Democrats tell you.
That's Bernie Sanders.
You saying they don't say that?
Bernie Sanders' platform is that the millionaires and billionaires have to pay their fair share.
Oh, Kamala said it. It's the last 30 years. Every Democrat says,
yeah,
I'm
but they never do anything.
Rich pay their fair share.
They don't do anything about it. Well, the one person that would have done something about it, Hillary Clinton, decided to fuck over, and that establishment of corporate Democrats.
Yep. Poor Bernie.
Yeah. They really
here's another thing that nobody wants to talk about. Citizens United said that General Electric is a person and they have rights. But General Electric doesn't pay any income taxes. None. Zero. So if they're a person and protected by constitutional rights because their voice matters, their free speech matters, and they get to use their money to move things forward, just like I do. I vote with my wallet and so do you. But they don't pay any income tax. I pay more income tax than General Election, than Exxon, than BP, than Amazon.
And it means they have more speech than you do. It's horseshit. But no, I mean, look, challenge to your point about the middle class. The fact that the middle class isn't the engine of this country anymore, generally speaking, economically, is proof that there's something fucking wrong. You've got this massive fucking gap, and you got all these people that aren't paying their, quote, fair share, as it were, because they're not getting paid enough. Yet somehow, some way, we're so wealthy, and our GDP outpaces every other country, and it all goes to the top fucking 1% or 10% even. That's
so you don't believe my statistics?
That's proof that something is fucked up in this country.
You don't believe my statistics that we pay 28% of the total revenue, and the top 20% pay 72%?
No, I believe it. I believe it. But let's say everybody's tax rate was zero, and then you got two people that are paying $2. You could then turn around and say, oh my God, these two people are funding the entire government. That doesn't mean anything to me.
I'm all for a flat tax rate.
Flat tax rate is actually regressive, though. Challenge that is. Let me tell you. If Elon Musk got pulled over for doing 90 miles an hour in a fucking 25 mile an hour zone, whatever ticket he got would be the same amount as somebody else doing that who makes $30,000. Guess which person is actually being punished by that fine? Who do you think's being punished? No. So, but Elon Musk, he could pay that fine without even thinking about it. But the person making $30,000, that fine is going to hurt them, right? It's about proportionality in the amount, the burden that it places on a person. So when you do a flat tax, 20% across the board, 20% at $30,000 hurts that person a lot more than 20% of $2 million. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, what's the answer that the top 80% pay zero and the top 20% pay all revenue for the United States?
We
It's
have to go back to the tax
progressive
rates
tax
before
rates.
Reagan was
Yeah.
president.
Yes.
Any challenges too.
The
Yeah.
last
You
time
know,
I
you
checked,
said
the
flat
80%
tax,
is getting tax
but you said
returns.
flat tax. There's people in Texas and you can say they ain't making it, but there's some people in Texas. The only job they could get is a 725-hour job. That's
Well,
all the job they could get
Well, we have to
because
raise the
of the
minimum wage. It's
circumstances,
ridiculous that the
you
minimum
know.
wage
And
hasn't gone up in over 10 years.
yeah, but
that's true.
they got and they only make $725 an hour, and you want them to do a flat tax, and how you going to live off 725?
It's
I
hard.
guess off of government subsidies.
Why
you're
should the government subsidize your
Right.
if you have a business, Challenger, for example, and you hire people and pay the minimum wage? To me, that is a failing business model
Yes.
because you are not paying your employees enough to function outside of your business. So, but you're asking the government to subsidize you, as opposed to the government requiring that you pay those people a reasonable wage, $20 an hour, so that they could live indoors and eat food on a regular basis. And then people like you would say, but I can't afford that. Well, then your business is a failure. If you can't afford to pay your employees a living wage, your business model is a failure.
Yeah.
Hey, liberal, do you remember? I'm 55, and my dad retired from Ford's, and I can remember being little and hearing conversations and things in news. If you got a job at Ford's or GM or Chrysler, the big three back then, you were
Got
pretty
paid
much
good
gold.
money.
Yeah.
You were golden.
Yep.
You could have a one-income house,
Highly sought after job. Yep.
highly sought after job, a good benefit package, and your family could go on vacation for a week. Not like an extravagant vacation, but you could go up north. You could go to Disney. You could go to the mountains.
Yeah.
Now you work for the big three, and you still have to have a second or third job just to meet.
It's because they got rid of the unions. It's Ronald Reagan. If you really look at the politics of it, Ronald Reagan destroyed the middle class. It was he hit the first explosion of killing the middle class. And once they attacked the unions and made union jobs, if you're a member of a union, then you're just lazy and you don't want to work. Then that was the first brick in the road to hell, and we're still there. Ryan Walters is still going after the teachers unions as if we have any leverage at all.
Are
Anyway,
you saying the big three don't have unions?
they have unions, but they've been broken up, and there's a lot of regulations and they have different contracts for different shift regulations, and
Now, see,
it's not the job that it used to be.
My brother works for Ford's, okay? And he's grandfathered in as a Ford employee, but he used to work at a plant that was a Ford subsidiary, but they still had Ford employees. He would be a Ford employee. The person on the same line working right next to him would only be making $11 an hour, no union.
Yeah.
And that bugs my brother so much. Doing the same job, the same thing. 2 lines building the same part. And my brother's a Ford employee, but the person right next to him doing the same exact thing that he does for 8 to 10 hours is getting paid $11 an hour with no union to back him up. Now, my brother will say the unions, they have their issues, as all organizations do. But he would, at the end of the day, when he's got an organization that will fight for my benefits, for making sure that I'm getting paid and everything like that, that's where the unions come in. Like I said,
Okay, I've got a question for you, MD. Related to unions and your brother.
I'll try to answer it.
Okay, well, do you know that one of the tactics to union bust is to bring in foreigners? And I'm just going to say, let's just foreigner race debates. My God! But anyway, so let's say you bring in 10 Russians into your brother's assembly line, and now those guys can either become gaps or
You're breaking up real bad, Johnny.
very much more difficult. Oh, sorry, LaRue.
I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead, but you got bars again. So
Okay. So let's just say that you bring in 10 Russians into your brother's assembly line. Now they've got a couple options, these gaps, and that's going to cause division. But ultimately, it's going to make it much more difficult for the union to organize cohesively. Correct?
I'm just going by what my brother has told me. I don't work for them. I don't. And what is your beef about Russians? Bringing Russians here. Every guy.
No,
living,
I'm
but you
just
know what?
saying-
he was just using that as
I'm
an
just
example.
saying everybody's arguing about the migration. It seems to be a main topic for the last
Okay, you want to argue about
6
migration,
years.
Johnny? Wait a minute. You want to argue about migration? What jobs are
I
the
was
immigrants
just
taking?
making a point, MB, that adding quote unquote diversity, but foreign from any country workers into a cohesive union, like the IBEW or the Teamsters, whatever union, the CWA, I don't care. You add any foreign element into a cohesive union, it is a form of union busting to cause disunity. Okay, so
absolutely
that's my point. Is
it suppresses and it suppresses wages too. I mean,
Yes,
that's
it
the
suppresses
point.
wages.
That's the point.
And that's what
saying-
that's what the big three have done. Is what they've done is the unions have tried to fight against it, but the big three, the leadership of the big companies,
Not Democrats, by the way.
created like a step almost where we have full-fledged employees, but then we have not full-fledged employees, and they don't get the same benefits that those
Right,
people
and that's
get.
all that I was saying. I'm not saying like I said, unions have its issues.
Yeah, but
I'm
it's
just going
typical
back- I'm
union
just
busting
going to-
behavior. It's
right.
typical union busting
And
behavior.
I'm just saying my brother would prefer to work in a union and a union-based job.
Everybody should prefer to work in a
and
union
what I
job.
said, Johnny, is that it bugs my brother about that aspect of working for. He doesn't work at that plant anymore, so I can't tell you about that plant. I can't tell you about my brother's job. All I'm saying in conversations with my brother is that he would rather be under a union than a non-union. That's all that I'm saying.
I have no disagreement. I mean, unions, the men that actually fought against the Vanderbilts, the Carnegies, and the Rockefellers are the reason we have the highest standard of living. So to me, it's like, exactly. We had the highest standard of living, and now it's like, hey, everybody come welcome. It's a party. We'll all be fucking poor and enslaved together.
Living has jobs, Johnny.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
What jobs do you think that the immigrants are taking? What jobs do you think that the immigrants that come here?
I can tell you every aspect of the economy. Every aspect.
Johnny, I want you to go to a farm in California or a farm in Florida or wherever, and I want you to go pick the crops and work. I want you to go on TikTok and look at the videos of how these immigrants work.
All
and
due
tell me
respect, I was working as a child on a farm. Okay.
Okay. So
there's a difference now. Okay. So young men in America never worked in their lives.
You guys
Johnny, they ain't taking no black job.
we're getting. I think we're getting off track here a little bit.
I know the last black man I realized it was President of the United States. I know a black man that did a great.
So realistically, my point, where I was trying to go with this is, so somebody brought up the fact that Walmart is literally, the enemy of all of us. We can all agree on that. They're a government welfare crony capitalist corporation.
I worked for Walmart.
Now, I'm sorry. My condolences.
Yeah, that's why I quit. That's why I'm not working there. Because you want to know why?
Right.
They tell you how to get on. They tell you how to get on food stamps. You never will hit 40 hours at a major retail corporation. Never hit 40 hours.
Well, that should be
But these are
that's a
the
form of
guys.
fraud.
Look it.
That's actually fraud, isn't it?
They're getting away with it.
Getting away with what
so
now?
yeah, so my point is, and granted, well, they're getting away with teaching their employees how to apply for welfare benefits. I mean,
It would help if they.
that's got to
Look
be
at,
some sort of racketeering or fraud.
And I work for a major retailer right now.
How would that be a form of racketeering?
Well, just because they know obviously that their employees are going to have to be on benefits, so in order to get their subsidies and their grant money, or whatever, I don't know. To me, it just seems corrupt. There should be a law against it if there's not. But anyways, my point is, I just wanted to go to like Biden Harris. Okay. Now, somebody mentioned earlier that Harris had the largest amount of tiebreak votes in the vice presidential history. Now, I'm not arguing that. I don't care. It's probably true. But that would make me assume, granted, I don't follow Congress, every act that they pass, I probably should. But does that mean that a lot of Democratic bills made it through the House, the Senate, and the executive, and were passed into law under Biden? And if so, then why was there not some sort of corporate trust busting, okay, involved
There was.
in
Her
those
name was Linda
presidencies?
Kahn. Her name was Linda Kahn, and she was the biggest opponent of monopolies and making sure that there were not bigger conglomerates that were made. And Republicans literally made their life, anything that they did, Republicans said, oh, look at you being anti-capitalist, anti-economy, anti-business.
Well, wait a minute.
That's
That
what
would mean
they
that
hold
they had
on
to turn
to. The
Democratic
fact
votes.
that
I think it's Lena, right?
the fact that you can ask that question means that you again only listen to propaganda. Because even though I'm not a Democrat, I think the Democrats should do a lot more than what they do.
Does that mean that
do you
they
not hear me
had to
talking?
turn
Do you
a
not hear me
number of
talking?
Democratic
Do
votes?
you not hear me talking?
Well,
Like, are you
Did
that
you hear my
fucking rude?
question?
Or do you not hear me talking?
Okay, so what's going on right now? I don't understand what.
I was
asking. Okay, so my point is, you want to blame Republicans for everybody. I don't care. I've listened to you for 3 hours, and you're actually pretty rude to everybody.
Should I just leave?
So
Like, is this what we're doing now?
my direct question for you was,
I would literally live. Seriously,
how many
this is
Democratic
fucking
votes
ridiculous.
had to be turned in order for that legislation to get shit on? Okay, because you want to sit here and blame the Republicans for everything, but there's obviously corruption in the Democratic Party too.
Okay, I still don't understand the question.
100%. I was in the middle of talking, and he literally this is what we're doing. I was literally in the middle of talking.
Well, he was talking, and you started talking.
He stopped talking. He
Did
wasn't
he?
talking when I started.
I thought I heard him was still talking.
No, he wasn't talking when I was talking.
I was
and I started
trying to
answering
get
what he
to a
said
point.
about the Democrats and what they were doing, and I taught him Linda Kahn
right.
and told him that he didn't do any fucking research.
Just go ahead with your
he's
point
doing what
that
he's doing
I
now, and no
just
one's fucking
read
muting him.
propaganda.
Okay,
Do you have any other point to
I
make besides
still
I read
don't know.
propaganda?
I still don't know what the fucking question was, and I'm not even sure what Lena. And I believe it's Lena. if I'm wrong,
liberal. Okay, because I'm just saying I've been listening for 3 hours, hearing Nadine or whatever your name, Aaron on the right, talk about how everything is the Republicans' fault. But
she doesn't say that.
Linda Kahn or whoever you mentioned.
She didn't say that.
Tried to.
I don't believe
that. You were literally. I mean, I could go into.
She's
detail
not
about
even
how
a
you were
Democrat.
Literally arguing about how he voted for a felon.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Well,
I mean,
I met him at his
listening.
point.
Just saying.
Yeah, they were.
I met him at his point.
Right. It was specific to what I think it was cancel or no, it was Dan.
No, it was Dan.
Yeah, it was specific to what Dan was saying.
He was up here talking about legality, and I met him at his point.
Yeah.
Hey,
You
Tim, I do
just
want to
got
say
done
one
saying the
thing.
Republicans stopped them from passing legislation to go after corporations, a form of trust busting. How many Democratic votes turned in order for that to happen? It's a simple fucking question.
You'd have to look that up, Johnny.
Yeah,
Nobody's
what
going to do the
what
research for you. You're going to have to do your own
Well,
research,
obviously
man.
you don't care because you're actually spreading a little form of propaganda yourself.
but
I'm
what
not
was
There's
spreading
the
any
corruption on both
Yeah,
propaganda.
but
sides.
you
It's
brought this
big
up
time.
though,
Big
Johnny.
time on both sides.
You brought this up. I'm not even sure what the hell's going on here.
He's talking
Well,
about
I
when
just
Kamala
wanted, you know,
Harris was vice
I
president.
just,
How
what
many?
I'd
Johnny,
like to
shut up
see the
now. I'm
left
going to try to
actually
explain
go
your
after
opinion.
Yeah,
corporations when they have the power to do so.
yeah, because Johnny, I asked you twice and I still didn't understand what your question was. So Nadine, can you translate? Because that maybe it's just me.
His point is that vice presidents have to break a tie in the Senate, and how many pieces of legislation, which were trust busting and corporation busting,
Okay.
were tied up in the Senate and would not have gotten passed except for Kamala Harris casting the deciding vote. And I don't know if that's the
Gotcha.
point, then he's going to have to figure it out. But I will tell you, he is right about one thing, and I've never heard anybody call it racketeering. But I'm going to steal that from you, Johnny, and I'm going to start using it.
That's funny.
Didn't she do 300?
Well, now
Walmart is guilty of racketeering because here's why. They know that they are not paying their employees living wage, and they continue to do it. They do not give their employees 40 hours a week, so they are not eligible for full-time benefits. So it puts their employees at a disadvantage, and then the government is subsidizing them. So that's if you are habitually doing something that you know is going to cost the government money by underpaying your employees and underemploying your employees, then that's racketeering, isn't it?
I mean, that's one could make that argument. Now, Aaron, now it makes more sense what you were saying about Lena Khan. Please finish what you were saying because I was fucking lost in the sauce, I guess. I didn't even know what was going on. But thank you, Nadine, for translating for me.
I'm a middle school teacher. I can translate crazy.
Yeah. Well, I don't know how I missed all of that, but I think it was because Johnny had made that point about the Kamala Harris like long time ago, so I didn't connect those two. So, Aaron, please go ahead and finish.
To add something after Aaron.
Yes, Aaron, please finish what you were saying. My apologies. Go ahead.
Yeah, that pissed me off. But anyway, yeah, the fact that you don't know the answers to this means you don't do your research. You watch TV and you listen to propaganda. Because, like I've always said, I've got smoke for both sides. Republicans only care about money and they shit on people's rights and they shit on the middle class. Democrats, they've become feckless because they don't push the envelope. They don't actually make change. They just do what Martin Luther King said. They want the absence of tension. But they absolutely, and during the Ponderosa, when they saw the greed happening, they had the Anti-Land Wall Street Landlords Act they introduced, the Anti-Price Gouging Act they introduced. They were trying to raise the taxes back to where they were for the corporations to take the burden off the middle class because they were subsidizing at the tune of $700 a day. We are subsidizing corporations, and they are buying up everything. They're able to buy up all these brands to where if you want to boycott one brand, you've got to boycott half the store. That used to be illegal. And Linda Khan was one that was stopping these mergers, stopping this stuff from happening. And what happened? As soon as she was out, the Trump administration started approving all this shit. Sinclair Media, 2 companies own all of the ABC stations. And it's propaganda. And it's done by Republicans. That you can say is done by Republicans. That's not me simping for the Democrats. That's just a fact that anyone can look up. It's crazy.
Apparently, you don't watch ABC News because there ain't nothing Republican about their news.
And Johnny, there's actually on Ballotpedia, I found this. The tie-breaking votes cast by Kamala Harris in the U.S. Senate. So it lists all of the legislation that she broke the tie of. So you can go through there and see if any of them have to do with monopolies, being busted or what have you. But I asked ChatGPT. It said that none of them were about monopolies. But again, that is more of an agency thing. Their ability to to go after those. That's something that the agencies already can do under the executive. They don't necessarily need Congress to start fucking with that, because it's already against the law to be, monopolizing. It was already at that point anyway. Now, Fever, was that Fever that wanted to ask something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something to what Nadine was saying, because, like Walmart, for instance, not only are they cutting workers' hours short and teaching them to apply for social programs on the front end, on the back end, they're benefiting from that, because the people that work at Walmart that receive SNAP and Link and whatever it's called in your state are most likely spending that money at said Walmart.
Mm-hmm.
You get off of work and you just go ahead and do your shopping while you're there. So
Yeah, it's welfare fraud.
Yeah, it's a fraud of some. I don't know if you want to call it welfare fraud, or like Nadine said, racketeering or something. But they're catching it on both ends. They're shorting the American workers and also benefiting from it, because at the same time, those American workers are still shopping at Walmart.
Sometimes that's the only place they can shop. I have a friend of mine that would love to boycott Walmart. I haven't ever spent a nickel in a Walmart,
Well,
but that's the only place you can shop without driving 40 minutes.
Same. I live in a small town. I have a Walmart and Rinky Dink Save a Lot, which doesn't really carry that much. So it's Walmart or drive 45 minutes to something bigger.
So let me okay. So the SNAP benefits also depends on the state that you live in.
Yes.
Okay. Because when I worked for Walmart, okay, I was not getting 40 hours, but I also made too much money for as a single person. Not if my kids are grown. So as a single person, you get in the state of, because I'm in Michigan, okay, and liberal, I've talked to this before in your live, and it kind of caught you by surprise, okay. I made $17 an hour at Walmart. I didn't get 40 hours. I got close to 40 hours, but didn't get 40 hours. In the state of Michigan, do you know the annual income they want you to make in order to qualify for food assistance?
Can I guess? Somewhere around 26 to 27,000, probably. Something extremely low that's not even.
Try 17,000 before.
Okay,
Like 18.
Yeah.
What was that? I didn't hear you.
They want, in the state of Michigan, in order to qualify for food assistance as a single person, they want you to make $17,000 or less before taxes taken out. I work, and I'm not going to say where I work, but I work for another major retailer. I make $16.25 an hour. Now, my hours are cut, and that's just in every retail after the holidays, like after this week, like January into February. It's a slow time for retail. People are, recuperating after spending holidays and stuff. That's the norm. It's been like that forever. I've always worked in retail, hospitality, food industry all my life. So I'm not busting their balls about that. But I make $16.25 an hour. Even at a 40-hour week, I pay for my health insurance. That's $75 out of my check. I get paid every 2 weeks, so it's $75 out of my check. Okay? I'm grateful that I have an opportunity to get a 401k. I've opted to have 5% on my K. Now I can drop that, but then I won't have a 401k. I would like a 401k for my retirement. I'm coming to the game late.
MB, let me interrupt you for a second and ask you a question. Do you get your health insurance from your employer? Or do you get it from the ACA?
I get it through my employer.
And so the $75 is your portion. They pay for part of it.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Hey, what I'm looking up right now for Michigan is that it's almost $36,000 a year. It's $2,856
for
per
a
month
family of four.
for a single person to qualify for SNAP.
Can I
Really?
say something?
That was a
real
single
quick?
person.
That's wrong.
I want to add to what y'all are talking about. It's called the work opportunity.
You're definitely
tax
wrong. I live
credit.
in the state of Michigan.
It's called the work opportunity tax credit. It's a primary federal tax break for hiring people on government assistance. It provides employers with tax credits for hiring individuals for specific target groups who are consistently facing significant barriers to unemployment. To employment. So Walmart, the reason why they have everybody fill out a form for government assistance is so that they can get this tax break, okay, this tax credit, right? The credit is generally 40% up to 6,000 for qualifying first year wages, for a maximum credit of 2,400 per employee, provided they work at least 400 hours a year, right? Higher potential credits of up to 9,600 are available for certain qualified veteran long-term family assistant recipients. So they're getting money from that as well if you qualify for government assistance in some way, shape, or form. So if you're already getting it and you apply to work at Walmart or any business for that matter, and this was put into place to try to help people get off of government assistance, get employment so they weren't dependent on the system. But these companies like Walmart found it as a loophole and how to use it to benefit themselves. So I just wanted to add that in there too. The WOTC is also something that Walmart is taking advantage of.
That doesn't surprise me.
That's every company.
Yeah. So
I mean, it's end stage capitalism. This is what happens in end stage capitalism. It's just greed takes over. And then you have people stockpiling money like cordwood, while there are people, living a mile from your $150 million house, living in a cardboard box and in, scraps from a garbage can. And morality be damned. How do you drive your Mercedes-Benz gigantic thing past a homeless encampment when you have so much money? It's an obscenity. And we've lost our way. We have seriously, seriously lost our way.
Yeah,
as human beings, as a nation.
And to challenge you said that you believe that they pay more than their fair share of taxes.
No. I agree with you that 80% of the country paid more than they should, but it shouldn't be on the rich. It should be just lower the taxes and balance the budget. Like, quit spending money on stupid shit. With our
Like
tax
what?
money.
So
Do you still believe in flat
okay?
tax?
So when these wealthy people, are
You think
making
they should pay more than
billions,
72% of the revenue for the United States?
Oh yeah. Well, they're the ones with the money. Nobody else has any money. Everybody's in
Well, they
debt.
get refunds every
man.
year too. They get refunds for their taxes.
They don't have any money.
Do you?
Right.
You're
Go
right.
look at
You're
the
like, look, they're
graduated
getting
tax-
refunds, and therefore they're not paying any taxes. Yet your argument was that they aren't paying their fair share, and that those poor rich people are having to fund this entire government. It's because they're the only ones that have any money. Because after they dropped the fucking top marginal tax rates, we created a culture of let's pay the person at the very top and all the fucking board members as much money as humanly possible, in order to, I don't know, go around and make themselves masters of the universe. And they then took all of that money and the fucking stocks and shit that they were getting, and then they bought more power. It was a self-perpetuating issue. So before, they wouldn't pay somebody over a certain amount because it would be taxed at 90 fucking percent. But once they dropped that down to 30 and 20 and whatever it is today, there was the incentive to pay them was there, and it existed. And so they started paying themselves 300, 400, 500 times what their average worker was making. And so instead of keeping that money within the business, they started giving it to these fucking CEOs. That's why quarter to quarter became this culture, because it tried to get as much as you can, as quick as you can get it, and get the fuck out. That's what we've turned ourselves
I'm
into.
all for lowering the taxes for people making under 50,000, but every year we increase the budget yet we don't increase the taxes.
Here's
So
the thing, Challenger,
Well,
that's
it's
funny. And
Challenge.
people
Do
always
you
say we have
still
to
think?
balance the
Do you
budget, and I
still?
will never understand the logic of that. If you are overspending every single year, then your budget is out of whack. It's not a problem that you have to reduce your spending. If you're spending that much money every single year, then
No, you're
you
spending
have
more money each year.
then you just need more money. It would be like if every year I have to get another credit card because I can't live on what I'm making and I'm using a credit card and I have to get another credit
So
card. Then
increase
I
everybody's
need another
taxes.
job with a better pay. I
Increase
don't
Right?
need
everybody's
another
taxes.
credit card.
That's what
And
she just said. She
what?
says increase taxes because
Yes, increase the taxes. We need, and here's the thing: you need to Challenger. Go look up the marginal tax rate, the graduated taxes, the rates when Ronald Reagan was elected, and that's what we need to go back to.
But I don't think
Yeah,
she said everybody.
well, let me try to explain it again here. Whenever the top marginal tax rates hovered between like 70 and 90%,
Yeah,
businesses
that's
would
what we need.
not pay those people that rate. So whatever the amount was, $1 million, let's say, somebody has echo, really bad echo.
Challenge.
Anyway, let's say it was $1 million. And anything above $1 million would get taxed at a rate of 90%. The company wouldn't pay them that much because who the fuck would want to keep only 10% of their income? So they just didn't pay that much. It disincentivized those huge payouts. And so companies kept the money in the company. And guess what they did with it? They fucking paid everybody more money. It was distributed among everybody. So once you got rid of that, now the incentive for the guy that's at the very top making all the decisions about who gets paid what and when and why, they decided for themselves, hey, if we just slowly over time don't raise these wages, I can take the rest of it for myself. And that's exactly what they did. And so now you have this huge disparity between the fucking wealthiest among us and the poorest among us. So when you disincentivize paying these people outrageous amounts of money, the company is forced to keep it in the company. It's good for everybody.
Yep. And then that's how we built the middle class, because those who did pay over that certain amount, you had to reinvest it in the economy. And that's how the middle class was built. Once you got rid of that, haven't you been talking about how the middle class has been squeezing out and have been unaliving? Because there's no incentive to reinvest in the middle class.
And Aaron,
that's
here's
how
the
you get to where
thing.
we are today.
These people, Aaron, don't look at their own statistics. If you look at places where they have raised the minimum wage, the economy flourishes because poor people who have more money spend more money.
Yep.
Rich people will invest money. Poor people, working class, middle class people, if you give them an extra $10,000 a year, they will spend an extra $10,000 a year. So the economy is rejuvenated in these cities where they are raising the minimum wage. In places where the minimum wage is still $7.25, economies are stagnant.
You bleeped out. Can I say this? I want to say this, interject this, right? To challenge, right? So to understand that during the Great Depression, to get us out of it, right? The top 1% was taxed 94%. That is the marginalized rate of somebody making over $200,000, right? Like that's like 200. Like we barely make 100,000, right? We're not even, half of us ain't even nowhere near 75,000. But to make over 200,000 and have to pay 94% is way less than somebody that's making less than 50K, right? We have to look at it that way. Also, number two, the more you make, the more you should have to pay, right? Because people can't be rich without somebody being poor, right? And you're over here capping for something that you're probably not even a part of because you probably don't make over 200K a year, right? And so taxing those people is what got us out of the Great Depression. Having these social programs is what got us out of the Great Depression. And this is why a lot of people are saying we're going to go back to it, because the way life was before this is what taxes look like, right? So you seem to think that because someone says the more money you make, the more taxes you pay, you look at your little tiny little check of maybe 60K a year and think, oh my God, I'm not going to be able to afford to live. But the reality is you can't afford to live now because you're okay with these top 1%ers who make well over 200,000 not being taxed at the rate that they should be taxed, so that their tax money goes into these social programs, for one. For two, then the company can start paying a livable wage for their employees, and people like Walmart can't take advantage of the tax system that I mentioned earlier, where another caveat to that is that they make you sign this application up for this they make you sign up for government subsidies, because in order for them to get the tax credit, your application to government subsidies has to be within 28 days of you getting hired. So they need to try to make sure that you get approved before your 28 days is up, so they can get that tax loophole break called the work tax credit.
Can I reply?
Absolutely.
She was talking
Hey,
to me.
Tim, can I ask? Can
She
I
was
want
talking
because
to
I'm
me.
afraid I
Can I reply
understand
to her?
Challenger, can I just say one thing? I want to clarify something because I wonder how many people are. When we talk about tax rates, I want people to understand that we're talking about a graduated tax system, and if you think that you make $100,000 and 38% of your income is taxed, no, it's not. It's graduated. So when we used to
Right.
have the tax rate of a 90%, and I think at the time it was on $2.5 million, every dollar that you earned is taxed to a certain degree. But that 90% didn't kick in until you had earned that $2 millionth dollar.
Right. And it's
then they
only
would say,
on
now,
that $2 millionth.
on that $2 millionth
Right.
dollar. So we're not talking about outlandish taxes for people that are wealthy. They're
Right.
still paying the same graduated tax that we all pay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good,
But I
good to
just think
clarify.
that a lot of
Yeah,
people don't
because
necessarily know that.
you're right. A lot of people don't understand that, even though they still file their taxes every year and they still don't understand that.
Exactly.
Challenge. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So if I heard correctly, Lonnie says I'm poor and I'm defending the rich. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you think $200,000 a year is
All right,
poor,
no problem. We're in this together.
who's it? What? Is
I'm
it
not sure. I can't remember.
Mama J?
Oh, she muted. Yeah.
Well, no, I muted her because I don't think that was a conversation we were supposed to hear. But I agree, Mama J. We're all in this together.
We're in this together.
We're all in this together. Anyway, a challenge.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was talking.
we're all in this together, Mama J.
We are. I'm sorry. I am kind of
It's
staking
okay.
out here.
No. It's okay. A challenge was talking, so go ahead, challenge, please.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
okay.
like I said, I'm more for fiscal responsibility, being conservative. For federal government, when they make a decision, everybody gets fucked. But so I'm a big believer in states' rights. That most items should belong to the state. That way, if you don't like the decisions being made in your state, you can move to a different state where it's more in line with your values. And so, other than the defense of the country, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, IRS, those big items for federal. When the federal starts touching stuff like guaranteed student loans, healthcare, and other items, how they get fucked. You seen what happens. So I'm more like fiscal responsibility. I'm cool with the percentages now, with the top 20% paying 72% of the income. I'm even cool with lowering the bottom 80% of the taxes they pay. I believe it comes down to fiscal responsibility and a balanced budget, and saying, if we pull in this much money, this is how much we get to spend. And that's it, period. So that's where I lean.
Yeah. So two
Can I
questions.
say something while I have
two questions.
my internet's fucked up? I'm sorry, Aaron. Can I just say something while I have the chance? I feel like fighting the oligarchy. Oh shit! Am I cutting out again?
No, but can you make it quickly? Like, because Aaron technically jumped in there first.
Okay, yeah, I'll make it quick. Yep. Well, yeah, I'm sorry. So I feel like the left is the leadership is almost intent intentionally disenfranchising possible middle voters or even Republican voters by
You're breaking up real
trying to say
bad.
things like, and no offense, Lonnie, by saying like, yeah, I'll probably just drop liberal. I'll catch you next time.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I feel like I was about to argue with whatever you were going to say, so I wanted to. But thank you, Johnny. If you want to stay, you can hang out, and when your shit gets better,
Well, it's my
you can try
internet's
again here in
really
a second.
screwed up today.
Yeah, no, I've noticed. Well, let's let Aaron wait till you get to a better spot. Let's let Aaron go real quick, and then hopefully you can come back in a minute. Go ahead, Aaron.
So challenge. I don't know you, so I have to ask. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I always vote conservative.
Okay, yeah, then you're not fiscally responsible because there's not been one response. There has not been one. There's not been one Republican, aka conservative administration.
Or Democrat.
No, actually, that's not true. Hold on, listen. I know you're triggered, but listen. There has not been not one Republican administration that has been fiscally responsible. They have always added to the debt. They have cut taxes, which is the revenue to pay the bills of the country. And then him and haw about I'm going to be financially responsible. That does not go together. When you said that you are conservative and you're for states' rights, you know the last time we talked about states' rights, do you know what era of America that was? States' rights does not bode well for poor people and black people and other minorities. Does not. So when you say states' rights, that is a giant dog whistle to what you are truly trying to bring back. Because when they're talking about states' rights, that's what they're talking about. When you're talking about being financially responsible, you wouldn't fire the inspector generals, right? You would actually, when you would go for the audits of who keeps failing their audits for the last 6 years, and that's the Department of Defense and all those subcontractors that are charging you $1,800 for a wrench, $20,000 for toilets and all that stuff. You would go after that. But what conservatives have done is go after poor people because they think poor people is the issue with their problems. The amount of money spent on the poorest in our nation is not even a quarter of what is spent to subsidize the wealthy and corporations for this trickle down economics that has never trickled down. If so, show me one time in our history where trickle down economics and physically being conservative has actually worked and left everyone in the green.
Okay.
All right. So, what do you think about healthcare and guaranteed student loans? What that did to education and healthcare?
It actually would stabilize because if every American who had insurance can have an additional $25,000 minimum a year in their pockets, that's going to grow the economy because you're taking away that one portion of the biggest expense people have. The number one reasons people file for bankruptcy is medical debt. It's medical debt, right? And it's because you've allowed capitalists to actually make decisions and not let your insurance cover things that they should be covering, so you're going into debt. So if you look at Australia, you look at Europe, you look at any other Canada, you look at any other country that has universal health care, you see that people are actually paying more for things, having more money because they're not worried about medical costs. When it comes to schooling, you know why they started charging for college? It's because black folks got rights. Because of wealth inequality, they wanted to make sure that the access to education was kept away from black people. That's why they started charging for colleges. And every year it gets more and more expensive. And look at this administration taking away access or limiting the funds that you can get for higher degrees and non-professional degrees because they don't want people of color to have access to that capital.
So you don't think
Aaron, absolutely 100%. They do not want
any minority groups getting an education. But you also have to say that college tuition increased exponentially when we started giving tax cuts at the state level, because even Republican legislators do not want people to know that you're raising their taxes, because nobody wants their taxes increased. So in a state like Oklahoma, where 11% of the population go to college, the other 90% don't notice when the tuition at the state
That's an
universities
agent.
increases. So they don't care, because it's not important to them. They're not going to college, their kids aren't going to college. But as state economies started giving tax cuts, they had to cut money somewhere, and one of them was state sponsored tuition reductions. So state colleges, when I went to college the first time, my state tuition in New Jersey is $800 a year for commuter student tuition. Now it's almost 40, and that does not keep pace with inflation. That is due to tax.
Almost 40? You mean 40,000?
40,000.
Yeah.
You can
$800 to $40,000. That's
guaranteed student
crazy.
loans.
Guaranteed student loans are still a money-making scheme for the government, because
Yes.
why are we
And for
lending
private
our students?
banks.
And
Why
the
are we
same,
lending
the
our
same
students
case,
money
and the
and
same
charging them
case with,
interest?
and it's the same case with.
Let me share
College should
about
be free.
student loans and borrowing from the government.
Yes.
So students get to borrow from the government for about 8% interest, while the too big to fail banks are borrowing from the government for 0.5%, and then they turn around and lend it back to. You got a picture of that? I'm
Huh?
sorry, I'm doing stakeout for ICE, so.
I don't know what that means.
She's doing it. That's hilarious.
So that's why I'm kind of mixing things up here. I am staking out, looking for ICE agents at places here in my town.
Oh, okay. I was like, stakeout fries. What?
No, stakeout ICE.
Good for you. Yay, you.
Yeah, get those freaking Nazis.
Yes. Yeah.
Fucking hate them.
Yes.
I put a curse on them,
Good.
7 generations, they're gonna have bad luck.
Well, eventually it's the worm will turn, and those people will go to jail.
Yep, they
Eventually.
will. But a lot of lives destroyed in the meantime, and people
100%,
hurt.
Yes.
But no, so you think about it. We lend to people in this country, American citizens, trying to get a start on life, better themselves, which is good for me, right? If my neighbor gets an education, if people get educated, that benefits me too. It benefits my country. And yet we are charging them an exorbitant amount that they will never be able to get out of debt, or they'll be in their 40s or 50s before they pay it off, right? And yet we're giving these too big to fail banks interest rate at 0.5%, and they're turning around and lending our money to us at a higher interest rate also. That's fucked up.
So that goes to my point of be careful what the federal government gets into, because it screws everybody over.
You have a federal government that is the worst. You are building.
Okay.
Because MAGA
as I can say, as a minority on here, and Liv, Mike can talk to this as well. The federal government, to a certain extent, stepping in, make sure that my rights aren't violated. Louisiana v. Colias, right now, the Supreme Court is about to overturn the 1964 voting right, the Civil Rights Act, which makes sure that states' rights does not impede on my ability to vote and have representation in Congress. So fuck that states' rights bullshit. That is a white supremacist dog whistle, because you don't understand what the fuck states' rights mean and what that means when federal oversight is not making sure that states like Tennessee and Alabama and Mississippi and in Georgia and the Deep South aren't diluting the voices of Black voters so that supremacy can rise again. That's what's happening right now in 2025.
Yeah. So I
Well,
want
I
to point
live in
out that
Georgia, and all my
the
representatives are of color.
okay, cool. Yeah,
All of them.
the guaranteed student loans for the record was under LBJ, and the reasons for that was that poor people weren't able to access college. It was generally just for wealthy people and middle class people, and so by doing that, it did have an effect on inflation. Obviously, when you had a bunch of people going in there and they knew that they could market to these students, these banks would be able to make quick money guaranteed by the U.S. government, and the banks engaged in this predatory behavior that we now, and then obviously colleges had a lot of people coming in, so they inflated their prices because they knew that they could. So yes, this is a byproduct of something that was done for righteous reasons to ensure that because this was around the same time as the Civil Rights Act. The civil rights movement was going on. There was a real need to make sure that everybody had access to fucking college. And there's nothing wrong with that. But what they could have done is said, we're just going to fucking pay for it. We're just going to pay for it. You can go to college for fucking free at certain universities or whatever the fuck, trade schools, what have you. That's what it should be. And I don't see anything wrong with that. But again, this is when the corporate interests and the big moneyed interest gets involved in shit. That's what we're seeing. It doesn't have anything to do with the government itself. It's greedy people taking what they can while they can. That's what this is.
Tim,
And
it's even worse than that, because it's not just the greedy people taking what they can when they can. It's the government protecting the greedy
That's right.
people.
Yes.
Because they're the ones putting the people into power to do the things that benefit them. Yeah,
and other countries that are first world countries like we are the wealthy. We have the largest economy on the globe, and the fact that we do not provide free college or for cradle to grave health care or a standard minimum income, it's appalling. And it's because, and I think it was Aaron who said that we spend so much money on defense. Like, why do we have 2 military bases in Germany? What in the world are we doing? One isn't enough. Let's close it. Let's knock it off. Let's start taking care of American people with American money.
wouldn't do that, because that's part of taking
We used
American
to have 12
people.
military bases in Germany.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think we need that many military.
We've already
especially
reduced
when
it down to 2.
We do.
Defense
There's less than a
budget is
division
out
there
of
now.
control.
I'm retired
No,
Army, by
we
the way.
have a threat with Russia in Eastern Europe right now, and I think we need to keep our bases there.
Well, for now, but
For
with this
now.
president, it's not going to matter.
My son was born in Germany.
Do you think Donald Trump is going to stand up to Germany?
Well,
Russia.
Well, guys, Russia has a military base in the U.S. It's in Washington D.C. It's a big White House. That's the That's Russia's military base. They fucking got easy access.
Hardy har.
Hold on, wait for it.
It's true.
There you go.
There you go.
That's true, Challenge. He is a Russian asset.
I really honestly believe that, man.
Russia.
It's the Russian hoax is the Russian hoax. But him selling his property for way more than it was worth to the Russians when he went bankrupt, that wasn't a hoax. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I'm sorry, man. You look at all the shit that this guy does, and nothing seems to harm Russia in any way whatsoever. It just always seems to help. It's crazy.
Russia. Exactly. And I think this was planned by Russia. They were in for the long game. And I'll tell you what they did here with getting Trump to be their little puppet, I'll tell you what, it was brilliant. They played the long game, and they're winning right now, but they're not going to win for long.
Hey, guys.
It was a brilliant plan, but it's not going to work.
Oh, you're right. I mean, they picked their guy and they're stuck with him, and it's benefited them immensely.
Oh yeah. Trump has benefited all of our enemies.
Yes,
all of them.
And if you look at Russia, they're going to force the Ukraine to give up land, and that's going to benefit. I mean, in and of itself is enough for them to do what they've done.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Here we go. Sorry, I thought I cued it. I thought I cued it right. I'm your puppet. I love that song actually.
I'm your puppet. Is that the Donny Osmond version?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's see who this is.
Okay.
God, Donny
James and
Osmond, now you
Bobby.
just made me feel especially
Okay.
old. Shit.
Oh, I used to be a Donny Osmond fan when I was little. I had such a crush on him.
Fan too, and Andy Gibb and Sean Connery. Yeah,
and the Bay City Rollers. And then I grew up and I said, nah, this music sucks.
Yeah, the music nowadays is, I don't know, crazy.
Hey, who do you guys think got more money? Healthcare insurance companies under Obamacare or the Department of Defense?
Defense.
Who has more money? The Department of Defense.
Okay, so healthcare insurance companies in 2024 got 1.6 trillion.
Okay, so listen.
The defense budget in 2024 was 886
Challenge,
billion.
are you okay with that?
2024.
In 2024?
Challenge, are you okay with that?
No, because healthcare insurance still went up.
Now,
Okay, so let me.
Now, what happened in 2019 that allowed insurance companies to actually start making more money? What happened in 2019? What did the Republicans do in Congress that allowed this shit to start making money and to break up the ACA?
Yep.
Well,
again,
they zeroed out.
You're looking again. See, and here's the problem, right? You look at the issues now, but you don't ask the why or how we got there.
Yes.
You don't ask yourself about what the Republicans did to start shoveling money to their biggest donors. That's the issue that I have. That's why I'm a policy voter.
Challenge, you can't listen if you're talking.
That is why I'm a policy voter, because I ask myself the how, the when, and the who. How did we get here? Why is this an issue? What needs to be done to fix it? I don't look at, okay, the insurance companies are getting all this money. How are they allowed to get all this money? What changed? What did Trump do during his first administration that started funneling all this goddamn money to the insurance companies and screw the American public?
I'm talking 2024.
Again, it's called, sir, you're not listening. Because of the changes in 2029, this
2019.
Sorry, thank you. 2019, this started it because it broke the system. Then in 2021, when the Ponderosa happened, a lot of money had to be funneled to supplement all the shit that was happening, right? But it's a domino. It's not a one thing that got us here. You're focusing on the wrong thing.
Well, then why did you say Department of Defense got more money?
Well, challenge. Well, Donald Trump is the reason that we're paying so much to the healthcare industry is because they zeroed out the tax penalty. They made it $0. That was in 2017 they passed that, and it was implemented in 2019. So what used to be, you would pay your tax penalty if you didn't get insurance. It was $0. So now there was no incentive to get it, which means it didn't pay for itself, which meant the subsidies that were part of the ACA would then be completely on the hook for the American people.
They never charged you if you didn't have health care insurance. You're supposed to have it. Everybody was supposed to have it.
It's a tax penalty. You were going to get a tax penalty.
Right, but nobody had to pay the penalty.
Yeah.
Nobody ever had to pay the penalty.
Listen, challenge. They zeroed it out in 2017. There were people that paid the fucking tax penalty until 2017, or I guess technically 2019. So what you're saying is just not true. You go look it up.
All right.
Because what they tried to do, and let's back up a little bit. What they tried to do is take it to court to get the court to declare it unconstitutional. The court said it's constitutional because Congress has the power to lay and collect taxes. And because they did it equally across the board, it was constitutional. So then they turned right around and they zeroed out the tax penalty and made it $0. You can go look it up right now. It's still there.
Every person I know with no healthcare tax or healthcare insurance never had to pay ever
a penalty when it came to filing taxes.
Either they're
Yeah.
lying or you're lying.
I don't
If
know.
it was the real thing.
Look, none of my family members went to the moon, but somebody did.
Right. Because and the reason that this is how you know that what they're saying is not true. Because ever since the ACA, when you file your taxes, I forgot what the form is, but
Yeah,
you have to
have
submit
insurance.
that. Like, excuse me,
Yeah,
you have to
I
submit
know.
that form to see if you that said I had health insurance for this year, and if you didn't, you were excessive tax. Now that could, if you got a refund, your refund could have been deducted by that amount, but you absolutely had to pay that. Yes.
So you guys
Absolutely,
personally
no
know
ifs, ands, or
people.
buts about it.
Look
You
in the
personally know
comments.
people that got
Look at the
penalized.
Yes.
comments.
I know multiple
Look at the
people who
comments.
paid their
Look in
tax
the comment
penalty.
section.
Look in the comments.
I paid the penalty. I mean, what? This is a. I don't know why this is even an issue. This is, but even if he did cancel it, are you kidding me? $750 is a slap in the face to the working class. I mean, that's all it is.
We should have cradle to grave healthcare. There's no reason that in the wealthiest country in the world that people are declaring bankruptcy and losing their homes because they have the audacity to have a heart attack.
Fuck the
Agreed.
oligarchy.
So I've been quiet for a little bit because the last thing that the conversation that I engaged in, challenge, I think you said when we were talking about the eligibility for food stamps, and you said you saw a higher price.
For single people, it was like $2,800 a month.
It's not. It's $1,500. Okay. Do you know how much I've got the chart right in front of me. Do you know how much you would get from the state for food assistance?
$85. I'm just guessing.
24.
24.
What's the point? It costs them more to like distribute that shit and do the accounting for it.
So if I show you the chart, the cutoff for gross income to get $24 a month is $21.53.
Well, tell me how to share my screen, and I'll share my source.
I'll show it.
You have to click on the video part. Like click on your thing, you click on video, and then you go to effects, like green screen. And then you have to apply the green screen. It's fucking it's weird.
So this is from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services.
All right, here we go.
So
I'll put you up
Can you
there.
make her big? There you go. Thanks.
I make her big.
You make me big. Do you see this amount right here? Right there.
Yeah.
That's gross before taxes. For the first column is a single person. That's how much you would qualify. Now, if you look down, if you make 22,153, what do you get? You get nothing. So if I was to get 40 hours a week at what I make, I would get nothing because I gross $2,600 a month. But see, this is the thing.
And see,
Now,
that's
if you
gross.
That is gross.
Yeah. So look at all these incomes.
Holy.
Yeah.
That's insane.
$24. And
Yeah, what the
what's
fuck is the
cost
point?
Now you get a box of cereal, a gallon of milk, and a banana. There you
And
go.
and a chiclet.
A chiclet.
So even making $900 gross, $963, you're still getting $24.
That's
So
crazy.
What comes lucrative? See how the numbers go up. So we're going to go back to the very first page. If I had no income, I would get $298. If I made between $1 and $3, $297. So it goes on and on and on. And
Wait,
on.
you lose $5 if you make $1 to $3? Did I catch that right? What the fuck?
Yep. This is the state of Michigan. So I don't know where you got that number, challenge, for a single
I'll
person.
look for it, but I'm trying to find this green screen effect. I don't need to see it. All I see is a bunch of filters.
Yeah, well, it'll be under effects, I think.
Yep.
If you scroll
look at here.
to the left, you'll
And I'm
see
on
it.
trending.
Yeah, well, can you do a search Are you able to
And
search?
No, I don't see a search bar.
I'm not lying. Michigan Department of Health and Human
Yeah, there you go.
Services.
Oh, green screen.
And,
Got it. I got it. I
yeah.
found it. Okay, let me go find this here.
All right.
This is.
He's going to show us a Doge PDF.
See the dates? 2025, 2026.
Oh, there you go.
This is the Food Assistance Insurance Table. So I don't know where you got your numbers, and I'm not saying that maybe.
Yeah. Well,
look at that $1,700. Go all the way over and see, who in the world has that many people? 8 people on
Good
what?
Lord.
$2,000 a month? They're living in a magic house.
The Duggars.
The magic house. That has
Jesus.
magic room. That's insanity.
So out of my check,
That's
let's
crazy.
say I do 40 hours, and Liberal, I did this with you about a month and a half ago. At 40 hours, making $16.25 an hour, I gross $562. Now minus 75 for health insurance, 562 minus 75, that drops it down to 487. My 401k usually was about being 5%, I'd say $40. Let's just give it's probably a little bit more. I'm only making $447
a paycheck
every 2 weeks or a week.
A week. So times that by 2, that's $894. Now my car payment is $465.
Holy mackerel.
862 minus 465, that gives me $397. So now I have to pay my utilities. If I keep them down, that's another $250. That leaves me $147.
What about
now,
rent? Do you pay rent?
My house, I'm kind of blessed. My mom lives with me, so she pays my lot rent.
Okay.
2017, my ex-husband was involved in a workman's comp accident to where he got a settlement, and we were still married. And the first thing we did, because we knew our marriage was changing, is we paid the house off. So whether I stayed or he stayed, it would benefit one of us. He decided to move out of state to be closer to his grandchildren, so he left me the house. So I'm blessed
Thank
that
fuck
my
for
house
that.
is paid up.
But you still have to pay taxes on it, right?
No, because I live in a community.
Fucking HOA fees or lot fees or some shit.
No, I live in a manufactured home community, so I don't pay property taxes.
Oh, okay,
Unless I add onto my house, which is a deck or a garage, then I would pay it's like $15 because it's
bullshit.
not.
But you have to pay rent for your lot, right?
I do, right, which is almost $700.
Oh Jesus! Fucking a year?
So yeah,
the audacity.
Oh, a year. That's crazy.
So that is, yeah. And we did this about a month and a half or 2 months ago.
Yours is getting cut off.
This from?
But okay, so read that to us and tell us what we're seeing, because we just looked at the official table from the government website in Michigan. So what do you have there?
Yeah, it just says in Michigan, a person with a household income for SNAP, the gross monthly income up to $2,608, while for a single person, while a family of 4 is $5,258.
Okay, so you said 2608, right?
Yes,
That's
2608.
31,296 a year.
Is that the AI?
Is that
ChatGPT? Is that the AI?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
ChatGPT.
Yeah. So I don't know if you were watching, but she literally showed us the actual.
Yeah, I saw the chart.
Yeah, that was from the government of Michigan. So
and you do realize at the bottom of your ChatGPT results, it says AI answers can be incorrect. And then if you click on the link, it'll send you to the link to where they're pulling that information from. Correct. And if it's not the Michigan government's website, it's not a real source.
Yeah, I can look. I can do that.
So
I gotta go repeat it again, but I can do that.
That's fine.
So $2,608, you will get nothing for a family. That was for a single person. Then it goes up. You're still getting
$5,53.58 for a family of 4.
No. No, making 2,608. There is a bracket for
Yeah.
2607.
Let me look at the source.
Yeah. I think
You
you'll
ever bring
find
it
that
back?
it's not
Right back.
Michigan.
I literally
I don't know, Tim. I
it
just
shows
don't
you the
know.
website.
I
So I'm looking at
apologize to everyone on behalf of teachers. I
Okay.
apologize.
Okay,
We've
so
done something terribly wrong
let
over the
me.
years, and I
Okay, so I just did a Google question, and here I said, "What's the maximum dollar amount that can qualify for SNAP in Michigan with a single person?" It says for a single person in Michigan to qualify for SNAP food assistance, your gross monthly income must be generally under $1,696, and your net monthly income after deductions must be under approximately $1,305. Though Michigan has expanded rules allowing for higher incomes up to 200% of poverty with deductions and specific expenses like medical costs. So let's pull this up and see what is SNAP eligibility in Michigan. So, but again, we literally just
Yeah, I
looked
think it
at
was at 200% income because that was at the bottom of my thing.
right here. It's saying one person 2608 a month, but that doesn't make any sense because we literally just
looked at the chart.
right. So we know that this
Right. I
isn't
think that's a
correct.
200% income rule, whatever that is.
Right. Like
Because mine did mention a 200% income at the bottom.
But hold on, but it's
Yeah.
200% of the poverty line.
Yeah, the poverty line.
Not
Right.
200% income of the average income in Michigan. It's of
That's
the
probably
poverty line.
that's probably what that 2806 is
2 months ago.
from.
They cut that $24. Like I said, I mean it was a literal slap in the face. But I am literally on the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services webpage. This is the chart for 2025, 2026. And it's
And
telling you that you get nothing as a single person, and then it goes to the next column, $24, $4, $213, $402. So the more kids I have that are minors, I get more. But as a single person, I get nothing.
yeah, and look right here on
Thanks,
this
Michigan
website.
governor.
It says this information was collected from USDA and state SNAP resources, but is not official. This website is not affiliated with any government organization or SNAP. So, yeah, it's
I have Gretchen Whitmer as my governor. I love her, but our House is controlled by Republicans.
Well, Oklahoma is going to start this just on Friday that you can't buy soda. They're going to limit, like, poor people can't eat shitty food. So, but they're not going to give the poor people any more money because not shitty food is more expensive.
But not to mention, they're not addressing the food deserts and the
Yes.
fact that a lot of poor neighborhoods don't even have a grocery store.
Exactly.
So, like, you're literally are starving people out buying what is available to them.
yeah,
exactly.
like we need more. We need more like
I grew up on
farmers
Twinkies.
markets and
No.
shit.
Well, no more soda, no more potato chips, no more. And here's the thing: when you're like the working poor, you don't get to say like, let's go out, let's go to the diner and grab some dinner. You want to get a movie? A bag of chips and a thing of dip and watching a movie on a DVD or
Right.
that's like fun and games, but you can't even no more fun and games. No fun for you. How dare you not be rich?
Yeah, or maybe they should have. Maybe they should like limit it to $50 to $100 of certain those items so that you can still have that kind of stuff because
I
that is
think you
kind
know
of
what?
shitty.
Let people decide what they want to eat. If you want to eat Twinkies and Coke, then eat Twinkies and Coke. Live your best life. It'll be a short life, but it's your life. Knock yourself out. Go get you some Hershey bars and some Twinkies and a bag of chips and some soda and salad. Who needs
It's
salad?
just like my dad is 82. He's got some things going on, and my youngest daughter, she's a health kid. She walks into my dad's house and she's like, "What is this? What is this?" I said, "It's pastries and cookies." He's 82. Let him have a frickin' pastry, Katie. Knock it off.
My sister does that to my mother. My mother's favorite thing is an
Who's
English
playing
muffin
time?
with jelly. And when I say with jelly, I mean with jelly.
You mean
And
jelly with an English muffin on the side?
yes, it's really just the jelly. The English muffin is a jelly delivery system. And my sister loses her shit, and I'm like, well, who cares? She's 83. Let her give her a spoon and a jar full of jelly. Who gives a shit?
You guys are making me hungry.
Well,
Yeah,
speaking of that, I actually do have to go to the store to get some shit.
Speaking
So
of spending money,
yeah,
Some Twinkies.
You're gonna get some
soda.
Twinkies.
As
Well,
my last little comment, one thing that I am noticing at the end of the day, no matter how ass backwards the approach is, we all want the same thing.
Yes.
We want our money to go further. We want to make more money. We want our country to be safe. But you guys, and I'm saying you guys because you're two males that voted for, that are the opposition right now, you're not asking the right questions of how we got here. Why are we here and what is the fix? Poor people aren't the reason why you're struggling. Immigrants aren't the reason why you're struggling. It is literally unfettered capitalism that is shitting on
Yes.
all of us and is propagandizing you to blame poor people and immigrants. If you open your mind to the conversations that we are being had and stop being gaslit by trans people taking over America and stuff that ain't got shit to do with you or 99% of the population,
Yep.
and you focus on what matters, we can collectively fix this shit.
Yep.
But we can't do it if you keep blaming the people that are a byproduct of the system that is fucking us.
Yep. I mean, just look at the
Look
Glass
at it.
Steagall.
Poor
Look at
people
Glass
are not
Steagall.
the issue, and they never have been.
The elimination of Glass Steagall fucked the working people. All along the line, we just have continually and without any, just let rich people have their way with us. That's what we've done. Instead of standing up to them and demanding that our legislators, who don't listen to us anymore, and they don't have to anymore. There was a time when your opinion mattered to your member of Congress, but that time is long since passed. Because they
Yep.
are in the business of working for Blue Cross and Blue Shield and Nova Nordisk and APAC. That's who they represent. They are not representing us. They are representing the PACs that put them in office and send them on vacations and pay for their cars and all their things. They couldn't possibly care any less about us. And until we all stand up and say, no, you work for me, motherfucker, then nothing will change. They will continue to do the bidding of their handlers. And it is not us.
And my last word is, look at Trump. Trump is funny. He's a great marketer of his name, but really look at, dude. He bankrupted four companies. He's not a great business guy. I mean, if you took his name out of the conversation and looked at the business track record, and it was Joe Anderson, you would be like, God, he's got some issues. I get that he's funny. I get that he seems like he's a badass. He doesn't give a shit about nothing. That's what makes him a badass, is he just doesn't give a shit. So what makes you think, if he doesn't give a shit about following laws or following the Constitution or following the checks and balances and going through the right thing, what makes you think he's going to care whether you get a tax break or not, whether you get invited to the ballroom or not? You're not. The only way you're going to get there is if he needs help clearing tables.
Let's all get together at the end of January and compare our taxes that we pay last year and our taxes that we pay
I owe
this
taxes.
year.
I make less than 35,000, and I owe taxes.
Well, okay, let's get together at the end of January. And after January, this will be the first year of the Trump tax cuts.
If we all made 35,000,
What would be the purpose of that, though? Challenge?
yeah,
To see if you guys paid more or less taxes.
Who gives a fuck?
Between 2024 and 2025.
Yeah, as someone who works in finance, middle
Do you want to pay
Americans
less
are going
taxes?
to. Let me finish. Just like with the TCJA, middle Americans are going to pay more in taxes because even if you're banking on the no tax on tips and the no tax on overtime, you are going to be working buku overtime because you're not paying taxes, which is going to put you in a higher tax bracket. But you're still paying state taxes. You're still paying federal taxes. You have to apply for a tax deduction of your taxable income at the end of the year. In the end, you're still paying more taxes because what you're saving, you made in more money to put you in a higher tax bracket. It is the biggest. So what is that card, that shell game? Like back in the 90s when they used to be on the street with the three card Monty?
Yep.
That is what this is. And again, it's now the TCJA was the first largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich. This is now the largest transfer of wealth. And you're going to see it. And especially after 3 years when those tax credits go away and you're still making that much more money.
Well, not only that, but tariffs are a tax and you're paying those now. So, and there's no way for you to like write down and show us how much in tariffs you paid. It's a hidden tax. I mean, really.
And it is hurting the economy in a big way.
But I think it's purposeful. Again, Russia has a military base in Washington, D.C., and Trump happens to live in the house that Russia provides for him.
Yeah. All right. Well, Tim, I'm going to go. Just free Palestine, and let's stop funding Israel.
Yes.
Yay.
Yay.
Exactly.
All right, guys. Thank you. I appreciate everybody for being
Great
here.
show.
We'll catch you all tomorrow. Peace.
Peace.